Welcome everybody to the War Room, the OCC pre-show. As per usual, we are going to get you up to speed with everything going on and the competition you're going to see in less than an hour with the top 8 competitors for this month's Officers Club Championship. That is going to be cast by Admirable, Flake, and Ollie in just a few moments, so stay tuned right here. Before we get to that, let's learn a little bit more about our top 8 competitors and take a look at the bracket. On the top of the bracket, we have J King going head to head with his friend, buddy, and protege, Berto Burrito. Berto actually completed the qualifiers last weekend and earned a spot in the top of this bracket. We've got Vinny versus Rita in the second matchup. In the third matchup, we have Hoi Hoi taking on our friend of the War Room, Bubbles, who qualified as well last weekend. So I know we normally do an expert panel. Instead of doing that this time around, I thought it would be fun to get to know Bubbles in a little bit more detail. So we have a Bubbles Spotlight interview coming up where we're going to talk about his mindset going into the qualifiers as well as the top 8. To round out the bracket, we've got Hanmo taking on Blue Blast. The top 8 will be competing for a $1,000 prize pool. Now, if you want to find out a little bit more about what types of meta decks to expect in this event, we have the meta report for you right here, provided thanks to Team Ammo.
From all unique combo decks, the Commando deck is the most popular and most consistent deck in the meta. After the alpha, early beta, this deck has seen a lot of additions and is now one of the most mature decks in cards. With the card Resourcefulness, this archetype got a powerful addition, because this card allows you to search and draw specific commando units. This deck's weakness is fairly obvious: removal of the commando units. The most popular build is Brit-Soviet, with variations in their ally being Germany, US, or Poland. Key cards include the number 10 Commandos, which are spawned from Night Raid, order cost reductions with 85th Pioneer Company, card draw with the Crusader Mark II, and heal from the card draw with the M3A3 Honey. Cup of Tea to keep all the units alive, and long-range Desert Group, Rule Britannia, and the Commonwealth, as well as Research as your win conditions. Mobilize was previously never good, nor was it really that popular. But with the Legion's expansion, 5th Parachute Brigade was added, another Mobilize unit with 0k deployment cost. This adds a lot of tempo and combo potential to this deck. Mobilize introduces a plethora of value potential in the mid-game and the possibility of a snowball effect. The most popular and proven build is Britain with France as your ally. Key cards include Potez 6311, which are able to draw while healing the HQ. In combination with the 73rd Régiment d'Infanterie and a Honey on board, this is one of the most valuable combos in the mid-game of cards. Brit Air is one of the oldest decks in the game, being incredibly popular even before the 2019 World Championship. Its popularity was diminished after the Allegiance expansion released Flampanzer, an incredibly efficient way to remove the buffed 1-credit planes. The nerf to Flampanzer, making it unable to target air units, has spiked the power of air in the meta, making this deck one of the most popular and most powerful decks during the January season. After Flampanzer being able to kill air units again, this archetype has a rough time on ladder, but it benefits from the Legion expansion and the current meta shift with Germany and Flampanzer being quite unpopular. Air is especially powerful against ground unit-based decks that lack airplane removal or bounce effects. Most notably, Japan aggro and most Soviet decks lack these answers. It is also strong against slower decks because of how quickly it can develop a board and snowball on your opponent. However, because Brit Air relies on one specific unit type, air can be hard countered by cards such as Sky Barons or anti-air guns. But these tech choices are rare and leave the deck weak in other matchups. Because bounce to remove large buffs and discard to target the low draw potential are the most effective ways of targeting air, US tempo decks with Half Track and 99th, as well as German discard decks with Sudden Strike and Wolfpack, have the best matchups without needing to run specific counter cards. The most powerful version of British Air is with the Japan Ally, which offers Burst of Fire for massive burst and air superiority for tempo removal. US Ally is a powerful alternative with Greyhound, but it lacks the explosive power of the Japan version. The key cards are the powerful 1 credit, 1 attack, 3 defense British aircraft such as the Swordfish Mark I and the Gladiator Mark I. They create a strong board presence in the early game and work well with close air support to buff a plane into a massive threat, especially the Hurricane Mark IIA, which offers high burst potential with its Fury ability. Another important piece of this deck is Empire Strikes, which offers a cheap AoE, which scales to your number of bombers and also damages the headquarters. Brit Control has a high win rate and is one of the most versatile decks in cards, making it a popular choice in tournaments. This deck is a pure control deck and is very similar to the current Soviet control deck. It uses a lot of high-value guards, headquarter healing, and control mechanics. Brit Control is very strong overall, stellar against aggro, and decent against other kinds of control. However, like other control decks, Brit Control is most weak against discard, resistance, and ramp. Most popular build is the British Italy, with variations on the ally being USA or Japan. Key cards are headquarter healing effects like Honey, Mare Nostrum, guards like Bologna Regiment and Seaforth Highlanders, and high-value control mechanics like Carpet Bombing and La Decima. Soviet control is dominant, resistant against aggressive decks, and holds its own against other control-oriented lists. However, just like Brit Control, it can succumb to decks that employ discard or ramp strategies. Most popular and the strongest build is the Soviet Italy version, with variations on the ally being Britain, USA, Japan, or France. Key cards are headquarter healing cards like the 845th Rifles, Mare Nostrum, guards like the Bologna Regiment and the 1st Rifles, and high-value control mechanics like Winter Offensive and La Decima. J-Aggro is the most popular deck in cards. Most of the key cards are standard or limited, and in the lower player pool, it is always present. In the high-ranked meta, J-Aggro depends on certain powerful tempo combos or pure burn. This deck uses cheap Japanese infantry units to get the board control as soon as possible. The strategy is to attack the enemy HQ and force the opponent to use their credits to trade, while this deck wants to use its resources to target the enemy HQ. J-Aggro benefits from slow decks like Ramp and any deck with slow or an unlucky start. However, its natural weakness is anti-aggro, obviously, guards, and AoE removal. The most popular build is Japan with Germany as an ally, with variations on the ally being the Soviets, Italy, or the USA. Key cards include Japanese zero operation cost infantry units, Rising Sun for card draw, and 1st Signal Regiment and Air Blitz as burn damage.
Special thanks once again to Team Ammo for putting together that meta report, especially Darkness, who I know puts a lot of time and effort into it. Wonderful job as always. So as I mentioned previously, we have had Bubbles on the show, on the expert panel. We've already seen him as a caster, as a streamer. He's been involved in just about every aspect of the cards community. And that's why I was excited to sit down with him one-on-one, learn a little bit more about what attracted him to cards and why he enjoys sticking around with this game over the last year and a half. Bubbles, welcome to the War Room. I know you are no stranger to joining us here, but often you are on the expert panel. We've also seen you as a caster, but this weekend you have made the main event of the OCC. So we'll definitely chat about that a little bit later, but I want to just get to know you a little bit more and get, give you an opportunity to chat with the community and get a little bit out there around some of your background and stuff like that. So how are you doing today, Bubbles?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I am excited to have a chat with you because I've had you on the show so often, and you're usually accompanied by Darkness, and we're talking strategy or some bigger cards topics. But I'm excited to just chat a little bit about yourselves. Maybe we can just start simply with what got you into cards to begin with.
So I if I remember correct, I wanted to play a new card game. I've played a lot of card games, and I wanted to play a new one. And I went onto the Steam store, and I filtered by card, the card filter. And then I clicked the first one that looked interesting, and it just so happened to be cards. And here we are a year and a half later.
Right on. So you mentioned you had played some other card games in the past. Was there any kind of main game you spent a lot of time in or sunk a lot of hours in, or were you kind of just jumping around from game to game until you got the cards?
I grew up playing Magic the Gathering for as long as I could remember. It was never competitive. It was always super, super casual among friends. We had like our own special sort of pseudo rules, if you're mana screwed, you have just land or no land in your hand, you could sort of say to your opponent, can you shuffle my deck? This is terrible. Just shuffle my deck for me. Or if we're having a particularly boring game where nothing was happening, we'd be like, should everyone just draw a card? Everyone draw a card? We'll just draw an extra card to spice things up. So sort of just rules to make it more enjoyable and to try and fix some of the game's core mechanical issues of things like mana screw and all this. But it was always just casual, never anything competitive or anything at all like that.
Got it. And then had you made the transition into any other digital card games, or was it really just kind of paper magic for you? And then all of a sudden you're searching through the Steam store and you find cards.
So I played Magic Arena a little bit, okay. But Magic Arena is almost impossible to play free to play unless you're like a draft wizard, because you can go infinite in draft, but you have to be really good at draft to do that. I opened it up recently, and I was talking to a friend of mine. I was like, hey, I'm thinking of doing some Magic Arena, and I want to build a competitive deck. He was like, I spent $300 and I was able to build one competitive deck. And then I was like, okay, maybe not. I was looking like, $20 for a competitive deck. I'm not going to spend $300. So that was a no-go. And then, unfortunately, I did play Artifact. May it rest in peace. Still in my Steam tab. It's still there.
It's nice of you to commemorate it like that. Just have it there, just a reminder of how things can go. But obviously not the case with cards. So you talked a little bit about how, Magic requires you to dump a little bit or a lot of cash into it. What, other than the aspect of it being a little bit more free to play friendly, kind of kept you engaged and interested in cards over the last year and a half?
I think a big part of it was the community. Very quickly started talking to people in streams and on Discords and things, just getting involved with people and sort of thinking, actually, these people are really nice. I want to keep talking to them and keep being involved in them. But then also just the mechanics of the game felt unique to me. And I realized they may not feel unique to everyone. Some people may be like, oh, this game has that. But to me, they felt unique, and they sort of had a certain magic and spice that I quite desire in a card game. It suits me well, and I saw no reason to move on. I still see no reason to move on. Um, as far as I'm concerned, it's like the card game to play. Um, and yeah, I see no reason to move on to anything else.
Awesome. So you mentioned the community was such a big part in getting you involved and keeping you involved in the game. You talked about how you played Magic, never anything competitive. Was the community a big part of what got you involved in the more competitive side of cards as well?
Well, the competitive side is rather interesting because it wasn't on purpose. I
Okay.
uh, I remember I started playing around Christmas. I think 2 Christmases ago, and they had this special event going on where they would post like codes onto their Twitter, and you could copy them into the game and get some packs. So I was like, hell yeah, I want free packs. And then I went to Play Cards, which was like the predecessor to Cards.com, and I looked at all the deck codes, and I was like, this Japanese aggro deck looks really cheap to build. So I just built that and started playing, and then before I know it, I'd hit Field Marshal. I was like, that's cool. I'll keep playing. And then I was like, I recognize this guy I'm playing against. And I looked at the leaderboard, and he was like top 20, and I'd kicked his ass. So I was like, this is going wow. So I just climbed and climbed and climbed with Jagro and nothing else, and sort of solidified. Sorry, my voice. I have a drink of water. I just solidified myself in the community just for playing Jagro. And then after doing that for 3 or 4 months, sort of, even fighting for like the top 5 on the leaderboard with Jagro, I then started branching out and trying other decks. But Jagro kind of led me into the competitive scene. And then once I was there, I was able to branch out and try other things.
Awesome. And we see that, even a year and a half later, you're still involved on that side of things, but you've also done a fair amount of casting as well. So was that just kind of something naturally that came hand in hand for you with being on the competitive side, understanding the lines of play, understanding the matchups, and you decided, hey, if I can do it, I can definitely talk about it as well. What kind of got you into casting?
I've always been super interested in esports. I watch a lot of esports out of cards, just lots of different games. And I find it very interesting how the casters operate in different esports. So I was always interested in the idea of casting. So when the opportunity sort of arose to itself, I thought if I take this seriously, it could be fun. We'll see how it works. And the opportunity came up. I thought I'd give it a try, and people seem to like it.
So was there something, you mentioned obviously you enjoy watching esports, different games, different casters. Is there a certain either casting style from a game or from a specific caster or anything like that that kind of influences you or inspired you to, cast in a certain way when you're casting cards?
I always like play-by-play casting, but that can be a little bit boring for things like
Mhm.
a card game because it's very obvious what's happening already. Um, so I find the analytical casting to be the next thing which comes naturally. But obviously, if you have two casters who both want to be analytical, it's important to put a little bit of emotion and energy into the game. So I've always sort of tried to fill the role that's needed because you also need this energy, but you also need this sort of information. But if I had to choose, I'd definitely pick the more analyzing role than the emotional role.
Got it. So you'd rather talk strategy, you'd rather talk, brass tacks, go numbers, and let's say have somebody else fill in the empty space with a little bit more of that energy and just kind of keeping things busy and upbeat in between kind of turns and things like that. Because I think you bring up a good point, right? In a card game, it's not like there's action going on every single second unless you have two players that are just absolutely slamming cards. So you need to have that time in between to kind of chat up, hey, what's happening, what's going to happen, and different strategies and different reasoning. So, what has you talked about kind of finding cards and you talked about, just sort of searching cards on Steam, and that was the first thing that came up. Were you much of a World War II like history buff or anything like that before jumping into cards? And is that what caught your attention, or did the game itself, just the style seem interesting and then you kind of the World War II stuff came after?
I'm nowhere near as much of a World War II history buff as some people, where they're super super invested in it. I think a lot of people use the internet, sort of amateur into it. You know, we watch things like videos on YouTube about it. You know, you have those sort of 15-minute documentary channels where they just go into a particular topic. I'd watched a lot of those. But I certainly wasn't as interested in it as I am now. I had like a semi interest in it, but now I'm very interested in it. You know, I like to take a card, which I'm playing, and then look into the backstory of it and the history. So it might be a particular infantry regiment in say, Japan. I'd like to go and look at where they went, you know, what they were up to, and just properly learn about the details and the backstory of these cards and what they represent.
And speaking of the details of the cards and things like that, I know we've had a chat before. You mentioned that you've got a little bit of a collection of some of the original artwork from some of the cards' actual card art.
Yes, I do. I don't know how visible it is behind me. I have the Gerbsjäger down here, which I butchered the pronunciation of. I have the commandos. I believe they're the #1 commandos that one shot everything. I have the Hummer up here, which is difficult to see. The Hummer is one of my personal favorite cards. Shout out to the fellow Hummer lovers. And then I do have the Cuban Cossacks back here, which is my tri-jewel and arguably my most important possession in life is my Cuban Cossack.
Love it. So what kind of got you into that? Where did you first kind of either discover these, or what kind of brought you to look for them altogether?
So I liked looking for the card originals. I liked learning where the original artwork was. When I found out that lots of the in-game sources for the artwork are how to put it, subpar, or to be more blunt, wrong, just wrong. And Cuban Cossacks is one of those that was really difficult to find. It took me about 4 or 5 months of looking through the internet and scouring it to find out what the original was. So as you can imagine, if you spend 4 or 5 months looking for something, when you find one of the originals being sold at a reasonable price, you're like, you know what? I've spent half a year looking for this. I'm just gonna do it. Just gonna go for it. And then from there, it just sort of spiraled out of control. I had to be careful because I was like, I could order so many of these, and then you can actually order some of the original paintings by the original artist, like the OG painting, not like any mass produced ones for magazines or anything. But they are like $3,000 sort of dollars, and I'm like, okay, I think this is getting a little bit out of hand here when I'm looking at these.
Finding that balance is important, but I think it's so cool that you actually went back through the history, even if you're just digging it up online, to figuring out, hey, where did this actually come from, so that I can go out there and find it. Now, we've talked a little bit about, caster bubbles, expert panel bubbles, player bubbles. What about streamer bubbles? Where did where did you decide, hey, this is a game I want to start streaming, or had you streamed before you started playing cards?
I've never streamed before I started playing cards. I don't remember the original reason I started streaming. I think it was just for fun and to try and teach people about the game. I like to educate people on cards because there's a lot of misconceptions, not so much about the details, but about the theory. There's a lot of misconceptions about the theory and the mindset you should have in cards. I see people getting themselves into the wrong mindset all the time and just misunderstanding the game, not in the details so much, but as a core fundamental sort of philosophy. I think what makes a lot of competitive players different from a lot of strong players but not competitive, these sort of people that might be top 100 on the leaderboard but can't reach that sort of top 10 spot, is the philosophy that these people have in cards. And when you're able to sort of move it and get it into the right position, I think you suddenly become far more effective. And it's something I struggle with myself. But I think the players that are able to really get their mindset into the best spot, these are the guys breaking the meta and killing it all the time.
So your stream almost started more as like an educational style of stream. Do you think that's evolved over time? Do you think that's something you've kind of kept as a common thread throughout your streaming career?
I think I try to educate people, but I usually end up just shouting at the game.
I think you need a balance, right?
So you got to get a balance. I certainly get emotional in cards in both directions. I don't just get frustrated, I also get very happy. Um, but it can be draining when you have a back and forth game, and every back and forth it feels like the moment of your life. You're either having your soul crushed or your soul rebuilt. A man can only have his soul crushed and rebuilt so many times in the span of 15 minutes.
But that's the beauty of competition, right? Where you're on the edge of your seat, you're going back and forth, and you're trying to pull out the win. And obviously, in the nature of any competitive game, it doesn't always go your way. But it's the thrill that you live for, and while you're streaming, hopefully you're conveying that to your audience as well. So you talked about being able to, only have your soul crushed and rebuilt so many times going through, let's say, a 15-minute game. You did not that long ago take a little bit of a break, a pseudo retirement, if you will, from the game of cards. Where did that come from? Was it just, from being a little bit beat up playing lots of games on ladder, or where did that come from and what brought you back?
I think the reason I needed to take a break is about finding a balance. This is something some of my good friends in the community, who I will not name any names, no names, but they learned as well, is that we aren't robots and we
Mhm.
can't play this game 24/7. Um, and if you play this game 24/7 for months on end, you then need to take a break for months on end, or at least we did. Everyone's different. But so I was like, I think I need to take a break, and I very much didn't want to set people up for a certain thing because I didn't know how long I'd need. So I
Yeah.
was just like, I'm gonna go. See you guys. And if I return, I return, and here I am. But now I think I've returned. I got very bored and I sort of missed the game. And I've learned how to put that balance in on a monthly basis rather than, say, a 6 monthly basis. So I'll take a week off a month instead
Yeah.
of taking off a month every 3 or 4 months. It's far smaller sections, and it's about me and playing the game because I want to and having a healthy relationship rather than because I feel like I should.
And that's a part of it as well. There are so many ebbs and flows that go through a card game, how the meta changes, how many hours you spend, that competitive side where, hey, I need to play X amount of games to make sure I have a chance to make it on ladder and things like that. And I'm glad you brought that up because I would like to segue a little bit into some of your competitive play. You talked about, let's say, taking a week off every month, but you do need to, at the same time, if you're looking to achieve a high rank, you need to spend some time grinding away at the ladder. So coming into the game, coming into a season, what's typically your goal? Are you trying to achieve something specific on ladder? Are you just trying to qualify for the OCC? Are you looking to get into the OCC qualifier? What kind of defines how you want to spend, let's say, a season of cards?
So it used to be top 12 was my goal for most seasons, because that was the old qualification.
Hmm.
With the new qualification, it's more complicated because top six should really be your goal if you're looking to play competitively. But top six is really difficult, and it's almost not worth the stress and pressure that I'd be putting on myself to make top six. As much as I love playing competitively, I am able to play competitively in other ways, and I'm able to be involved in the competitive community in other ways. So I've made an effort to not put the pressure on myself to get top six. But I'm still going for qualifications because qualifications, you can qualify through them, believe it or not. And even if I don't, I still get that competitive play. Even
Hmm.
if it's not streamed, even if I'm not playing for cash money, I still get to play against other people in a competitive environment. And that's why I play. I enjoy the competitive nature of playing against people in these environments, more than anything. It's more important to me than the prize money or the clout of doing it on a stream. I just enjoy playing against people competitively, and I can do that in qualifications. So I'm more than happy and satisfied with qualifications, and anything beyond that is just a bonus.
I think that's a great and a healthy mindset to have. You talked about it before, kind of how the mental health plays into how you're feeling about the game, and just saying, hey, if I qualify, I get to play in that the highest competitive aspect possible. Now, this qualifier, obviously, like you just said, you can qualify and you did qualify. Was there something specific about how you prepared this time around, or did you just feel really good coming into it? So what kind of took you through this qualifier to make it to the main event?
So I thought that Brit Air would be meta. I was convinced Brit Air would be the number one meta deck. So I prepped all three of my qualifier decks to beat Brit Air. And then the stats came, and there were two Brit Air decks in the whole event. And I was like, oh no. But then through the process of double elimination brackets, I faced that two Brit Air decks 5 or 6 times. So I faced there were two decks out of 32 people who all bring 3 decks. So there's like 96 decks, right? And 2 of them I've built to counter, and I faced them in about 60% of my in my best of 3s. So I feel like there's a big element of luck involved here. Um, However, I do think the decks I brought were powerful against other things. I think they were really well balanced. I do think they're a big part of why I managed to do it. But then also just momentum, in a sense. I got knocked into the lower bracket by Mooncake. And then I just started. I had my back up against the wall. I thought I just got to fight, and I just kept beating people and kept beating people. And every game I was like, if I go out, I go out. Let's just do what we can. And I just kept doing it. And I think that meant when I reached the finals and faced Mooncake again, Mooncake had been sitting around waiting because he was up a bracket, whereas I was in a sort of fighting spirit with loads of momentum on me. So I feel like I went into those finals with in a ball of rage and anger, ready to fight. Whereas Mooncake had been, sitting there waiting for me to arrive, drinking tea. I think Mooncake was really scary. I had to play him 3 times in total, once before and 2 in the finals, because the finals you had to play twice if you were low bracket. And I genuinely didn't think I could beat Mooncake. Mooncake was the player I was most scared of, and I said that to him. I said I was most scared of facing you. So I don't know how I beat Mooncake. Other than that, it was all just sort of death balling. Just go for it.
I love drawing parallels between esports and regular sports as well. You talk about some of the matchups where team X is playing team Y, but team Y has been they've been sitting around. They finished top, they got a bye, something like that occurs, and they're not as sharp because they haven't played the extra games. And you might be a little bit tired, but that adrenaline and that energy and that momentum carries you through, even if mentally, Bubbles, you had to play more games to get to where you were. You had to win twice. There was a lot more pressure on you from that perspective, but carrying through that momentum, I think, is so interesting because it really does from a mental perspective carry through very similar to how even real sports are played.
I think there's also you never should put yourself in the lower bracket on purpose. But saying that, there is an advantage to being in the lower bracket, which is that you're ready to lose. If you're one game from defeat, you have accepted that you are, or you should have accepted loss already. You should be ready to lose. And the moment you have less to lose, you can actually take calculated risks and win. You're less afraid of taking these risks if you're ready to lose. I think there's an advantage in being in your mindset. If you think I've gone out the tournament, I'm just going to beat up whoever I can first, I think that gives you an advantage.
You're competing without a net, right? You've got to, it's your life on the line, and you have to make those big plays and you have to take that risk. Whereas, like you said, in the top bracket, oh well, you know what? If this one doesn't work out, there's always another game. I always have another chance.
Exactly.
So now that you've made it to the main event of the OCC, from my understanding, you had a little bit of a bet going on with Mark Theus. Do you want to walk us through exactly what that was about?
So I liked the player cams because I like to use them. I like to dress up for them and mess around on the player cams. But but they were inconsistent. And I'll acknowledge that the most player cams weren't that interesting. So unfortunately, they're phased out for now, and that's okay. We shouldn't write about that. It was done for good reasons, and I'll accept that. But I found the flags a bit boring. So I said, hey, I want to pick an interesting flag. I was told you can't pick a flag from somewhere you're not from. And I was like, well, the Welsh flag is interesting. It's got a dragon on it. Dragons are pretty darn cool. Give me the Welsh flag. And there was back and forth about half an hour about whether I could have a Welsh flag or all that and all that. And then Mark said, you know what? If you can qualify, thinking Bubbles can't qualify, if you can qualify, I'll give you the Welsh flag, just to sort of shut me up. Fine. If you qualify, Bubbles, I'll give you the Welsh flag. And then I was like, I want a Welsh flag. I think that was my main motivator, was petty arguments. It's the pettiness of me is beyond belief, to the point where it will motivate me to qualify for a tournament just to win a petty argument. So here I am, and I'm Welsh now. I'm Welsh. To be fair, I do live right next to Wales, so I think it counts. But go Wales!
So, I mean, yeah, just pettiness and spite is a powerful motivator when, something like this is on the line. You spoke before about, hey, maybe it's not always about the cash prizes. It's just about competing at the highest level. And in this case, it's just about having a dragon on your flag. So I can definitely appreciate that, where you're coming from. Now, knowing that maybe how you prepared for the qualifier didn't exactly, I mean, at the end of the day, hey, it worked out, but maybe didn't go exactly the way you had planned. How is that going to change in preparing for the top 8 here?
So I'm a very superstitious man.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the streamer The Dyer's Gain. Now, they were talking about a certain card called the Skytrain, which some of you may not even be familiar with. It's considered one of the worst cards in the game. And they were all ragging on it in his stream. And to mess with them and to try and convince people that it's a good card, I said, this card's so good that if I make top 8 Officer Club, I will bring this card to the Officer Club to prove to you that it's a good card. Thinking that there's no way it's happening. And I'm just going to convince someone that it's a good card when it's clearly terrible. And here I am in the top 8. And I genuinely believe deep down in my heart that if I don't bring Skytrain, life will find a way to knock me out in round 1. So not only do I have to bring one of the worst cards in the game, but to play this, you have to play US Ramp, which is one of the worst deck archetypes at the moment. So I'm having to play US Ramp with Skytrain. So I think my preparation for this tournament wasn't how do I beat the meta, what do I do to get ahead. My prep for this tournament was how do I make this work? How can I take this terrible card and give myself a fighting chance of it? I've done my best shot of that, but I think I'm in trouble because of this promise I made where I'd bring this card. Yeah, I think I'm in trouble, to be honest.
So based off of this interview, Bubbles, what I'm understanding from you is that to get through the qualifier, what really drove you was just a super cool flag. And what is going to propel you through the top 8 is just an awful card. That is what I'm understanding here. Just spite, pettiness, and those 2 things are going to carry you to the winner's circle at the end of this.
That is the current position. Whether I make it to the winner's circle is well, we'll see. We'll see.
All right, fingers crossed for you. So I do have a couple more questions for you before we wrap this up. Where does your handle Innocent Bubbles come from? Where was that born?
So it's a bit of a convoluted story, but I'll tell the story because I think it's funny. My handle used to be and prep yourself. My online handle used to be Heinz Baked Beans. And this was an attempt to get a sponsorship by Heinz Baked Beans. So I called myself Heinz Baked Beans on all the video games I played. And I sent an email to Heinz saying, hey, when I play video games with hundreds of people every day, hundreds of random people online, they all leave with a craving for baked beans. And I sent this long ass email to Heinz, and then I kid you not, within 5 minutes, the chief director of public communications replied to me saying no. The email just read, sorry, we will pass on this opportunity, and then his signature. I was like, well, that didn't work. So I thought, who can I get sponsored by next? And I'm sure lots of people are familiar with Innocent Drinks. They have a soft drink in the UK called Innocent Bubbles. And I was like, well, maybe I could get sponsored by Innocent Drinks next. So I was like, I'll call myself Innocent Bubbles and try and get sponsored by them. And then it just stuck as a username. And here I am. It was an attempt to get a sponsorship by a drink company, which I'm still going to try and follow through on. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting until I come onto their radar. If I pop up on their radar and they're like, who's this guy? Then I strike and I go, sponsor me. And probably get told no.
I have asked a lot of people the question about what's behind their username, and I must say, I think this might be my favorite story so far. I love how you were proactively thinking down the line, I could get a sponsorship out of this. I need to be very specific with what I call myself. I love that. That's so good. All right, I have one more question for you because you were pointing at your card art before, and I couldn't notice that help but notice in the background. Now you have a sword, but is that a banjo above it?
It is a banjo. That is one of my officer club winnings right there. I was like, I've got a little bit of money, I could invest it, I could save it, I could blow it on a banjo. And you know what? I blew it on a banjo. It's a tenor banjo. Anyone who's watched my card streams will know that I love Irish sort of folk music. And they all play the tenor banjo. I was like, that sounds cool. I want to play the tenor banjo. So I bought it. I do play it. It doesn't just sit there. I do play it. But I'm so terrible at it. It's unbelievable how bad I am. Hopefully one day I'm good, but I will never be as good as the sort of songs I listen to where they're doing like 10,000 plucks a second. Their fingers are all over the place, and it's funny because the guys that play it, they look like withered, sort of dying corpses. They look like they've been drinking for 60 years. And that they're struggling to stay alive. They move at a snail's pace, but then they pull out the banjo, and suddenly they have like they have the energy of a young child. It's incredible.
I love that even the banjo is tied back into cards. It's so good. And hopefully, yes, you're not. Well, I can appreciate you wanting to play like some of your idols. I can hope that looking like a withered old 60-year-old alcoholic is maybe not exactly what you're going for, but I can appreciate you aiming for some of your idols. Bubbles, thank you so much for chatting with me. I appreciate getting a little bit of insight into all kinds of things, including your banjo. But before we wrap up here, is there anything you would like to say to the cards community?
Just to stay focused, because I see a lot of people worrying about the future of the game. And I think that's not worth worrying about. Some things die, some things live. We will only have to wait and see, but it's not our job to worry about it. It's our job as the people that play the game to love it and enjoy it and get the most out of it where we can. I think the game will live for a long time and be very successful. But to the people that are worried about it and they're concerned about the future, stop worrying about the future and enjoy the now. If you want to play the game, open it up and play it. If you're not feeling it, that's okay. Play something else. But just focus on getting the love and enjoyment you can out of it and rinsing every last bit of fun out of the game rather than what's going to happen in 5 years down the line. Because I think it's important if you truly love this game and you truly enjoy it, just to get the love and enjoyment out of it that you can right now. And in 5 or 10 years' time, you probably will be doing something else within your life, and you probably won't even care. And you'll be glad you'll be more glad that you got enjoyment out of it than that you worried about what was going to happen. So just stay focused on what's important. So don't get too sidetracked, and just keep your eyes on why you downloaded the game, why you first opened the game, what you fell in love with those first 100 hours, and stop worrying, because it'll probably be okay. But if it isn't, you would have been best off having a good time while you could.
I do not think there is a better way for us to end this interview. Thank you so much for coming on the War Room one more time, Bubbles, and sharing a little bit of your backstory with us. Thank you again, Bubbles. I am sure you've had a busy schedule trying to prepare for this top 8, but I appreciate you taking the time with me here in the War Room. We have the OCC coming up in just a few moments, but this will not be the last cards event. This is just going to be ramping up for the next 5 months. A ton more cards action coming up. We have 5 months worth of OCCs going on. We have the return of the Cards Open, which is going to have a bunch of different ways to play, so don't miss out on an opportunity on getting involved. We have another special event this time coming up next week, the return of the Mess Hall Brawl. Now, this is a very unique event where Ollie invites a crew of content creators and other cards personalities, including yours truly. We are going to have Flake, Bubbles, Darkness, and the return of Scout to the Mess Hall Brawl. This is going to be an event of meme proportions in a King of the Hill style event. You're not going to want to miss it. Hit the follow button down below and make sure you tune in on July 31st right here on the Cards CCG Twitch channel. Now, that's not all. We have had a big announcement recently regarding the Cards World Championships. The top 4 players will not only be competing for a cash prize, but they will be doing so live from Iceland. That is right, you could win an opportunity to go to Iceland to compete to be the world champion of cards for 2021. Now, this information has been shared on Steam, the Cards official Discord, and on their website. So check out every detail about how to play. You do not want to miss an opportunity to travel to 1939 headquarters and compete for that title of world champion. Thank you once again for tuning in to the War Room, the OCC pre-show. We've got Ollie, Flake, and Admirable coming up in mere moments to call all of the action.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome to another Officer Club Championship. My name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, and we are back after the unfortunate situation last month where a technical catastrophe prevented us from bringing you the show. But my God, it is good to be back, and with me here today, it is Flake and Admirable. How are you guys doing today?
I can only speak for myself. I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of Admirable, but I can say that I'm damn happy to be here, and I'm excited for more cards action. We hit Field Marshal the other day. Feels good. Yep. And yeah, Admirable and I have been jamming cards like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for myself and for Flake because Ollie's name is extremely difficult to pronounce in full. But I am always excited about this. You know, tournaments, this is the reason I have continued to play card games my entire life now. What is this, 2021? My gosh. I am getting old. This has been 24 years now that I have been like actively pursuing card game tournament stuff. So to be able to be here for this top 8, this is like the top level competition that takes place for cards. And I always love seeing how players are going to tackle these lines of play and seeing how they get into situations and how they're going to try to get out of them. Because it's not always that you can succeed getting out of them. It's that you can set yourself up for the highest chance possible to get out of them. That's the whole point of the card games that we're looking for today. And that's the part I'm looking forward to analyze.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like cards is definitely one of those games where, you know, in the tournament setting, you really get to see what these players are made of, right? How many plays in advance can they think? What lines can they really visualize kind of throughout the entire game that is their path to victory? And I feel like there's some, you know, distinctions to the levels of being able to do that within the cards community. But what we're seeing now over the past few months, we're seeing more and more new names start cropping up in these tournaments. And that makes me extremely, extremely excited. So, I also want to say, you know, even though it may be really, really sad that we couldn't bring the OCC to everybody last month, it's made me double excited for today, right? It's all this like pent up OCC, you know, I need to watch this OCC.
Well, you're right about that. I mean, it's never fun when something kind of doesn't happen that we're enticed for, but here we are. I mean, twice the wait and twice the payoff. So this is going to be exciting. And like Admirable mentioned, and like you sort of said as well, it's the lines of play, it's the planning of each turn, the credit management of the players, and you know, it goes just beyond the deck buildings portion of this, and it's the actual plays and the thinking turns ahead, and it's great for us as casters and analysts to just dive into that. And you know, when we're caught off guard, that's just us learning as well and saying, you know what, that is a fascinating way to do this. Whereas typically you might see it one way, but just, you know, getting glimpses of the insights that these players have that brought them to this top 8 and how they execute those plays is always enjoyable from our perspective, and for the viewers as well. I mean, you're seeing the top level of an excellent game be played. That is hard to pass up.
I have to emphasize as well, just on the additional names that we're seeing here. You know, this is such a great design for this, because if you look at the way that all of these tournaments are treated, it's always exciting to see the same player kind of make it over and over again. And, you know, I'm going to highlight J King here as we come into this one, because J King has just been fantastic when it comes to all these tournaments that we've been seeing place, whether it's been open or whether it's been OCC stuff. And kind of coming into this, when you see new players starting to enter this fray, what that means is that the competition is growing. And as that competition gets growing, it gets healthier. And as it gets healthier, it gets tougher. And these are always such exciting moments because, you know, it starts out, and the players who are doing the best at the start, they're the ones who really set that bar. This is where you have to get to if you want to be competing for this. And now players are starting to step up to that. And in some cases, there's a chance they're going to succeed. And if they're going to exceed that bar and really do it, this is one of those weeks where it could start here, because J King is competing this week in this top 8, and it is just looking fantastic when I'm looking across at all these deck lists we have.
Yeah, absolutely. And J King was our champion last month as well, further cementing his place there at the kind of top of the cards player leaderboard. He's been really, over the past year, just delivering phenomenal results constantly. So, but I'm also just extremely excited to see, you know, more and more players join the fray, because I think that also pushes the tournament meta, right? It just adds more stuff happening below the surface in terms of teching against certain stuff and metagaming. So let's take take a look at the bracket as it stands here today so that we see what is in store for us. We're starting off at the top of the quarterfinals there with J King 7 versus Birdo Burrito before going over to Vinny versus Rita. Then Hoi Hoi versus Bubbles and Mr. M versus Blue Blast. What matches are you really looking forward to out of these guys?
I like to see Bubbles go at it. I'm not even kidding you. Mere hours prior to this broadcast, I queued up against Bubbles, which went to fatigue in one hell of a slobber knocker match. Seeing Bubbles on the competitive side, we've seen him on the analytical side, which is great. We've had that portion of his intellect on display. I want to see it in action. I know that he just got a warm up in this tournament against a scrub like me, beating the hell out of me on ladder. But now I want to see him against, really good players, and we want to see if he can put, his money where his mouth is, so to speak, his credits where his mouth is, and if he can sort of advance through to the semifinals in this. So that's what my eyes are on in the quarterfinals.
I'm looking at this J King Birdo as the starting match. Birdo Burrito is another player's name that we've been seeing consistently crop up when it comes to this tournament stuff. And it's, the difference between winning an event and top 8ing an event, a lot of times it's a very minor difference because the consistency is always what you're looking for when it comes to these kind of card game tournaments. If you're finding yourself in these opportunities to be, just that reach away from winning the event, that's really, to me, one of the mark of accomplishments that are there. And then the tiebreaker is going to be who keeps making it further from that spot. So this J King versus Birdo Burrito, this feels like a classic kind of match that's been taking place in terms of card game competition.
And they're friends in real life, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that
mentee, right?
That's what I'm saying. I believe that J King was the one who brought Birdo Burrito into this game. So you've got this kind of Mr. Miyagi and and Ralph Macchio kind of thing going on over here. This is it, man. Like these two, I don't know how, if they prepare together now that they're actually facing each other in the quarterfinals, that adds an extra layer of intrigue to this matchup. But I have to echo what Admirable's saying. The luster of this matchup is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, I also really want to highlight after we expanded the size of the Officer Club tournament, to get to that point, if you're not in the top 6 on the ladder, you have to play through a double elimination bracket, top 16, which is filled with top level players that are coming to go for the gold, right? So even just making it here, right, like making it to the top 38 spots on the ladder, already an achievement. Making it through into the top 8 to here, I mean, all of these guys are proving themselves, and I think that sometimes gets a little bit underappreciated here, like how much of an achievement that actually is, because there are no freebies here. You're not playing against anybody that's like late at night, he's had a couple drinks and he's just playing for fun and accidentally queues into ranked. No. You're playing against like sharp mind, focused people, and they're coming for you. But let's not drag this out any further. Let's jump into the player profiles and let's get to know these players that will make up the first lineup for us here. Why don't you tell us about this guy here, Flake?
All right, well, this is J King, a fellow Canadian. I got a little Sean William Scott clone action there. He's got a big smile on his face, and I mean, I would have a smile on my face too if my win rate was 66.92%, and that's not with like a tiny little sample size. That is with nearly 8,500 wins, over 12,000 matches, and you've got a 66, nearly 67% win rate. Like, let's get real here when it comes to first ballot Hall of Famers for KARDS CCG. I believe J King is definitely going to be one of those names that you're looking at. But yeah, I mean, most played faction there is the Soviet Union, and finished first. What more can you say?
Exactly. And his opponent, Admirable, talk to us about this guy.
Yeah, not quite as many matches played, but you'll notice that the win rate is just a tad bit higher when it comes to that mark. Win rate's always one of the biggest things I look at, kind of regardless of sample size. I think the more games you play, kind of shows the more experience that you're going to have, or the more time that you've had in the game. But really, that win rate's the most important part there. 68.35% here from Birdo's side, with at least a sample size of games that you could consider a very sizable amount. And so, kind of taking a look at that, when players achieve like the 55% win rate, that's usually enough to separate yourself from. I know this sounds kind of a little bit unusual, but the rest of the world. This is a card game. It's meant to be a balanced perspective where variance is really the tiebreaker here. If you're getting to 55%, what that means is you're winning 10 more games than your opponents are when you play 100 of these. And so 68.35% has shown that the competition has not stepped up to as much as it could be, or that you have far and above exceeded where everybody is knowledgeable of how to take on these matches, what decks to build, and how to stay that one step advanced. So when you put these two together, you are seeing exactly why they are here at the OCC and why they're here competing at this top 8 spot. It's because they're both performing fantastically when it comes to the ladder situations.
Sometimes it just comes down to meta analysis and picking the right decks, right? That could factor into the variance of your win rate could be enormous in terms of just picking the right deck. You go on in a particular day, you say, you know what, there's a lot of British control out there. I'm gonna pick a ramp list to go ahead and perhaps counter that and really exploit that particular meta. And so that could just be the fact that good preparation, good instinct, it factors in. But I mean, 68.35% is obscene when it comes to win rate.
Want to point out that season finish there is unfortunately that is a typo. The season finish for Birdo Burrito in this situation was 30th, not 4th in this instance. So we apologize for that one. But that, from what I understand, that's about the only typo that's going to be happening here. And I can't wait to get looking at these deck lists here because my gosh, J King and Birdo here. I mean, these are just fantastic performances.
Yeah, and talking about decks, let's just jump straight on into it and start going through these decks. J King, we're starting off here with his Britain USA deck. What are you guys seeing in this one?
Well, I see a lot of ramp, and that's usually where a lot of this can go. I mean, the War Machine ×4 is going to get you access to a lot of the top end of this list with things like the TBF-1 Avenger. We've got the B-17 Flying Fortress as well. A lot of big, top-end threats there that can really get disgusting. Double carpet bombing. You've got Lend-Lease to go ahead, pick up the cards. A Lancaster in there as well, which can really tax your opponent's hand if you just start targeting face with that card. A Rule Britannia as well. I mean, Admirable and I have been playing a lot of British, British control lists, not necessarily with the U.S. as an ally, but I mean, Admirable can talk a little bit more about just the sheer strength of this list.
Yeah, I mean, the Britain stuff it's pretty straightforward where, we have started to discover these very, very critical cards that work for Britain. And, two of the ones that really stand out to me is going to be number 1, Monty, which is one of the cheapest, most powerful, I think, utility spells in the game. And then number 2 is, I'm not going to highlight some of the ridiculous stuff here, but honestly, it's just Wrath Lightning. The Wrath Lightning F4 has just been such a powerful tempo card, which is, I think, probably one of the more underappreciated things that I have noticed as I've continued to watch cards and compete, like on the ladder stuff with cards, is that players oftentimes they don't pay enough attention to tempo. But Wrath is a card that's so heavily dedicated to it. It's just one of the more powerful tempo cards that's in the game. That we're consistently seeing this card in the middle of every single one of these Britain decks that takes place. It just doesn't matter. 2 Wrath Lightning, it feels like it's a super staple when it comes to this. And then the Rule Britannia, which is honestly, this card I don't feel like is a super powerful card by itself. I feel like it's the threat of its power that really is a large portion of its power. And that's why it's got to be in the deck. If you don't have a Rule Britannia, what that means is leaving a couple units in play isn't always going to be a major problem for you. But if your opponent has a Rule Britannia, that suddenly becomes one of the most powerful things you can do, is just get a couple units in play that can threaten the headquarters. So this is something that I think is a major factor of the deck, and when you're playing against this, you have to be considering Rule Britannia at almost every single step when you get that late game.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the second deck that J King's bringing here to the table. That is his favorite nation. It is the Soviets. It is what he is absolutely known for dominating with, and this is the notoriously expensive Soviet value deck here.
Yeah, and when I kind of look at this, the big thing that I look at is another copy of Hour of Need that's taking place here. This seems to be like a very critical ramp spell that's taking place in a lot of these decks. It's just 4 credits. You get 2 extra for next turn. I mean, what more can you really ask for, Flake?
Well, you want to ramp it up. Again, we can do it as well. It not only just sort of keeps the board healthy and resilient, but also, allows you to just get a little bit of health back on the HQ as well. Flying Fortress ×2 this time. Yeah, lots going on there. Winter Offensive as well as a nice sweeper to go ahead and keep things under control where necessary. The Hammer ×2, you got 3 times Bloody Sickle in order to keep some of those threats just in check early on. So This is a deck that we said, J King, it really favors these Soviet lists, and as we see it here, this is what he's going to be relying on in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And the third deck that J King is bringing is going to be a USA Britain deck. This one is another ramp value deck here for J King.
Yeah, you'll notice that in Hour of Need has again appeared in this one, and this to me is a true mark of somebody who is understanding where the most powerful cards are lying and what you need to be doing if you're competing against the top players, which is, instead of trying to counter everything that they're doing, is drive your own plan as powerfully as you can. Again, getting these 2 extra credits can put you at a massive advantage, especially if you can lead with a War Machine at the start. And once again, it's leading to that same spot at the end of the game. Very powerful threats. Flying Fortress to be a tempo plus a value threat. And then my favorite card that I think that's in the game right now, which is Strategic Bombing. It's just such a powerful card. It can yield so many wins if your opponent finds themselves in the wrong scenario. And this is a deck that I'm always looking forward to seeing playing with or against.
Oh, yeah. God, that card has basically ruined my Christmas many times, definitely. And it's, also just worth noting, I mean, we've played games. I've played games in the past few days where I'm staring down the barrel of my opponent who's already at 10 or 11 credits, and I'm just, trying to, rub 2 pennies together with the 5 that I've got to keep track of what's going on. No war bonds in a lot of these ramp lists, just worth noting as well. But again, sweepers like Carpet Bombing and Strategic Bombing, these are really nasty cards that punish exceptionally hard.
Especially when you look at the fact that you might have enough credits to drop a Carpet Bomb and a Strategic Bomb within the same turn, possibly even, wiping out a buffed board from your opponent. And it's super interesting to see that an Hour of Need is replacing War Bonds, and with that really throwing out a lot of card draw that a lot of people felt like were kind of staples of the ramp deck, but showing that it's just getting it 1 credit earlier, getting there slightly faster seems to be more value here. But let's jump on over to Berto's decks here, see what he's going to be fighting with these very powerful decks from J King, with starting off with his Soviet deck, Soviet Britain here. And this has packing some confusions. He's stealing your stuff here.
Oh, Lord. Don't just back off, get your own sandwich is all I got to say about this. The confusion of just getting my stuff taken away and then basically just used against me. It's one of those incredibly feel bad situations. It's a very, technical and surgical way to gain tempo, remove cards from your opponent's side of the board. You can kind of sometimes 2-for-1 your opponent's removal and get rid of their threats that way. Confusion is a really nasty card to deal with, but in general, I mean, those types of mechanics in most card games are usually tough to pull off to get really like these home run swings with them. But it seems that in the right spots they can really change the way that the board looks and really swing the dynamic of what a game looks like when you can get a really good confusion off. And packing 3 of them means that you're gonna see an opponent who knows that these cards are out there, maybe take lines of play or positioning of cards and play a little bit, walk lightly on eggshells in certain situations.
Yeah, I'm looking at Red Banner and the Euro factories to take advantage of this sort of stuff too. Being able to take your opponent's thing and turn it into your own is a massive tempo potential that takes place. The one worry I have for this matchup here for Berto is that he's facing against a ramp deck, no matter what he's playing against. So confusion can certainly be something that's dead in your hand for a little bit. But at the same time, if you can steal something massively large because you didn't get threatened super early on, that can be a big factor. So I think for Berto here, the real key with this deck in this particular matchup is going to be understanding the matchups that are there. This is a deck that's very much meant to tackle what your opponent is doing and is not really driving your own factor as much as it is working your opponents against them.
Absolutely. And the second deck Berto is bringing its Britain USA. This one is fairly familiar. We see a lot of ramp here, a lot of value. Any differences that you see here from the decks that J King is bringing?
The big one is just the war bonds, where Berto has decided to not cash those in quite yet. He's not in the hour of need. He's still relying on what the dividends those can pay are going to be, and that's really what I have my eye on. Is are we going to see a difference between in hour of need and war bonds? Are they going to run into each other and then see who ends up being rewarded the most? My instinct tells me an hour of need is a little bit more powerful because you get a few more credits, and I think spending more credits is really the toughest part about these matchups.
Absolutely. And the final deck, sorry to cut you off, but I really want to get into the action,
Yeah,
Flake.
absolutely. Let's go.
Final deck that Berto is going to be bringing here is going to be his Japan France deck, and we see the return of Resistance here.
My first foray against this list was quite surprising, and just in terms of what this deck was capable of. It is a deck that you have to play against to fully understand just its true potential in terms of disrupting your draws, your hand potential, and just how much HQ defense it can gain in foul swoops to just sort of rescue it out of these dire situations where it might be in range of a turn, 1 or 2 turn lethal. This is a list that is pretty nasty to navigate. It is one that you have to really be aggressive against. You really need to be able to tempo out and force your opponent to make decisions against. But we've seen, Admirable, I have seen how this list can really be a nasty, nasty thorn in your side.
Yep, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. A quick reminder before we jump on into the action, type give me stuff in Twitch chat if you want to have a chance to be drawn out for a draft ticket and a pack during the course of the tournament and the matches. Just keep typing give me stuff in chat every 5 minutes or so to make sure that you are eligible in the pool. But with that said, let's jump on into the first set of quarterfinals games here between J King and Berto Burrito. J King having his USA ramp deck banned out and banning out Berto's Brit value deck.
A little Canada versus Canada. I mean, we know who's coming out on top. The beautiful red and white is going to be flying high at some point there. The maple leaf stands tall as we take a look here. There it is. I mean, we're leading in with that Japanese France list, and I mean, this is a list that I will be completely honest with you. I do not have many reps against or with, so it is always fascinating to see the best in the world play these at such a high level. And on the opposite side there, I mean, rolling in with that Soviet list that J King really, really relies on.
Yeah, I feel like that for, J King's side, he's going to be sitting on the top right now. Starting out with this Soviet list, I think really the key is going to be able to apply consistent pressure. Where for Berto's side, it's just going to be making sure that you don't fall too far behind against consistent pressure. One of the things that's really missing here from J King's side is the ability to like Doubting Factory or Ultra away, some giant order that Berto's going to be able to play. And we saw that drawn right away to the last man, just destroying every single unit in play. That is such a key element, I think, for Berto's deck as we get to these end stages. If they're able to survive a couple of turns and then land the last man, that wipes out every single unit that J King's going to have in play. And then suddenly maybe Berto recovers from that situation. But in the meantime, for Berto's side, you'll notice that this is not like a fancy deck that's trying to curve out and stomp your opponent. It is trying to find the right timing for almost every single card that's in hand. And so that's what I'm looking forward to seeing J King attempt to deflect from this one. An hour of need early on, and so already on 7 credits.
Yeah, that's what's crazy about this is, I mean, like, this is where you're staring down the situation where if you're not jumping on any type of like crazy tempo right out of the gate to pressure your opponent, if you're not giving your opponent a situation where they have to make decisions and to respond, suddenly all those credits just go into for future investments, right? And like suddenly you're staring down a 3 or 4 credit deficit against your opponent who has just this myriad, this arsenal of big threats that are going to be jammed down your throat at a certain point. Now, of course, Berto Burrito is going to have answers of his own, but the question is how do you respond to what's happening here? And there's the Imperial Decree comes through, and we'll finally drop the first card on the board, the first non-pass for Berto in this case. And I mean, as you see here, like cards like that, like we can do it for 5 credits, just buffing your board, and you still had credits to spare. That's the beauty of ramp, is just that you're just doing more things and dropping more meat on the board than your opponent is per turn.
Well, here we go. We're going to jam this hand up with some resistance stuff, and that is going to give J King some options to try and tackle here. We can do it, buffing up this board quite a bit here for J King, which means that they're going to have a little bit of extra health as well as some pretty tough things to handle. I think they're on board for Berto's side. We saw Berto go ahead and use an Imperial Decree to make sure that they couldn't get overdrawn if their 4/4 here got destroyed. It draws a card when it goes away. And so from J King's side, I think really the big question is when are you going to decide to have this attack? Because I don't think that the Flying Fortress is really yielding that much at this turn. You know, if you play Fortress here, you don't get to deal any damage. You get an extra 5/5 in play, but you already have some threats in play. And really, these resistances can clog up your hand and really cause some major problems. So I love that J King here has decided, you know what, I'm just going to tackle this. I'm going to get these cards out of my hand and make sure that Berto cannot take advantage of the fact that I have these resistance clogging things up.
And that's like an additional layer to the advantage of ramp, is that you can literally spend a turn just you know, evacuating this clog out of your hand, right? I mean, it was expensive, don't get me wrong, but when you have 9 credits in the bank, you can spend a turn like that when you know that your opponent is still kind of lagging behind from the credit perspective. You know, spending 8 credits to just go ahead and get rid of all those resistance cards, it feels bad, but that is sort of some housekeeping that you need to do. That is some spring cleaning that needs to happen anyway, so why not just get it all done? And if you're at, let's say, 6 credits, you know, if you're curving out naturally, then there would still be resistance cards in your hand, and that would be problematic. But you can take a turn to just go ahead and just clear it all out like that, and that feels good.
You can also see one of the reasons here that that J King had done this was taking a look at this Utsunomiya regiment here. You know, if you choose to not use those resistances and then this hits play, it is very difficult to get rid of those resistances afterwards.
I want to highlight like one thing that's working really heavily in J King's favor here is that in the hour of need doesn't draw him cards, right? So you know he hasn't been clogging his own hand up, which meant that he's been able to not have to overdraw at all in this matchup. And I think like this is probably one of the hardest hardest matchups for Berto to actually get full value from his deck. And when you talk about the To the Last Man there, it's gonna be really interesting to see if J King plays around it, just leaving a single B17 on the field, just having it do all the work needed while just waiting for Berto Burrito to waste that order.
Yeah, you don't want to overcommit, right? I mean, knowing that you just get blown up like that.
Yeah, it's also just somewhat difficult to overcommit as a ramp deck. You know, a lot of times it's like, look at this B17, it costs 3 credits just to use. You know, it seems like not that much because you have 12, but it's still 3 of your 12. You know, this is still a quarter of your credits that you're using for a situation like this. If you can just keep attacking every single turn, there's not really too much reason to develop too much else. You know, this is already a major threat. You know, J King's, again, still got to get these resistances out of hand. You do still need to weigh your options in terms of how much you need to commit and how much you'd like to overcommit. And kind of just looking at the way this is going, this feels like a fantastic spot to just keep attacking. So Berto needs to deflect this attack for another turn. They need to live at a reasonable total and then have To the Last Man be able to stabilize things afterwards. That does feel a little bit difficult to me, but it does feel possible. I think that still, despite the fact that J King has had this big ramp, I think despite the fact that Berto Burrito has been kind of just having to play a bunch of cards and hope that J King takes their time, it feels like it's yielding a situation where it's tough to say who has the advantage in a situation like this. I'm giving the advantage to J King because I can see threats in play. But having played against this deck that Berto's playing, it's a very difficult deck to visualize because so much of it is just order based. It's one of these rare things that I think that exists in cards where the units are not how Berto Burrito's going to end up winning this game.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, at this point, I think he's really hoping to just find some respite from all the stuff that is coming out of J King's hand at this point. That 845th in the front line, just doing so much work and just buffing the HP of the headquarter, meaning that it's also free for J King to get rid of those resistance cards by just taking one HQ damage. It just feels like J King has everything he needs in this deck to play against this specific deck from Berto.
Yeah, I think I want to point out from Berto's side, they didn't use last rites here, and the reason is they don't actually want to clog their deck up with this one order or this one credit cost card that deals the damage and draws a card. You want to use it at the end when you have access to all of your orders being amplified in damage. That's when you want to shuffle a bunch of these into your decks. That way you can chain them all together and rip your opponent apart.
Now, again, mentioning the fact that there's always that thought in the back of J King's mind that at any point there's the option to just blow up the entire board, right? And overcommitting is always a concern. And again, dropping more, the War Machine, and now you have 14 credits at your disposal, and just, leaving 8 in the bank and just passing is fine. Because we said, there's nothing on the board now that's really threatening that bomber in the back row that's very robust and has been doing a lot of work. But in reality, even if J King wanted to develop a board, there's not a whole lot that he can do to just jam onto the board if he wanted to. There's one more unit that he can play if necessary, but it's basically all orders right now. So Berto Burrito at some point maybe wanting to greed out that board clear, but at the same time knowing that the longer you wait for it, I mean, let's be fair here. How often or how long can you wait while that B-17, that flying fortress, is absolutely pummeling you from turn to turn?
Yeah, not long enough. Not for a long time. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you have to figure out where you're going to go in this direction. Like, can you afford to blow it up right now? This feels like a hefty use of cards if you're just going to use to the last man to stop a 5/8. It feels like you're going to have to try and do something else, which is exactly where Berto's headed on this one. Says, you know what, 5 damage isn't going to kill me right now. There's not a lot of reach that's in J King's deck. It's always going to be threats that are the potential here. Take your time. Try to develop some crazy looking stuff, and then figure out when is the right time to have to attack this back. Because I think that using to the last man here it feels like a bit of a waste.
He's also playing, he's playing 2 liberations, so he does have a way to regain a bunch of health. So I don't think he necessarily kind of has to play too hard around his HP total of the HQ right now. But that's of course dependent on actually drawing the liberation at some point.
Yeah, tough to draw if your hand's getting full every time.
Exactly.
There it is. I mean, you're fairly close there. You're not necessarily representing lethal on the board now if you're J King, but if you're Berto, you have to kind of eventually, answer this to a degree. You have to hope that, there's going to be a reckoning at some point if you do not answer this bomber, because how much work has this bomber done? I think it's connected about 3 or 4 times by now. That represents a lot of damage, and there it is. There's the last man. This is what we're talking about earlier. The fact that eventually you're going to have to use that card in a very uncomfortable way, and unfortunately for Berto, it's just going to clip one major threat, and that threat already put through about 15 to 20 damage to face. So, using a 10 credit card to remove a bomber like that that's not the kind of return you're looking for in that regard, especially since I guess J King is just going to come through with even more threats. And that blitz there, I mean, but in reality, that was the right play because he would have been dead in the water otherwise.
Yeah, and there's the red hammer as well. You're starting to see the red banner as well, where you're starting to see where the Ural factories and the red banner can be utilized even against these decks that don't really play any units. You're able to make your big stuff anyway. And so for Berto here, one of the big questions that I had in my head was, did you want to wait on the last man because you need more credits to respond to a follow-up? I think it's very possible, but it's really tough to say. And so Berto here, they have to get something done. So here's the reach. But with no credits left, there's just not really much you can do here. You got pressured. J King had a great early start. You couldn't find a way to deflect it properly. And so you suffer the consequences. J King up a game.
Yeah, really well played there, J King game 1, but also just having a really, really good deck against what Berto was bringing into this one. I would actually be pretty interested in seeing them go Soviet versus Soviet and see how that plays out exactly. But I think J King made the perfect read there, bringing his Soviet deck first into this Japanese French resistance deck.
We're going to take another swipe at it as well. Berto here is going to have to lean on that deck again. You have to win with that list, right? If you want to actually win this quarterfinal matchup. It's best of 3. So with one deck banned, I mean, it's conquest format. You got to win with both. So might as well take a go at it here, as J King now is going to be using Britain with a US ramp appetizer, a little side dish of ramperoni, which is delicious to have at any meal, as Berto right now again is going to be relying on a little bit of guile. At the same time, you're backs against the wall. It's tough to lose one of these matches in the quarterfinals just in general, because it is just 2 and you're through. And if you're up against the wall like this, this is where you get that gamer hunch going. You lean in closer to the screen. That improves your draws. It improves your skill and intellect. So this should be a good one. Again, these 2 players knowing each other very well.
You always got to give credit to Flake for the analogies that are taking place here. I kind of was viewing this ramp as more of the sauce to the main course, because yes. You can see here, my gosh, when you lead with a turn 2 the War Machine and then turn 3 in Hour of Need, you are looking at 7 credits on your turn 4. Your opponent is playing a 4/4 that when it goes when it goes to sleep, you get to draw a card. J King's on 7 credits and saying, "Let me see all the crazy stuff that I can do here at this moment." I think that Birdo is in a much more difficult matchup than the previous one. I think the Soviet one's pretty tough because it's just got a lot of good cards in it. But I think that Britain is just to me this is clearly the power deck. The U.S. one is its main for the ramp. That's the powerful deck. That's why Birdo got rid of that one prior to this match. But against Britain, I mean, they don't stop when it comes to big stuff. I'm looking at Royal Research in hand. I'm looking at this 5/9 that's hitting the table. I'm looking at Black Watch that's in hand to be able to shut down a lot of these orders that Birdo's going to want to play here. Like, my gosh, when you see this opening from J King, this is not a good feeling. This is one of the rare times I think where you can kind of look at this as being like you're just getting drawn really, really well against at this moment. You got to do something in order to make this turn around.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've basically just waited in line, for a few hours to get to the concert, and they already played "Living on a Prayer." It's like, what happened? I just got here. Why are you already on the encore? Like, this is insane. But you're absolutely right. Having a 5/9 jammed right in your kitchen like that, right on the front line, right in your face, that trades perfectly well, and you're still watching your opponent just ramp up, just doubling down on all these credits. It is nasty. And like you said, the top end, you're going to see a lot of the same, the usual suspects here. The B-17 Flying Fortress is going to be there. Double DBF-1 Avengers as well. And a Lancaster for good measure because we want to tax that hand that you got.
Yeah, the other thing too is that I really have to give hats off to J King here for getting rid of these resistances right away. It is kind of an instinct of mine that you need to get rid of the resistances, or your opponent's going to be able to take advantage of that. They clearly have that knowledge, and it's almost just so decisive to watch it. Where J King, has in a couple of turns, they've very quickly gotten rid of these resistances in hand. The reason why I think this one is looking a little bit tougher is because there's a lot of decisions that J King has this turn that are looking very powerful, and so the question is, do you want to drive your own force, or do you want to counter what your opponent's doing at this point? And that's really, I think, the one reason why J King is really taking their time on this one is it's not just as easy as it was in the previous turn to get rid of the resistances, move your thing forward.
Yeah, you also have the Ultra there to contend with. He might be baiting something like an Arming the Resistance or a Liberation, but no, it looks like he just wants to give Birdo a chance to play around it.
Yeah, that's long-range recon. Gives you the most health that you're going to get in a spot situation like this. Go ahead and defend against this. And there you go. At 30 for Birdo right now. Mosquito gets burned for J King. Not a big deal because this Royal Research is getting cranked right now. And this cannot be a good sign for Birdo when this Royal Research is about to hit its 12. And we're talking you're going into 8 credits.
Oh. He knows what's right around the corner there, and doesn't have anything to discard active cards from J King's hand, so nor to block him using that order. So he's just gonna have to bite the bullet.
What's nasty as well is that when you're running that research, even when you're playing anything that has that top end credit potential, like in that 12 range, is that you always worry, depending on what you're playing. It's obviously Britain, but like something like Black Watch, which just goes ahead and gets those out of reach. J King doesn't necessarily have to worry about that because he's got ramp mechanics to go ahead and buy that, but you don't even have to worry about it at all because you're playing against Japan and France. There's nothing really that's going to tax that card out of range. You just hold on to it and play it at the proper time. Not to mention, there's no Ultra, there's no doubting system that you need to worry about. That is a free and clear order that you can play at the best opportunity. And J King here, even though he's representing a 16 HQ defense deficit, you're free and clear. You've got card advantage in your hand. Yeah, you're going to spend some credits here to go ahead and prune out those resistance cards. There's all kinds of nasty stuff that's coming around the corner for him. You just got to draw into some of those bigger threats. When they get there, they will get there. And if necessary, you have that panic button. Bletchley Park can help you out if necessary. You do have other cards that you can rely on. You have a Black Watch to tax the hand even further. So there are definitely options here. It's not the cleanest hand that J King may want over here. He probably wants to develop some sort of threat, especially when you're on the top end of that credit pool there. You're at 12 while your opponent's still at 8. This is where you want to jam out those big cards where necessary. And there goes the Flying Fortress. Adios, muchacho. It is gone. But an hour of need now. Look at that. 14 credits, Admirable. That is one hell of a deep pocket.
Yeah, I have to give credit to Berto here too to realize that you know, Blackwatch really is a card that could majorly affect what they were doing. They went ahead and used some of their burn cards just to get some damage on the J King side, recognizing that Blackwatch could have been a major shutdown to what they were trying to do. You know, Berto I don't think is like super worried about Bletchley Park because Bletchley Park had been changed. You know, it's cards that cost 5 or less that are put in the hand as well. So you're looking at Blackwatch being able to shut it down, the Bletchley being able to threaten to put cards back. Those are really all factors I think that really you know, helped manipulate against J King's turn as well. When he saw these many cards played, he's like, well, why would I need the Bletchley Park in this spot? Just kind of forcing Berto's hand in this situation. But both players still kind of taken this balance pretty evenly, I would say. But for J King, I don't think they wanted this balance to be taken evenly. I think they were hoping that they could land this Bletchley Park. It really change a lot of things here. So for J King moving up to 14 credits and now having this turn available to them, they're staring down this 6-5, which is really threatening to draw some additional cards from Berto, as well as clog up J King's hand at the same time. That's a situation that J King is not looking for. And so I'm kind of curious to see how this is handled because this feels like the toughest turn that J King's had.
Yeah, definitely.
Like in the match, not in this game. Like just total so far. Everything for J King has been very much on J King's side.
No, he's been in the driver's seat for the majority here. There's the Bletchley Park. It's going to go ahead. And again, there has been a change to Bletchley Park, but, you know, it's still a very powerful card to be played there at any 12 cost order. You know, despite the nerf, is definitely going to change the game. Is now basically Berto's just kind of coming off the top deck. When you do not have the same kind of latitude that J King does with his credits, you know, drawing these, even if you're drawing big cards off the top, you can't play 2 at once. So really, you're just jamming 1 threat at a time. And though that is a big deal, it's not like J King who could jam, you know, you could jam double 6s in an attack, let's say, or a 7 and a 7 and go, you know, go crazy. And now Berto's on top deck. He's basically drawn out. He's going off the top of the deck, and he knows what's coming based on how those cards have been put back on top of his deck. So J King now is, you know, kind of in a situation where, well, I know more or less what I have to deal with. So when the variance is eliminated, when there's no hand for J King to necessarily worry about, the cards that you're going to be playing are going to feel a lot better because you're not necessarily going to have as many surprises to have to worry about. So you can use a card like, you know, Carpet Bomb here and follow it up with Air Power to go ahead and clean up what's going on the board. Like, that feels pretty good, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, that was the play for J King there for sure. I think Berto made the right call of you know, making this a tempo situation by adding this additional 1/7 to play here. It's going to increase the power of all of the orders that you have by 2. And at the same time, for Berto, you know, kind of minimizing this hand and getting it to this frequency, what they knew is they were drawing the 6/5 on the following turn. Your board goes into play last. And then they knew that they had this Phony War in hand to redraw and get to this situation. And suddenly you look at this, you look at how much damage that Berto's able to crank here, and that J King still doesn't have any threats in play and still doesn't have an immediate answer that's taking place without using, you know, just a heaping pile of credits. This is becoming a real tough situation for J King now. They are down to just 5, and they have to answer this bomber that's in play right now. If you don't answer this, again, your opponent's orders are just stacked up to additional damage. You can't let that happen for very much longer.
You have some options here. You can go ahead and drop the Blackwatch, though the bomber does not give 2 cares about that, but we can do it. Gives you a little bit more room there. A little bit of breathing room, but I mean, a 31 defense deficit is pretty nasty, especially when you're staring down a bomber that cares nothing about that defender, that guard that's up the Blackwatch. And given the fact that the Royal Research has already been used, like a card like Blackwatch with the Fury ability and only the 1 cost of operation, that's a really nice one to drop synthetic rubber on. You know, especially now when you pair it up with the We Can Do It, that could have been a really nasty card to deal with. It could really catch up and you know, threaten an immense amount of damage right out of the gate. But Honorable Death takes care of that real quick. And now tables have really turned here in terms of who's in control, who's in the driver's seat. There's a lot of threats on the board there for Berto Burrito to you know, just continue to jam.
Yeah, this TBF, you know, this TBF is not helping things at the moment. Raph gets burned due to a full hand from J King's side. 15 credits now, and you're sitting at 4 on your headquarters. This is a majorly critical turn for J King. Every single one that they have been facing has been pretty tough, and it needs to be pretty spot on. And so this, I think, is one of the toughest turns they're going to have. They just really don't have powerful plays against what Berto's able to do right now.
And we've talked about this, you and I, in the past, Admirable. You know, you want to pair up that honey, right? You want to pair it up with Lend-Lease. You want to draw the cards, but actually get rewarded for it at the same time. You got to dump cards out of your hand as well to make room for them. Otherwise, you're just sort of tossing stuff to the, out into the ether. And dropping that big guard feels good because that's a great way. The bomber doesn't care about it, but that fighter with Fury is problematic. But they're very expensive to operate. So it's going to be difficult for Birdo to actually develop and attack multiple times with this hand because you're looking at 8 credits of operation on the board if you want to go full tilt, which leaves you with 4 to develop. So Birdo has to make some decisions here.
Well, I think for Birdo, really, we've gotten to this point where J King's had to draw cards in order to advance. And what that means is that, we're getting a lower deck count on J King's side. And so that's something that you really have to take into account right now is that if J King cannot deliver some real threat potential here, that they're just going to run out of cards. And then suddenly, you're looking at taking cumulative damage every single turn afterwards. This is exactly what Birdo's deck is designed to do, is create tough situations for your opponent, threaten them so that they have to play their hand in a fashion they don't necessarily want to, and then be able to capitalize on when they run out of cards. You just simply wear them out.
And this time, the last man is not something Birdo is forced to use. Actually, Lancaster doesn't go face, so not a dead card. But I was saying he's not forced to use that on just a single target. He has that now in his backhand, and he can really claw back from pretty much any board state that he wants to against J King here.
Can't go face with the fighter if your opponent. I'm sorry, I can't go face against the fighter if your opponent has one of those with the bomber side anyway. So J King, I think, really smart to develop here, get something as a threat on board. But look at that, Tora Tora gets drawn, and suddenly Birdo has got Imperial Decree, Tora Tora with the Kawanishi in play, and that is a massive amount of damage that's coming across that board.
Here it comes, and look at that! Wow, beautiful again, and you're just getting extra. I'll use an Admirable, a little extra sauce on that damage because of that bomber in the back row that just gives you like we said, puts a little extra hot sauce on every single order that is dealing damage. And wow, now you're on a clock. And like you said, Admirable, fatigue is going to be a major factor here because at this point, Birdo just needs to sit back and relax. All you got to do is play defensively. And I mean, you've got 49 defense. You could actually just hit pass a few times and wait for J King to just go ahead and hit those scaling fatigue damage. Because really, if J King does not make some sort of massive move, it is your enemy is the clock. It is father time, so to speak, undefeated still to this day, and it's a tough reality here. But Birdo has played this masterfully.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of situation I think that Birdo, again, was looking into, and I'm looking at Last Rites here being drawn for Birdo's side. When your opponent is at 2, Last Rites does not feel like a card that you need very much work in order to set up at that factor. It's just you need to draw 2 of them for it to work, and so for J King's side, just again, not really much that they can do about the scenario. Again, the rule Britannia, this is the reason it's in the deck, is so that when these this many units sits in play, it can be a real threat. But right now, the real threat is again Birdo's side. The 1/4 still in play, being able to push through a little bit here, as well as the fact that Last Rites are going to be played, as well as the fact that Utsunomiya, now the regiment, I really hope I'm pronouncing this even remotely correctly. I tried to YouTube it. It is like, this is a real threat now too, because J King, again, sitting at 2 health. This is shutting off orders from being playable. This is massive advantage that Birdo has found themselves in, and honestly, so much of this was setting up against the Bletchley Park from Birdo's side, recognizing that the Bletchley was a major threat to disruption, getting to a situation where you knew that 6/5 was going to be drawn. This Kawanishi has sat in play since that turn happened. And how rare is it that you have these very vulnerable styles of units? It's sitting at 1/7 as a bomber, and it lives the entire time. Like, because Phony War was put back on top of your deck from Bletchley Park. This is just fantastic for Birdo's side.
He's got a we can do it. So he's able to win back some HP here.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a scary spot for J King's side. We can do it, can gain some health, but again, that deck is looking mighty thin on J King's side. How much can you really afford to draw and leave yourself time to be able to win? And so for Birdo's side, you see this whole situation take place. You see all these threats at play. you kind of think about everything and go through the whole list in your head and you go, well, wait a second, how many threats do they really have left? The answer is not that many. Perhaps it's time to get to the last man.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge gamble. I feel like not buffing your HQ HP there, just in case the kamikaze cards are drawn there by Birdo. Oof.
There you go.
Destroy
Yeah,
all units. They are
King,
all gone.
J King, I think, had to take this risk too. I don't think he had an option. I think this was the way that he won, was getting to a situation where the kamikazes all needed to be drawn in a row. They took the risk till the last man was there. Just a tough spot for J King. I think this is pretty well played on both sides of this game.
Let's go ahead, drop another resistance in there, pick up some more cards. Hey, why not?
Oh.
Kablamo is the word I like to use. Tough break. I mean, just this game really went the distance here, and now it's coming down to fatigue. How do you just, draw 4 cards? Why not? You know what? Don't even give him the satisfaction. We're going to draw 4 and scale up that self-damage. No thank you, Birdo. I'll do this myself. So in reality, J King has now technically 2 kill shots, but only 1 win.
Yep.
J King has found lethal in 2 straight games. Unfortunately, he is tied 1-1 in this series.
And here we go. It's going to be the Soviet Britain deck for Birdo now taking on the Britain US deck that J King had just fallen with. And so we're going to find out who in this one can get the advantage. And once again, it's the ramp style from J King's side, using the War Machine and an Hour of Need. And what it's taking on from Birdo's side is a very different style of ramp, where instead of trying to ramp ahead of your opponent, you're instead just trying to kind of naturally scale up to 12 credits. You're looking at 272nd Guard at the top end. You're looking at Tractor Factories at the top end, as well as using cards like Partisan plus Red Banner and Euro Factories to take advantage of situations when you can snag one of your opponent's units out of play. Number 1 Commando, I think, is one of the ones that's most interesting to me, because this is a card that very much is not a threat on its own, but it's a very efficient card in terms of deflecting your opponent's frontline capacity. So it's a card that I think is perhaps not super strong versus what J King is trying to do, but maybe that number 1 Commando can instead move to the front line and kind of disrupt some of their early game.
Oh, certainly. That's definitely a beautiful card to just drop in there. It really, throws a wrench in whatever the plans are for your opponent, is when they're really trying to breathe down your neck real hard. You drop that in there. It's protected by the smoke screen, obviously. It's hard to interact with, and it can really just trade efficiently. Again, the 1 damage it does is not really the full picture here. It's the fact that anything it deals damage to is destroyed. So you drop it in there, and you're able to basically either move into the front line and create a situation where you can trade it up with whatever your opponent is looking to deploy. They might deploy something that then can just be traded up with that number 1 Commando. It's a card that also, against very aggressive lists, can trade twice perhaps, because it's got a fairly decent body at 3, where other cards, for instance, like that Honey, is not going to kill it, but it's going to die to that exchange. It's a really, like you mentioned, an interesting choice, but it has a lot of defensive implications, but it's also a very, it's a big nuisance when on the front line. When you're staring down that situation where the number 1 Commando is in that front line, it actually... it kind of sways what your line of play is, because you might not want to just drop something down that you otherwise may have, because it's susceptible to just biting it because of the number 1 Commando.
Yeah, and so I'm kind of looking at this spot here from Birdo's side. Confusion just got drawn alongside of Euro Factories here, and that is really the kind of situation that you're looking to take advantage of here. This early Honey from J King's side, they could use the Royal Research, and now Birdo's their 4 credit turn feels pretty locked up when I'm looking at Confusion and Euro Factories. Destroy a friendly unit, and then you get one that costs a random unit that costs 1 more. That feels like, perhaps no, just going to ramp it instead.
Siberian transfer into the Urals, giving him a 6 credit unit there, and rolling the artillery, which means that J King not having an answer could be an issue for him here. A 4-3 artillery down on turn number 3 is no joke.
It is going to apply some pressure here, but I'm looking at a pair of Wrath Lightnings that are in J King's hand. I feel like for Birdo, this feels like, to me, this may have been a bit of a hasty idea, because you are investing in your next turn to get something done here, but you also used one of your cards that perhaps could have gotten something done a little bit later on. So I am interested. This is a major threat, and from Berto's perspective, this does require J King to have a response to this, and that's really the thing that I see as most beneficial from Berto's side. Your opponent still has to have this Wrath Lightning, and the card doesn't go away; it goes to your hand. So you are locking out some future expenditure from this as well. So this is a pretty tough tempo battle that's taking place between these two right now.
And like you mentioned, the Wrath Lightning, I mean, you really sold me on that card in terms of just the amount of tempo that card is. I always knew it was an excellent card, but seeing it in action many times in the past few days, it is just fantastic. Look at that right there. Moving that #1 commando forward as well. That is a very threatening card.
It was a Mosquito drawn for J King?
Mosquito.
Yeah,
they're holding the hand. It's hovering. Yeah, that's the one to draw. Ollie said it best. That's the best one to draw right now. Holy smokes. That is not good news for Berto.
That is real tough. I mean, that Mosquito is beautiful to drop in. You're going to get rid of a massive threat that was going to trade up with anything that it was going to mess with. And, and not only that, you establish a 4/4 fighter in the back row. Why not? Like, that is beautiful. I mean, in terms of a turn 5 and 6 play, you bounce the 6-drop with the Wrath Lightning, establish a 3/5 fighter. Then you pick up the Mosquito, get rid of that deadly threat on the front line, and establish a 4/4 fighter on the back line. And now you've got a clear way to just go ahead and start either picking off those honeys in a fairly nice value trade way, or you go ahead and start just pummeling face. I mean, you have options here, but we're gonna get rid of the honeys because those do pose, long-term threats from a perspective of just longevity for Berto and keeping him in the game.
Ooh, the Ural Factory is coming in there, and the Partisans in hand.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, but I mean, I was looking at Berto holding the Naval Brigade there, and then basically, if J King wanted to do any types of trades with his units, then the Naval Brigade was able to answer back on the following turn with the pressure from the #1 commando. That's why that Mosquito was such a crucial draw off the top there. But yeah, that Partisans Urals in hand, I think bodes pretty well for Berto here. He's able to deal fairly effectively with what J King has to offer at the moment.
Yeah, and this KV, sitting in play, this is not anything to scoff at either. This KV is, chipping away for 2 a turn on the J King side. And so for J King, you have to give, again, hats off to understanding that you have to be playing for tempo in these situations. It doesn't feel like that this Soviet Britain deck is really trying to be aggressive in any means, but something that is trying to happen here is that Berto's trying to just leverage situations. A lot of these things that get in play, they just are threats, and so that's what I'm looking at from J King's side. It's just how do you continue to pressure this stuff? Berto's fighting again to try to leverage that tempo. J King is deciding to try and fight that back for tempo, but on Berto, mind you, they saved the Partisans and the Ural on the previous turn, and now they're seeing an even bigger unit that they can use it on at this point. Berto, hats off to their understanding of this. There's bigger stuff that J King has. Why waste these major motions when I can take my time?
It's a nasty looking carpet bomb that's waiting for that backline right there, as he's going to clean up the KV and the honey at the same time. And no fear in this case of any doubting system or ultra, frankly, because they're not there. They don't exist. So that could be a free and clear one for J King to take advantage of when necessary. But like you mentioned, that KV, that kind of chip damage, that little attrition, that that little poke and prod every turn does add up, and it's pretty nasty when it goes unanswered. But a Lancaster goes through that comes through and just gets the first hit on it is pretty good. But man, does this not look like a juicy carpet bomb to me?
Doesn't look like it's going to get too much better than this. And a Blackwatch drawn as well. 1 credit off for J King to be able to have a 7/5 turn, which a 7/5 looks like it would have been super massive. And so that's really my worry for the carpet bombing, is that does it make sense to use here?
You can carpet bomb and Lancaster face.
Yeah, and that's the case.
In the hand. Yeah, big time. There we go. I mean, how do you say no to that? That is just beautiful. Not only that, but again, the Lancaster connecting to face just taxes everything in the hand by 1.
And you'll notice that this is exactly what Berto was waiting for. It's the reason they weren't using an extension process here, was because they know that if I get carpet bombed, I'm not going to have a board left.
Whoa.
So here we go. Steal a unit, put it in play, but does get a bomber from this as well.
You really don't want that Wellington from that trade, especially not with the Mosquito established on the board there. It's just going to trade for free.
Mosquitoes were annoying even prior to the game of cards, and now it's just even more annoying for Birdo because that would have been a massive, massive swing play. Unfortunately, you literally just lined it up perfectly for that mosquito to come through. That's hard to swat when you're in a bomber. You just it's like being too buff. You can't, and the mosquito's right between your shoulder blades. You can't reach it because you're just too buff. Or maybe that one flew past you.
No, I understood it. It's just I also can't reach the mosquito because I'm just very much inside all the time.
Okay, that does it too. Yeah. Well, I mean, agoraphobia is a great way to deal with mosquito problems. Absolutely.
5-year plan drawn from Birdo's side. Birdo's still got plenty of cards in order to handle here. So that 5-year plan, that's really much a more of a backup situation that's taking place where Birdo now sees that they have a card draw access in their hand and they go, oh, okay, I can just use all my threats at this point now. Like Birdo's not going to feel afraid to just actually start spending and expending all of their stuff. At some point, they're going to be able to draw 5 cards. So from J King's side, it's time to pressure. They know that this kind of situation is going to be taking place. They know that Birdo's deck is mostly about developing big threats, but it's not necessarily a tempo situation that takes place if they're not having combos of cards. Again, you need to take something and then use a red banner or a Euro Factories at this point. J King now has seen that that Birdo had one stumble turn, and it's time to start pressuring.
Drop it in again to 272nd. That has a wonderful destruction effect of bringing the Josef Stalin down the back row. But again, I mean, Raph Lightning took good care of it the first time. We're going to see other ways to deal with it. Synthetic Rubber is a real nasty card to deal with. Take a look at that. That's what we're talking about in the previous game. What a wonderful way to do that.
That's
again,
game, right?
That is absolutely game. What a beautiful synthetic rubber on that Black Watch with Fury attached to it. And game goes to G. Wow, what a finish.
Yeah. Wow, that came from behind and completely just wiped out the HQ there, 20 damage. One of my favorite combos, synthetic rubber onto a Black Watch there for the lethal, and J King with that moves on forward in the tournament. Let's take a look at the brackets and how they develop with that game having ended. It's going to be J King moving on, and next up for us, we're going to be looking at Vinny versus Rita. So what do you guys think? Do you guys want to say anything about this matchup overall? I think we saw two really, really good players play really, really well. In the end, though, J King just found what he needed to clutch the victory.
Yeah, go for it. Oh no, I'm stubborn. You go first.
All right. So for me, just the big one is just J King just again exhibiting so much recognition of situations there. Like I'm seeing both hands. And so I get to see like how these momentum waves are riding back and forward. But for kind of in those situations, J King has a great sense of both of those hands and what's happening there. As soon as we saw Birdo stumble, that's when J King would jump and bite. And it's such a tough skill to develop, I think, for card gaming. And when that skill starts to get developed, that's when you start to hit the next level and the next level and so on and so forth. It is so hard to not find improvement levels when you hit that point because you constantly are seeing all the little different things that you can do better. And so for J King, that was demonstrated in that one. For Birdo, I still full credit given in that one as well. I think Birdo recognized a ton of situations that were taking place there. And really, I think the major difference in why that third game got stomped so quickly was when they used the Euro Factories, they rolled a bomber versus a fighter. That's a great way to lose the tempo entirely in that spot. So for J King there, great job on just recognition there. But for Birdo's side, hats off. I think it was very well played. Keep it up, and you're going to consistently be seeing these top 8s.
Not much more to add to that, honestly. I mean, again, two friends, one of them taught the other, and basically J King said, well, sorry, Karate Kid. You got to go back and paint the fence a few more times because I am still the master in this situation. So, he waxed them off easily.
Wax off.
There was no waxing on in this one. It was a pure wax off. All right. Well, like you said, Vinny versus Rita. These are two players I am very unfamiliar with, and that just is basically another ode to what Admirable was saying prior: is that the game is growing, it's expanding, the competition is just continuously flourishing, and that's why we get to see these awesome players. And I'm really intrigued to see them on this stage, on the OCC stage.
And I think let's just get to know these guys. Let's start by getting to know Vinny here a little bit. Admirable, why don't you take us through Vinny's stats here?
Yeah, very similar to, again, what I was talking about previously was, you're looking at, the number of matches that are taking place here. I'd say once you get to about 1,000, that your win rate's it's going to have a pretty high level of confidence where it's at. And so looking at a 64% win rate here on Vinny's side, this is, again, nothing to scoff at. I think when you hit the 55%, that's a great time to recognize, okay, maybe competition is for me. When you're sitting at 64, that's definitely something you have to pay attention to at this point. Just really get in there, start dominating your opponents. And again, that's been demonstrated now. We're at the OCC. We're here in this top 8. Let's get this match going.
Absolutely. And on the other side, facing off against Vinny, it's going to be Rita hailing from China. Flake, talk us through the stats for Rita here.
Well, first thing that pops up to me, favorite card, Lancaster, a man of class and culture. I love that card very much. Again, 67, nearly a 68% win rate. As you can see, there's a common theme here. These players are damn good. And like Admirable said, when you're in that 55 to 60% range, you got to start considering actually, punching through. But I mean, if don't let this discourage you, casual gamer, because these are really the best in the world, as we can see here. No one we've seen so far has really had a win rate, south of 64%. They've all been really a top notch. And, with the 7,800 games to his name, Rita really has a fantastic, stat line here at nearly 68% win rate. I mean, playing Britain, again, man of class and culture. That's a faction. That is a nation that I love to play as well. So this is going to be a big, a top tier clash here, as both players have really shown that they're not used to losing.
Yep, absolutely. Well, let's jump on into the decks that these guys are bringing. Starting off with Vinny, he's going to be bringing Japan and Germany deck here. And this one is, we've seen this quite a bit. Feigned Retreat is there. It is a highly aggressive deck. You just want to pour out the units, get the Feigned Retreat to not worry about your draw, and really, really pile on the pressure.
Thing that I'm looking at here is going to be some of those tanks that are in the 2 credit slot there. We have ones that are coming down and lowering their operation costs. We have other ones that are coming down because you took the front line, and that's aggression. And I feel like this is such an underappreciated set of 2-drops that are from Germany's side. I see them played very often, but I don't necessarily see the Befelswagen. I apologize that I don't know German fluently and that I can't emulate the accent properly. It comes to the front line when you take the front line. Like, that is a fantastic aggressive unit, and I see this, I feel like, underutilized all the time. Again, the number one thing that I think is underappreciated in this game is going to be tempo. I think players are very concerned with value. I think they're often not concerned with tempo enough, realizing that if you destroy your opponent, you blew up all of their cards at once. So that's really where my target often is, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this one can really get some aggression going, because I'm also seeing 241st Bicycle Regiment at the front, and that means if you get an unchecked unit, that you have a lot of unchecked damage.
Absolutely. And the second deck that Vinny is bringing along here, that is a USA Germany deck, and another one that is fairly aggressive here. As you can see, the credit curve, pretty much everything slotting in at 4 credits or below.
Oh, we love this list, Admirable. Absolutely. 32nd Infantry Regiment. Just go ahead, fill your hand, establish that Panzer 35T. Why don't you drop down? Why don't you just go to the front, operate for free, and start punching face, man? And like you said, when it comes down to it, just owning that front line early opens up those Sherman plays. And then furthermore, you're refilling your hand, and the mobility of those tanks with the Shermans, the Panzers, the Panther G. There's a lot going on. A couple of Flampanzers in there as well, potentially to go ahead and kill some of those, those 0-4 stat line, those cards that like to sit in the back row and just be pains in the ass, so to speak. But yeah, man, and just to sort of add on to what Admirable was saying, I mean, to me, the best AoE in the game is the escape enter. That is the absolute best AoE. That just ends it. But yeah, this is a fantastic list. Again, aggression, tempo, get to that front line, start pushing damage, and I really like this list.
Yeah, I'm packing both the Stars and Stripe and a strategic bombing, so a lot of support line clear up there for Vinny. Final deck that he is bringing, it's going to be a German-Poland deck. I believe this is the only appearance of Poland that we have in this one, and a pretty interesting one, focused on a lot of discard, a lot of kind of deck and hand manipulation from the opponent, and then token generation on the Polish side.
Yeah, looking at Reichsbank being able to kind of really establish some pretty big turns early on. You take a step back and you take a great lunge forward. And I think one of the big ones I'm looking at for that one is going to be Plan West, where it puts those two legions in play, and then you use that intel to keep buffing them up. I think that Plan West is a very scary card. However, I don't think it's necessarily a difficult one to check. I think it's just one you have to check. If the cards get buffed all at once, though, much harder to check them at that point. And so I'm kind of looking at the Reichsbank plus the Plan West, and I'm thinking to myself, perhaps this is something very brilliant that's been brought to the table here.
And of course, you got. I mean, Leopold is always going to hover over your head at any point, right there. If you're on the other end of this, I mean, a Leopold is something that you just definitely have to just kind of like hovering over you like a cloud, like this ominous just being that you know will eventually come through and just ruin your day. And a couple of wolf packs. And what's amazing about this is if you take a look at the actual curve out of this deck, you've got a bunch of 1s through 5s, and then this gigantic chasm, and then a 10 drop for Leopold, just because.
Yep, you gotta pack that Leopold. And on the flip side, Rita, he's gonna be bringing his own decks here into the fray. What is he gonna be fighting Vinny with? Yeah, his first deck, that's a German-Japan deck here. Fast Heinz, focusing on that powerful and fast delivery of damage into the front line and to the opponent's face.
Yeah, and the big thing that I'm looking at here to support this is going to be that one single copy of Calm Before the Storm. Yes, that one single copy is really standing out to me. It's give your units +3/+1, end your turn. That's the 3-cost order here. It's a very interesting spot because a lot of times when the tanks are done developing, they don't want to just chip away for 2 to 4 damage. They want to make their units bigger and then destroy you next turn. And that's exactly what this is doing. You get to that spot where you develop an extra unit that your opponent is, clearly they've shown you a stumble. They haven't dealt with one of the 2 that you had in play. You buff them up real big, and then suddenly they might not be able to deal with everything for the rest of the game. Those few units that you buff are going to provide that tempo as you continue to hammer away at your opponent and then use the rest of your backup to finish them off. I really like Calm Before the Storm. I think it's a card that's very difficult to use, but I feel like when you find the spot to use it, this is a cripplingly, overwhelmingly powerful card to your opponent. It just has to be the right spot. If it's not the right spot, it basically does nothing.
Yeah, and that's... Sorry, go ahead, Flake.
Oh, I was going to say, nobody can really surprise with damage and burst. I mean, the mobility and just the pure firepower of tanks can really just overwhelm you.
Absolutely, and then the Sendai Regiment and the Jagged Bomber there to remove any pesky cards that are preventing you from getting the finish. The second deck Rita is bringing to the table is a Soviet Britain deck here. Red Banners, Zhukovs, it looks like it's fairly value heavy here, packing some Spy Rings as well.
You're going at the, when we're talking about just board clears like Carpet Bombing, again, Raft Lightning, we could talk about these cards all day long. Blackwatch, Honey to sort of keep you in the game as well. At the end of the day, I mean, frankly, this is just a list that wants to, like you said, the value. And at the top end, cards like the 272nd Guards, that just, when it dies, it just brings out an even riskier threat. I mean, I love decks like this. I love seeing big boys fight it out. And, this is a list that, frankly, can clean house and threaten late and keep itself in the game throughout.
Absolutely. And the final deck Rita is bringing here, it's going to be a Britain Soviet deck there. And yeah, this one is an interesting one. Bringing the Spy Rings and a lot of control. One Red Dawn. This is a fairly heavy Brit value with a bunch of commandos.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this, and really the number one thing that I look at, of course, is just going to be the Commonwealth at the end.
Of course,
that is your major threat. But this is the commandos is really the big portion of this deck that you're looking at here. 3 number 10 commandos, 2 copies of Night Raid, and plenty of ways to keep these things rolling. 2 copies of Spy Ring. As well that are going to be in here. This is a deck that very much is based around the fact of, oh, you're not taking me down early. Well, guess what? You're going to have to handle stuff coming every single turn for the rest of the game because I have so many credits worth of stuff to spend. This is a deck that I personally love. I love these kinds of, I want to call them combo-esque decks, but it's not really a combo deck. You're trying to suppress what your opponent's doing for just long enough that you come out on top. And it's this constant few steps that you're taking over and over again to keep their stuff at bay. And this thing is a beauty to watch. It's a beauty to play. And it's just something that's so interesting because one tiny little mismaneuver can cause a major wave of consequences. But if you're doing everything right, my gosh, it just feels like you have all the right answers all the time.
Commandos. So many commandos.
I love commandos. Commandos are my absolute favorite, and that means that I just cannot wait to see this series. And with that said, let's just jump straight on into the action. Vinny versus Rita here. We can see the bans. Vinny's a German and Polish deck being banned out. I was really looking forward to seeing that one. Unfortunate, and the Soviet deck being brought out of the picture here for Rita.
Well, we're gonna get to see that commando list that you love so much, as Rita has it ready to go and filled up. But the 30-second, this is what I love about this card. Just set it up and start drawing cards out of your deck. Basically, it's not just a matter of finding cards to just fill out a curve if necessary, but it's also pulling out those low-cost units that you don't want to top deck later on. 30-second, the 30-second infantry regiment there, as you can see here, they're just able, like you said, to just, now you have 3 units on the board that your opponent's going to have to deal with, but at the same time, now you no longer have to worry about top decking a 1-drop. Like that is just no longer part of the problem. And moving forward, you're going to have 3 dudes that you got to worry about here. And yeah, you might have answers, and those commandos are going to put some work through, but these might just be able to potentially dodge some of the damage, but at the same time, just absorb some that might go to face otherwise.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this from Vinny's side. They're staring at patrol in their deck. They got the strategic bombing in hand. Vinny doesn't have a lack of answers that are taking place here either. But I'd say from Rita's perspective, you use a commando, you get a board chipped away at, and then suddenly it feels like you're a bit safe and that you have some real time to develop here. You get to establish a convoy. Your opponent has no way to take advantage of the fact that you're like skipping a turn and drawing cards. And so if that's the case, develop a honey. You develop this honey, you get this moved forward, you get to chip for 2 damage, and now your opponent has to think about how they're going to handle this. Are they going to use their credits to wipe away what you have? That's the whole point of the honey in play in general. Yeah. And then you can still get the convoy. So for Rita here, the understanding that you want to take advantage of the tempo and use that to establish future potential. The whole time you're trying to look for ways to make situations occur for yourself. So for Rita's side, it's constantly going to be about taking these kinds of risks and looking at these scenarios and recognizing if your opponent does something wrong, you get an advantage because of it. Commando comes down here, 2 honeys in play, and a convoy. If this is just so much stuff here that Rita gets to do. Here's the convoy, going to keep some stuff in play. There's a cup of tea as well. If you get that established with the commandos and with these honeys, that can be some real problem for your opponent as well. So for Rita's side here, I feel like the idea is trying to establish a spot that makes the most sense. And for right now, I think that means waiting a little bit. And again, finding that key scenario that makes all this happen.
And looking at what's going on here in terms of just answering those commandos, though, Vinny does have some answers. Of course, the 101st can just go ahead and snipe one in the back line if necessary. And you could always have that strategic bombing to just go ahead and sweep through. Now, you do have potentially 5 commandos that you're going to have to deal with. 3 the natural way, and the others that are going to be developed by spawning off of cards like Night Raid, etc. So there are going to be commandos. They are going to die, but they are going to keep reappearing. It's just going to be a situation of, can Vinny be able to answer them? Does he want to greed out the strategic bombing, for instance, to maybe see that there's 2 commandos in the back row? I suspect that Vinny's likely going to just start picking away at them as they appear. You do not want those cards to hit the board and get a lot of value, but just get buffed out of range of these specific cards. Like Cup of Tea can, a couple of those can put you in a bad spot, as we see there's the Night Raid. Yeah.
He finds a really, really good order there with the Stars and Stripes.
Yeah, I will say that for Vinny's side, though, I'd say one of the real things that's kind of a problem. For Rita's side here is that Vinny's got this M4A1, and you just can't target this thing. You have to fight it. Fighting it's really tough because that's just not what your deck's established to do. So for Vinny here, they now move up another unit. They have this M4A1 in play that can't be hit by orders. Like, Rita is under some real pressure here, and seeing if this deck is going to have a real chance of getting out of this, it's not really that easy. Everything feels like it's going to be a risk because Vinny has really pressured this front line. And what that means is if Rita fully develops here, if they do not get this board completely out of rank, that strategic bombing is a massive thing that's going to be happening here. And it looks exactly like that's what's really happening.
Well, that's just, and this is it. I mean, you saw how these kind of got through here. You're going to take the trade there where you can, but I mean, a strategic bombing here, you think like, well, it's just 2 things in the back row. Is this really what I want to do? Absolutely, this is what you want to do, because that's the bread and butter. That's the heart and soul of how this deck can sort of control the board and chip away at damage. Is those commandos are going to just start fire spraying pings back and forth, and being able to just, shut down that heartbeat of that deck is the first step towards just getting through. And now look at it. A lot of those threats are just out of the equation, and Vinny now is just going to start establishing board and pushing face.
Yeah, clear board.
I mean, 3 commandos are dead already, and he now has the Panther G plus bolster combo there, with Rita not really having anything to answer that.
Yeah, for Rita's side, what I'm really looking at here is that, Commonwealth feels like the setup here. What you're trying to do the entire time is establish a spot where Commonwealth becomes a good draw. And I would definitely say that Crusader is a big way to have this start. However, Vinny's got ways to answer this as well. So for Vinny, it's about trying to pull Rita out of this Commonwealth range for pretty much the entirety of the game, while at the same time not running out of stuff. Because if you run out of ways to threaten all of this, that could be a major issue. So for Vinny, don't use too much. Use this one little simple answer. Get a little bit of chip damage here. Make Rita respond to this. This is not an easy spot for Rita still so far. They have plenty of things to play with that are going to make sense, but nothing is really making a huge impact right now. Rita's got to find another way to set up.
Well, the tough part here is, like you mentioned, is that eventually Vinny's got to succumb to the realization that if Rita is at 30 or plus and at 12 credits, any top deck can kill him with that Commonwealth, right? So that is just an end game in itself. So Vinny's going to do everything that he can to just keep that life total below 30. That is one of the major objectives over here. You might just need to be able to just hit them down to 29 rather than take a trade if necessary. You want to be pushing face as much as possible. You cannot give Rita an opportunity to top deck at 12 credits and just one tap, and suddenly it's not even close. Can you believe that? With 30 HQ defense, you just go ahead and pull the shoot on that one. That's surprising. I thought that there was still some runway left on that game.
Panther G. You don't have a way to answer it. Again, you're out of commandos. You don't have any card draw left. Like, Panther G is about to just smash your teeth the whole game. I think for Rita, this is it. I think it's an early concede, but it doesn't really feel like a concede as much as it does common sense. Like, Panther G is just, that's the biggest threat against your deck, the things that you can't target with orders. It's the whole thing that deck is based around, is locking things down by pinning them and by freezing them, and doing everything you can to just keep units from attacking. Panther G can't be targeted by your opponent's orders.
That might be
pretty much an unstoppable card.
That might be my favorite quote from Admirable ever, is "It's not a concede, it's common sense." That is freaking awesome. I love that.
I feel like Rita kind of read the situation correctly there. I've been in that spot myself a fair few times with the commando deck, and with those commandos dead, it was really, really a tough road for Rita to get back. However, if he had drawn another cup of tea instead of any other order that he drew when he played those 2 commandos and he got them up to 5 HP, he would have won that game. It was all about that strategic bombing. That was the turn that turned the tides.
Yeah, and so here we are. It's Japan on Vinny's side. I'm sorry, the Japan-Germany deck. Excuse me. And on Rita's side, we're running it back with the commandos. This is, I think, a much better matchup for Rita, where pretty much everything that Vinny has in their deck is vulnerable. It's a very unusual situation on how drastically different these two matchups are. And so for Rita's side, I feel like it's just, again, accepting that the matchups that you have against the previous deck, just not really there. In this one, though, you get to kind of ride the wave. And so for Rita now, getting this Crusader down, buffing it up with this cup of tea, and you get to draw a card, like, your opponent has to have this particular card in order to answer this right away. Now, it's there, so it's made things a lot tougher, but I still think that you have the edge.
I mean, the name of the game here is just go face as fast as possible, get your opponent into a situation, again, if there's not really any ways to deal with them. I mean, you do have Sendai Regiment, perhaps, but I mean, those commandos are smokescreen. How do you access them? How do you get to them? How do you deal the damage necessary to actually, bombing raid is certainly an option. That'll definitely clean up a whole lot of it. But if those are buffed to a degree where they cannot make that happen, I mean, Rita eventually is just going to get through here. And there it is. The winner of the 1997 Pontiac Astro Wagon just comes through, and the crowd does not love this. Vinny is not happy about that move at all, as everything gets pinned down. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I think you hold on to this radar for a turn. Yep. I think it's smart, wise decision to see if you can have a way to activate this. You know, say you draw a commando here because Rita had to use that shelling, or didn't have to, but chose to use the shelling, and I think wisely so, to prevent a lot of damage from taking place there. But now that shelling's used, and Vinny suddenly dropped a lot of 1 health units into play immediately afterwards. That's a dangerous situation to fall into. So Rita here, I think it's come down to needing a couple draws, needing the right situation. However, with nothing that Vinny can do on that previous turn, it means carpet bombing is going to wipe this up, and suddenly this is a dire straits that Vinny is in for the rest of this game.
Rita had the absolute holy trinity of the commando deck there at the exact correct turns. The shelling, then the board is flooded, then you Monty, and then at 7 credits you mop up the board. This is the wet dream of every commando player, right there, because now Vinny has to fight back and really focus on developing his board. He did not fall into the trap that so many players do, which is continue to spam the board into turn 7 and then absolutely get wiped out of the game. So a chance here for Vinny to fight back, though.
Oh, in this case now, and Vinny also has that has the bombing rate to potentially answer some of the other threats in the back row if necessary, right? So there is some light at the end of this tunnel here, even though you like you said, you just succumbed to what was probably a storybook set of turns here for Rita to go ahead and just freeze the board, eat up a credit, mop everything up with the carpet bomb late afterwards. But here it comes, daylight bombing again, shaves a credit off you. It kind of just dips into your pocket and takes a little bit away. But suddenly the hits keep rolling, baby. I'm telling you, they're just coming through here, and eventually Rita's going to have to make a play here to to stabilize, to clear up this mess that has just been amassing on Vinny's side of the board.
I think that Rita has plenty of time to do that, though. We're looking at another card draw in hand. We're looking at another daylight bombing to be able to wipe some of this. I will say that Vinny is very smart to go ahead and tempo this out and threaten this Fury attack that can take place for a major side here. It's going to be the long-range desert group alongside the commando. So Rita deciding that they're going to go ahead and take this risk this turn. They're trying to wipe out this Fury unit in the back, this 4/4, doesn't able to hit it. And so now Vinny with a chance here to really fight back. However, if Vinny wants to fight back, it means that they're going to forego one of the Fury attacks here. And so that really gives you the image of, why did Rita decide to use these such powerful combos right at this situation? And the answer is so that Vinny can't attack for full if they have an answer to this.
I'm still a little bit torn if that was the correct call. That long range desert group can just do so much, and right now the whole effect of that turn has basically been removed by playing that Sendai. And I would have probably played my luck by pulling out the card draw first, and then even potentially tanking 10 HP to the HQ from that Sheetan. But let's see how it plays out. Yeah. Finding the Crusader, though, now in combination with the Honey, that could be pretty huge for him.
85th Pioneer Company is unlocking so much extra that could take place here. And again, this is like an answer from Rita's side. You see that, if Vinny's having to use answers, eventually they're going to run out. And, there's more threats that can come into play here. And honestly, I think from Rita's side that, perhaps more efficient credit usage could be a really big problem for Vinny. So Vinny, again, wants to find a way to answer to this, but it takes a lot to answer to this. So I'm be kind of curious. Look at that. First signal regiment now drawn from Vinny's side, and so every single threat that you play is now a chip away damage.
Yeah, but also look at it. He has the perfect setup for the next turn to play Feigned Retreat, right? He just does Desperate Measures and then plays the Feigned Retreat, and he's then able to start spamming out those units with the signal regiment on board, which is going to hurt a lot for Rita.
My gosh, these are some hot draws that players are getting right now. We're looking at Red Dawn getting played. It's going to be from the people to hand. Go ahead and wipe some threat.
Yeah, that's a big one to get rid of as well. That thing was going to come through and just absolutely end of the day. There's the daylight bombing as well. Why not? Let's take a look. It's fair to say the Commonwealth is off the table. You said to see you want to put yourself in a situation where the Commonwealth is a good draw. Don't think that's the case anymore, as we have just, again, completely flooded the board here. Vinny has just reestablished, a lot of pesky threats. But if those threats are answered, like you mentioned, the signal regiment just makes it so that removing these threats just feels, it kind of feels a little bad.
Well, I mean, I guess the positive here, or potential positive for Rita, is if he gets to the point where he plays Bletchley Park, it's going to remove pretty much everything off the board and put it back into the deck. But definitely struggling, having not developed anything on the board, so nothing to play the Rule Britannia on. And it's going to be, I think, also a slight struggle for him to actually build out something. I think he's already burned 2 cups of teas and a ton of his buff cards. So Rita finding himself in a tough spot here.
It's not easy.
How many commandos have we seen so far? 3? Has it been 2 or 3?
To be quite honest with you, I have not been tracking the commandos. I've been tracking like what players, should be doing in order to get into certain situations. You'll notice that Manhattan projects are going to be developed here. And so for Vinny, this is some pretty heavy damage that gets to take place. This is a real threat to Rita's side, but this board's about to get wiped. So how much damage can you do? And how big of a difference can it make? This Mito Regiment feels like this is a critical draw as it's threatening a lot of extra damage on your opponent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage to your opponent, plus a desperate measure, set him down to 5, and suddenly this Manhattan project, how does this function in conjunction with the first Signal Regiment here?
Yeah,
it's a death sentence.
It's not a situation.
It's a death sentence.
Bring it on, buddy. Let's go. Why not?
You want to go and grab the nuke? No, thank you. The Japanese have found the answer to that in this fight, and it looks like just like that, Vinny taking Rita out here 2-0. And moving on to face off against J King 7 there in the semifinals. Taking a look at the bracket there, this is how it stands. J King 7 and Vinny securing their spot in the semifinals there. Coming up next, it's going to be Hoi Hoi versus Bubbles. Hoi Hoi, a staple of the tournament scene, being the winningest Chinese player outside of the World Championship, having been in plenty of OCCs. And of course, Innocent Bubbles, we all know him and love him. So
we tolerate him.
We tolerate him. All right, sure. Let's quickly unpack this series before we move on over into the series between Hoi Hoi and Bubbles. What stood out to you guys in this one? A quick 2-0 here from Vinny.
I mean, for me, it was the fact that that Japanese aggro list did have answers for those commandos in the back row, because as we mentioned prior, those are a lot of bodies that are very susceptible to those random pings by those number 10 commandos. So those could have been very devastating if they stayed on the board and were unanswerable. But a bombing, the daylight bombing gear and being able to just go pick off one with a Sendai regiment, etc. There were definitely ways to circumvent what those kinds of cards could do in terms of pruning the board down, and ultimately just continuously pressuring and establishing a board that, in conjunction with the Signal Regiment, I mean, that was basically a situation of, you're done. Whatever you have for me is actually going to kill you. So it's a very, very fascinating way to set that up where, board control is actually a detriment.
Yeah.
For me, I'm just looking at like the nigh reckless aggression that Vinny applied in that situation. That's a great way to tackle, I think, that commando deck that takes place there. The most pressure you can always apply, no matter what the risk is. That's how that deck falls victim. Is it doesn't have an answer for like a turn or two. That's exactly what we saw. Pressure that deck as much as you can, as consistently as you can, because the deck is not going to have an answer to everything all the time. Its goal is to reach the end game and then combo you out. That's the effect of that matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, Rita was in an interesting spot, a good spot for most commando decks, right? Where you are actually on maybe turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, when you're starting to deploy and build your board of commandos, where you can actually combo them with, like, I played 2 commandos and 2 cups of teas, and now I have a really formidable couple of commandos on the board, but Rita never finding that card combo needed to really pull that off, so not establishing his presence, and if you can't do that, especially if you can't get the long-range Desert Recon off on more than one dude for one turn, becomes a difficult hill to climb. But congratulations to Vinny making it into the semifinals. Let's jump on over into the next matchup here. That's going to be Hoi Hoi versus Hoi Hoi versus Innocent Bubbles. Starting off with Hoi Hoi, why don't you talk us through his stats here, Flake?
Well, let's take a look at Hoi Hoi. I mean, again, Wrath Lightning as his favorite card. Again, just a pure friend of mine in all reality, taking those British cards. But the Fave faction is going to be Germany nonetheless. Finishing the season in third is a very, very tall task to accomplish indeed, especially when there are so many amazing players. When the top of the ladder are players who are all boasting 60 plus win percentages, it is incredibly difficult to go ahead and find a finish like that. Total matches played, approaching 12,000 games with, over 7,600 wins is incredible in terms of a stat line. And again, all these players are just boasting these absolutely sparkling win percentages. So, and it's reflective in terms of the gameplay. We saw the reads, the plays, the responses, and finding the ways to win, as marginal as they may be. If you can find those avenues to victory, you have to take that route, as no matter how treacherous, no matter how long shot, if that is how you win, that's how you do it. And in this case, Hoihoi has done so successfully through the ladder, but now also is going to be testing his guile and his skill here at the top 8.
Yep, and his opponent, it's gonna be Innocent Bubbles, Admirable. What flag is that? Is that what house is that?
I believe that's the Targaryen flag. That's taking
yeah.
place there. No, real talk, Ollie. I know that you love to recognize this flag, so go ahead.
Oh, is this the Welsh flag?
Yeah, there you go. So Bubbles, there's a couple things I want to mention here. Having cast with Bubbles, Bubbles has very interesting views and perspectives on a lot of what's taking place here, and I think that one of his major goals is to just make sure that he has those perspectives in mind. As somebody who has had to learn a lot of this card stuff without the internet involved when I was just a wee lad. It certainly can lead to some fancy play syndrome where you're trying to make some plays that don't exactly add up to what you thought they did, just because you're finding so much perspective, and kind of putting that into perspective here, looking at the win rate here. Bubbles so far, I believe, has been the lowest win rate at 60%, which is still
lowest win rate.
It is still a large win rate. 60% is still very large. Don't get me wrong on this one. The point I'm trying to make is that your competition's really tough. And so for Bubbles in this spot, keeping that perspective open and making sure that you're finding the right way, as Flake had just mentioned earlier with that excellent point. If that's the way you win, that's the way you win. Sometimes you have to take big risks and you have to take weird lines of play because there just really isn't a clear way to win. And I think that for Bubbles, that being able to see so many different perspectives as I have seen from him because I've been able to cast next to him, it certainly is a different perspective that I have on this. And so for Bubbles, if Bubbles keeps finding themselves in a tough spot, it's a player that I would expect to be able to climb out of it more so than the others, just again because of my perspective. So coming into this one, I'm really looking forward to see Bubbles play because I've heard him cast. Can he back up that cast with the same way that he's played? Because I think his casting has been a lot stronger than I would have estimated from gameplay perspective, as I have noticed this by hearing myself cast and then watching myself play as well. My play does not back up my casting very much.
I just gotta say also the fact that it's worth noting that Bubbles here is he's got the bomber jacket, he's got the the earphones or the earpiece as well. He has Britain as his most played faction. This would have been an opportune chance here to jam a Spitfire as his favorite card. Unfortunately, Bubbles again bungling this one as well with the player profile, but maybe he could redeem himself here in the quarterfinals.
I love how mean you guys are.
We love Bubbles, though. We do.
We love Bubbles. We definitely do love Bubbles, and we miss him. This is the first time in a long time where we don't have a player expert with us on the panel. It's just because they're all either on vacation or they were playing. Our staple tournament experts. Darkness was actually in Iceland this week, so I hiked to a volcano with Darkness and his girlfriend yesterday. Spoos is on vacation in Italy, and Bubbles, is playing. So this is a fun day for all of us, getting to see these players. Back up the talk, like you say, Admirable. And I think from my perspective, at least, yes, my play is also not as great as my casting. So, but let's take a look at the decks. Hoihoi, starting off with him, he's going to be bringing a German-Japanese deck here into this one. And as you can see, there are, 2 cards that cost more than 5 credits? This is an aggressive list.
Yeah, and personally, I like the way that this list is established. I think that when you see this giant canyon of cost between the 5 and the 10, it really gives you an idea of what this deck is trying to do, which is make 2 plays at once. When you get to that end game and you're in that 10 credit slot, sometimes you don't have 2 plays to make it once, and that's where the Leopold is making like 5 at once. It's putting all of your opponent's units back into their hand. But in the meantime, what you're trying to do is find a very consistent pressure point for your opponent at every single turn. And I think this deck does it very well. It's very similar to what I had mentioned earlier with the Calm Before the Storm. That's a card that really highlights to me, because with Calm Before the Storm, if you can't find a good spot for it, that card basically is going to do nothing. So the real big key there is finding the timing of pressure from this deck. That's what your goal is.
Yeah, absolutely. And the next deck brought here by Hoi Hoi is going to be a Japan-Germany one. Seems like he is very much in the bucket of bringing aggressive titles there, with the only card costing more than 4 credits being the Feigned Retreat, whose sole purpose is to allow you to play more units. So Hoi Hoi really wants to get into the fray in action with these 2 decks so far.
Well, I mean, we've seen just how those aggressive lists is just in the previous game that we just cast, is the fact that if you can put a lot of cheap stuff on the board and really push the tempo there, it's going to force your opponent to have to react. And when they're spending credits on reaction and answers, then they are not spending credits necessarily on their own development and their own aggression. So it doesn't matter. And again, when it came down to it, at the end of the day, First Signal Regiment with a board full of, small pesky units, just removing them comes at a cost in itself. So cards like Panzer 35T in conjunction with the amount of infantry on the board, that is a quick threat. Drop it on the board and move forward. Push Enigma to refill the hand. If you are constantly dumping your hand and your opponent is making bigger plays, if you're dumping 2 cards per turn, where 2 or 3 cards per turn, where your opponent might be playing 1, Enigma is going to come in clutch. You're going to be able to draw 4, 5, 6, maybe even more cards with Enigma and play catch up. So just when you're at a situation where your opponent thinks that, okay, I've just dealt with everything, they're on top deck, we're good, Enigma comes in, and again, another slap in the face.
Yeah, and the final deck here being brought by Hoi Hoi is gonna be his Britain and Japan deck, and this is a Brit Air deck, something that we've seen favored throughout kind of the cards history a lot from the Chinese competitors. Brit Air making a comeback here. Interesting one, but is there anything new? I mean, I'm looking at the Calm Before the Storm there as kind of the big new enabler here in the Brit Air deck.
What I'm kind of looking at is just the decks look a little bit cleaner. They look like they've been kind of trimmed down from a lot of the cards they used to use before, and really focusing in just on the spots that I think really matter. I'm looking at Gladiator Swordfish, your pair of 1/3s that are taking place there, and then making sure you buff them up and check what your opponent's going to be doing, so that way these 1/3s can continue to chip away at your opponent. That is really the key to this deck, is forcing your opponent's hand a little bit, and then what can you do to follow up and check that. And now the thing that really I'm looking at in terms of what you do afterwards is that there's Lend-Lease and Convoy, pretty much to the max in this one. It's tough to run more than 1 Lend-Lease. It's a 7-cost card that draws 4 cards. You're not going to be able to do that too many times in a game and have it make impact. So the 1 copy makes sense, and 4 copies of Convoy. It's a lot of time you're going to be spending drawing cards, and I think rightfully so. Again, you have very cheap threats, and then with those very cheap threats, as soon as they're not answered, you buff them up, you start taking advantage.
Absolutely, and let's see what Bubbles is bringing on the other side to combat this deck selection from Hoi Hoi, starting with his USA and Soviet deck list. This one is a ramp deck with Packing Jasko, Partisans, and of course the mighty Pershing.
Well, triple war bonds. We got 4 times War Machine. We want to get to those big boys as fast as possible, and if we can curve those out in a nice way, I mean, let's be honest here, the B-17, the M26 Pershing, that thing is an absolute beast. It sits in the front line and says, all right, well, I don't lose, so deal with this or you lose. It's kind of situation. It's a massive card, again, that you're going to be seeing come through, and it's a card that when you see late, it is just disgusting. Again, it does have Blitz, heavy armor too. It is a absolute behemoth to just jam on the board and move, but the fact remains here is that you're going to be ramping beyond those standard 12 credits, so there's a potential where this gets played, moved, and potentially even attack in 1 turn. I mean, that is a tall order to fill, but with the amount of ramp in this list, it is completely plausible for this thing to just not only move to the front row, but get a trade or push some damage as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I rubbed my eyes to just make sure that they weren't deceiving me, but the C-47 Skytrain is in there, and that's not an elite that we see a lot in US decks. In fact, I think it's one of the least popular elites in the game. So I'm extremely excited to see how that plays out here in this deck for Bubbles. But his next deck, it's going to be his Britain and USA deck. And again, we're seeing ramp in the War Machine and the War Bonds, and then a whole ton of valuable cards on the Britain side.
Yeah, well, noticing that war bonds have not been cashed in here from pretty much any player aside from Jay King at this point. You know, a lot of players still sticking to war bonds instead of in time of need, and I feel like the 2 credits for four credit cost, I feel like is a bigger benefit than this extra card. You know, that war bonds is really going to give you. I think the timing of it really makes sense here. I digress. The point is, we're trying to ramp, and then we're trying to find some powerful threats. And my gosh, that previous US deck, I feel like, you know, Flake had mentioned, you're trying to get to these big units as quickly as possible. Like, Bubbles is going to be finding them instantly. The whole deck was big threats. In this one, your whole deck is not quite as many big threats. However, you know, I am looking at 2 copies of Lend-Lease, you know, where I had mentioned in Hoi Hoi's lists that it's pretty tough to utilize a second copy of Lend-Lease. The first one is usually enough to keep you going for the rest of the game. For Bubbles here, it feels like that means you want to be finding that Lend-Lease a little bit sooner. And when you have a bunch of ramp, you know, the second Lend-Lease, it can make a little bit more sense. You have fewer units to end up using that situation, which means you probably need a few more cards in order to find them.
Yeah, absolutely. And the final deck being brought here by Bubbles is going to be his Soviet USA deck. And again, Siberian transfer there, Red Banner. There's 4 Ural factories. There's partisans. There's confusions. This is a steal your stuff deck.
And there's a minority recruits as well. And I just want to make note of the fact that I am really loving the fact that we're seeing B-17 Flying Fortress in a lot of these decks. This is a card that, you know, early on in my cards-related career, it's a card that I opened up early and then I jammed into decks because I'm like, this is a big fat boy that does some cool stuff. I'm going to play this. And then as I got more of a collection, I found it, you know, really tough to cut this card because it just felt really good to play. And now that we're seeing it in more and more decks, it is just lovely to see these big boys like the B-17 Flying Fortress, not just a 1 of, but a 2 of. And as a US ally, you got to find value in those big boy cards. And even though you're only jamming 6 US cards as an ally here, really only half of what your utilization could be, well, I mean, why not put the big boys in there? The Avenger × 2 and 2 of those B-17s.
Absolutely. Well, there's nothing that stands in our way now to jump on into the action. 3rd quarterfinals start right now between Hoi Hoi and Innocent Bubbles from the Land of Dragons. The German deck, they're being banned out for Hoi Hoi, and Bubbles' Britain deck is being banned out. He's not allowed to rep his home country for this one.
I gotta say, I'm a very proud and happy Canadian. I love the country I live in, but when I look at a flag like that, I'm like, man, we had so much potential. I mean, like, let's just get a comic book writer or something to redesign every flag in the world, because that would be so cool. But yeah, there's Bubbles again. He's going to open up with that Soviet list against the Britain list. And it is worth noting again, though, due to some recording issues, that we only have 1 of the 2 hands here. So it's going to be as mysterious and exciting for us here on the casting side of things as it will be for Bubbles, because all the surprises that he's going to see, we are also going to get the same effect here, as it's jamming the yak right away. And again, it's the planes are roaming the skies right out of the gate.
Yeah, I will say that the planes that's roaming the sky for you know, for Hoi Hoi's side, a little bit more dangerous right now. This is a Fury that's in play, and it's a 3/3. It's not exactly the easiest thing on the planet to take care of right now. So Bubbles, it's going to be a parade, and that parade is not something that's lacking in rain at this point. I would say that really did not do very much. So that Avenger is not a strong draw at the moment. Hoi Hoi is able to establish some very consistent pressure here, and Bubbles is down to 10 and still does not have necessarily a reliable way in order to check this right now. And so there's a Ural Factories drawn. Big draw for Bubbles. If they did not draw an answer to this, I think this game was going to end real quick.
Oh, it was already, and the worst part about that is just you have to cycle through 2 Bloody Sickles just to find an answer for it. I mean, that's damage that is essentially that you're doing for no return, because the answer anyways was the confusion. But take a look at this. I mean, you're going to have, you're going to get pinned. The bombers come through, and, it's tough because it just ignoring the defender there anyways. The guard is just going to get pinned down, and I've got all kinds of threats in the back row that's just going to start, hammering away here. And the Bombers, again, they don't care about guard status. They're just going to continuously push through.
I mean, what is this hand? What is this hand for Bubbles? He has absolutely nothing against what Hoi Hoi has on the board right now, and that's it. That's game.
Well, that was the quickest thing ever. And you know what? He had a hammer, but he didn't have a nail. I mean, that's a really tough situation to be in.
Wow.
Bubbles barely even just sit down. The coffee was still brewing on that game, and it was all over.
No, Bubbles had a nail. It just was given to him. Unfortunately, it wasn't his own in order to give. Like that is just. I mean, that's the Britain Air deck. If you cannot handle their stuff, they kill you very quickly, and that's why that deck is good. It's why players still play it. I think it's why for a while we're going to see it to be a consistent pressure deck, is because you don't handle a couple threats, they buff them up, and then you die. You got to be able to handle them. And so I would say that what we saw there is Bubbles getting punished by the fact that they have situational answers in their deck. The hammers, they answer ground units and such. Like, they're just 1/3s, but my gosh, that damage adds up quick. And so for now, we're hopping to the next one. Hoi Hoi with a very strong opening here on this little tank, plus this 2/1 that ends up drawing some cards here. And now Bubbles going to have to fight back. And so you notice that Bubbles paying attention more to tempo than they are to value at this point. I think this is the right call right now. Your opponent's going to get value. There's not really any way you can stop that. What they can't always get is tempo. That's what you can stop. So that's what you should try.
I mean, take a look at this. The board is just massive right now. And I mean, the 845th is good news. It's the best news that you'll receive since me winning the giveaway in chat just a second ago. But I mean, frankly, the fact that you're going to gain some health back from that, you picked up a bloody sickle, there's a hammer. The problem is you just don't have enough credit. You don't have the actual development latitude here to just go ahead and start working away. I mean, yeah, that's going to get one thing out of the way. You're going to take care of that. Sure, why not? That's going to give you a little bit of life left. But I mean, the problem here is that you've got that German unit in the back row that is just continuously replenishing a card at the end of the turn for Hoi Hoi. So there's going to be this onslaught of threat after threat after threat. And it is just, it's tough for Bubbles here because, yeah, that TBF Avenger is a nice big card. You got the 83rd Naval Brigade, sure. But those are, as Admirable say, those are in turn 6 and 8 land. We are merely knocking at the door of turn 4 land.
You're not supposed to use my stream language for the casting part.
I like your stream language. It's colorful and lovely.
I mean, it is very much off in turn 6 land right now, and I think that Bubbles is paying attention to that. Unfortunately, Bubbles with a low roll here on the Euro Factory is getting a 3/1 back in part of this. It does have smoke screen, which is a nice factor for this, but very much vulnerable is Bubbles right now. Some damage very much going to pour in, and boy, look at that. That is some understanding of how tempo and value are working together right now. Hoi Hoi with a massive threat online, and I think Bubbles is in real trouble.
Yeah, that is not, this is very, very difficult to look at, and then it feels bad. You have to just go ahead and actually put work into that back row plane because, frankly, what else are you going to do? I mean, unfortunately, you've got 2 3/1s on the board, so you'll be able to at least challenge the plane, but I mean, will you even get there? Because, again, Blitz is a thing, friends, and this is a nasty board to stare at. How do you recover from this?
Yeah,
I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
No, this is not easy.
The best AoE in the game, baby.
Stuff, but I mean, here's the thing: Bubbles has answered everything, but they've yielded tempo. So Hoi Hoi now, with all of these extra cards they've been able to draw, is just going to be able to keep applying pressure, and Bubbles is going to have more credits to handle this stuff. But Hoi Hoi is also applying more threats in a single turn than they were just a turn ago. So Bubbles, I think, is just under too much pressure here. Like, how do you answer this stuff consistently is the question. And that's just not what this deck is built to do.
It's a tough board to stare down. I mean, yeah, Bloody Sickle's a great card to have here. We're going to go ahead. Unfortunately, the Bloody Sickle also just takes a little tickle at your own health as well. Now, this is this is at least some relief. You're putting some bodies in the front row to help out.
One more.
Yeah, I mean, another big boy. Unfortunately, there, I think the more important thing is you want a little bit more body. You don't want necessarily more attack against while holding the front row.
Yeah, but here's a couple surprise.
Surprise! And Yamato.
Yamato just closes this. Like, how does Bubbles? Every time you kill a unit, you take 2 damage now. There's no way out.
Oh my gosh. Wow, what a big unit that unfortunately, oh man. And it comes to the situation of these decks that go super tall. If you can just sort of limbo under them constantly like this, that is the way to go. And as you can see here, Hoi Hoi has just continuously push that pressure. And like you mentioned, Admirable, you're also taking those major tempo plays as well. Why not jam that big plane in there and just go ahead and start really giving your opponent something to think about? And the fact is that you're drawing a card at the end of the turn, you're replenishing your hand, and until there's a situation where you can sweep the board effectively and start developing your own threats, Bubbles was playing catch up from the get-go. There's a really difficult situation to catch up to.
Yeah, and in the end, Bubbles there falling quickly to Hoi Hoi 2-0, and Hoi Hoi moves on to the quarterfinals there, where he's going to be facing off against the winner between Blue Blast and Mr. M. Guys, I feel like we will take longer in talking about this series than it took to play.
No, not at all. It's really what we saw in this one was that this was a matchup that very much where both lists are meant to be fighting separate things. This is kind of like the paper, rock, scissors idea of it, where the matchups that Hoi Hoi is trying to fight are exactly what Bubbles had. The matchups that Bubbles is trying to fight is exactly what we've seen from the other matches so far. He's trying to fight these decks that are more endgame pressured, where he's got so many endgame threats that he's trying to just simply outdo them. What you can't outdo in that case is somebody who has more threats than you, but none of them are late. They're all just early instead. You got out pressured. That's just what it boiled down to. This was a metagame choice, and Bubbles got out metagamed.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that, and we'll move on to the final series in the quarterfinals, and that means getting to know our competitors. Mr. M here, making his first OCC appearance, so we haven't seen him here ever before. Flake, why don't you talk us through his stats?
Well, Mr. M here, as you can see, of China, not as many games as many of the other competitors there. Not to say that 4,470 games is, that's a little more than a weekend, let's say. So, but still rocking that wonderful, pristine 65.55% win rate. You're winning every 2 out of 3 games. That is a good feeling. And, finishing the season as high as Mr. M did is a wonderful, wonderful way to cap off, some hard work that you put in. And win rate of 66% is those are Hall of Fame numbers, man. That'll get you in the Hall of Fame for sure. If you can keep that up, you will be in a tournament all day long. It is fascinating how many of, what it takes in terms of being able to access, to finish on the ladder as high as you did. This, having that high of a win rate is certainly impressive. But you are one of many who have that kind of acumen, that kind of pedigree when it comes to your card success. And again, most played faction being Germany, and a card that I really like, the Trop, the BF 109E7 Trop, a great tempo option. Again, a 6/6 at 4. Feels just brilliant, and that's Mr. M.
Absolutely, and his opponent returning to the fray after having spent a couple of months and a few months outside of the spotlight. It is Blue Blast, a former season winner and tournament veteran. Admirable, why don't you talk us through his stats?
Well, 3 times as much of matches played as well as that win rate. That is extremely high, 67-63. My gosh. Actually winning more than 2 out of every 3 games. Like, this is nuts. It's hard to describe how tough it is to, again, just to even get to the 60% win rate. For every single time you're able to notch a point above that, especially when you're reaching this volume of matches, it kind of makes more sense when you're reaching this volume of matches. It means you have more experience. But one of the things that I've always looked at from Blue Blast here is deck lists. And I'm noticing when I look at the deck list here as well, that they all seem to be something a little bit different than what the other players are bringing. And so I'm kind of curious to see how this metagame is going to end up matching up, because again, this one feels like it's just 2 completely different views of how you're supposed to be fighting in this tournament right now. It's Mr. M, it's the new player, versus Blue Blast, one of the veterans right now. So seeing these 2 matchups go against each other, I feel like is pretty much just the juxtaposition that you're looking for right now, new versus old.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm excited to see the return of Blue Blast here, coming back into the fray. The meta has definitely changed since we last saw him in an Officer Club tournament, but there have the fundamentals of the game are still the same. So will we see the Blue Blast of old come in and crush everybody here, or has the player base caught up to the skill level? But let's take a look at the decks that these guys are bringing, starting with Mr. M here. He is bringing a German and Japan deck there. He's he's packing that Leopold. But apart from that, it's a lot of tanks, a fast Heinz, and a whole lot of pressure, whole lot of damage.
Yeah, there's no surprises with this. With a similar list to what we've seen in the past in terms of at least how the deck is built up underneath that 5-credit umbrella, more or less. I mean, you do have the Yag Bomber as well at 5, but again, then like we said, there is just this. There's a football field between all those cards in the Leopold. A nice way to just sort of catch up if necessary should the game go that late. But oftentimes, man, we've seen this deck just pound face, and with the fast Heinz and a lot of those big time aggressive mobile tanks that just hammer through and are constantly just pressuring damage. It's very odd to see this list go that deep. Usually you are constantly threatening lethal by turns 5 or 6, and when you have something like Calm Before the Storm to just so you're after your tanks go through, they get to the front row, you Calm Before the Storm, and suddenly it's like, okay, your opponent has some thoughts that need to be made. They have some decisions that need to be made because they know that they are on the clock.
Yeah, if you're looking for ladder stuff right now, I'm also noticing this deck's getting banned a lot. Perhaps that's a deck that you want to consider if win rate is what you're after.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we are dropping a few frames, so we apologize for any lag resulting in that. But let's take a look at the next deck here from Mr. M. Mr. M bringing here a Britain and a US deck. And again, we're seeing ramp and a whole lot of British value.
Yeah, and this is...
it's ramp and Brit Air.
Yeah, this is kind of similar to what Britain is going to do a lot of times too. It's ramp and then the right threats, and so this is a very unique look for this one. 3 copies of War Machine, 2 copies of War Bond. So I've trimmed a little bit of the ramp, and I'm kind of curious about this and how it ends up actually working because again, the thing that you're really looking for is your couple of threats and then you buff them. This is the Brit Air situation. It's very simple and it's very powerful. And so when I'm looking at one Lend-Lease at the top end and the 4 copies of Convoy, it does certainly mean that you can enable your card draw a little bit easier. And it's a good thing to do if your opponent is actually able to check your threats, is instead of like having some things to do like stuck with a bunch of buffs in your hand, instead you're ramping up your credits a little bit. It makes sense to me. I am curious to see how it actually applies though, because I'm having a little bit of a tough time visualizing where the ramp is at its most efficient. But that's always a good sign to me. Every single time I see a player make a decision like this that's a little bit different, it always opens up my mind into thinking, what are they trying to fight against the most? I am unsure of that, but I'm very curious. 2 copies of the Alliance to go along with all this British Air as well. You're going to be hitting pretty hard if you can manage to snag that at the right time. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Mr. M can get this deck rolling and how much pressure it can really apply, and if the ramp has anything to do with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the final deck here being brought by Mr. M. It's going to be his Japan and Germany deck. And again, this one is aggressive, packing that Feigned Retreat and Enigma for the card draw and really just wants to push damage to your face. He is rocking the BF 109E7 Trop, his favorite card in this one as well.
Yeah, just one of those in there. But I mean, you just jam it out. It's a 6/6 fighter on the board for 4. That's a very, very respectable threat in any game, frankly. And again, cards like Bombing Raid and Sendai Regiment are great to just go ahead and pick off cards that might be sitting in the back row that are just untouchable, but a nuisance. If you're running into a list that's running those commandos, I mean, those are cards that are going to answer those, and then you could just punch through. So I like this list. We've seen just the reach that these Japanese aggression lists can get to, and the addition of cards like the Trop, even though it's a one of, I like that card a lot, and we're gonna see how that sort of factors in. But again, Enigma is just, when you're dumping your hand, a card like Enigma is a godsend against a list that is just constantly just dropping 1 card a turn when you are pretty much almost vomiting your entire hand on the board and pushing for damage and pushing for pressure constantly. Enigma is that breath of fresh air when needed.
Yeah, and his opponent, Blue Blast, what is he going to be bringing to fight against that unrelenting aggression from Mr. M, the new player on the block? Well, he's going to show up with a Japan-France resistance, heavy control deck that really wants to not get you off the ground at all with your aggressive lists.
Yeah, this is a list I've noticed is starting to very quickly gain in popularity as well, which is letting me know that it is perhaps a little bit more powerful than I even interpreted it was. I feel like one of the toughest things about this deck is understanding the matchup and how your deck is going to apply against it. Now, when you're pure aggression, it does feel a little bit different. It does feel like a lot of times you're just kind of trying to blast them as quickly as you can. If you're not an aggressive deck, though, that can be different, and this deck certainly has ways to fight aggression very well as well. You're looking at Desperate Measures being able to deal 2 damage to all of your units. You're looking at Tora being combined with Imperial Decree, again, kind of having that 2 damage threat to really all of your units. If you overextend against this deck and they have the right answer, that can cripple your opportunity to really fight back. So for this deck, what I'm always looking forward to is how players tackle the situation, because I feel like the way that you're going to apply yourself is very much just as much as how your opponent is going to apply themselves as well. The situation you put them in is going to be a very big determining factor of how they respond to this. The difference is going to be aggression. They have one face of value that they're providing. It's lots of threats all at once. And so for this deck, it's find the way to fight back.
Yep, and the next list Blue Blast is bringing to the table, that's going to be his Soviet and USA deck. And another Steal Your Stuff deck, it looks like. Confusions, Ural Factories, Red Banners, Flying Fortress, Minority Recruits.
Well, Confusion into Ural Factories, we've seen how that can swing the game, but we could also see how that could maybe potentially be a tough one as well. I mean, when you are getting some value off of that, but it can be a potentially bad swing. I mean, there are cards that exist where the cost of the card is more so in the deploy effect than it is in terms of the body that it represents. So sometimes it can whiff, but again, just the fact that you're stealing something and transforming it is massive. And again, another Flying Fortress. We got the big stuff in there as well with the Avenger. 2 of each. Minority Recruits at 272nd. We've seen this as well, but a Winter Offensive there as well in terms of sweeper potential. Yeah, Steal Your Stuff deck. Mr. Steal Your Stuff is what this is. This Blue Blast is going to be, we've seen this list in the past. It's had its ups, its downs, and we'll see if Blue Blast can't convert on this one as well.
All right, and the final list being brought here by Blue Blast, that is a USA Italy, the only Italy ally we've seen after it being fairly prominent in the past couple of months. But Blue Blast bringing it here alongside his favorite nation of USA.
Yeah, not only have we seen a lack of Italy, which I found quite surprising so far, but we also have found a lack of Mare Nostrum, which has been proven to be quite a meta staple. I would say over the last few weeks of play from my perspective. No Mare Nostrums here means that there is a lot less headquarter defense that's taking place and a lot more use your strategy to attack your opponent. I think that this is a nice signal to see because, again, driving your own force is much more important than I think trying to deflect your opponents. However, from Blue Blast here, a lot of these decks that we've seen, this is very much respond to your opponents and try to take advantage of it. We're looking at Death from Above. We're looking at Lion for a Day. Looked at the previous matchup. It was Steal Your Stuff and Convert it. And then, you heard my take on the Japan France Resistance deck. It's the way that you're going to apply pressure is always going to be about how your opponent does stuff. So really what I'm looking at from Blue Blast here is that they are responding to everything and then trying to swing that momentum. Can they get that done in this matchup against these aggressive decks from Mr. M?
Man, I just want to say, look at that credit curve and just take a look at that 7+. That is stacked, man. I mean, you're talking about top heavy, Pershing, Beef 17, strategic planning, the Flying Fortress, Seaborne Invasion, Avengers, high altitude bombing. This thing is loaded. Double La Decima. There's a lot going on at the top end, but we've seen it before. You got to get there. And that is oftentimes the weakness in terms of these is that if you're spending credits to ramp up, oftentimes a lot of decks can just sort of fly under that radar and just start, chipping away, where once these big impact cards hit the board, it might be too little too late.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see the bans at this one, because I think out of all the decks that we've looked at kind of before the matchup so far, here we have the biggest contrasted decks, and I think the clearest, this deck really doesn't want to face that deck that we've had so far. So let's jump on into the action with the fourth quarterfinals here, the final matchup here in the quarterfinals before we move on over into the semis. It's going to be Mr. M, the newcomer from China, taking on the returning veteran in Blue Blast, with Germany being banned out from Mr. M and Japan being banned out from Blue Blast. Blue Blast bringing that awesome little Soviet cap there, flexing the table props there.
Yeah, I mean, here we go with the Soviet deck. I'd say that facing this Brit Air deck, you need to have The right responses, and again, momentum can be a very, very big deal against this deck for the Britain deck from Mr. M. If you get a couple threats online, there's a massive threat to your opponents. So you got to watch out for that. For Blue Blast here, looking at keeping Confusion Ural Factories. This is really the combo that you're looking for pretty much with this deck in terms of early threats. So right now, it feels like there's kind of a lot of stuff going on here. Go ahead and keep the second Confusion, and that second Confusion needs to be paired with either your opponent's front line, back line lining up properly, their back line lining up properly, or you drawing another red banner or the Ural Factories. So we'll see how Blue Blast can get this one done. Right now, neither player off to a super strong start at the moment, and I think that's better for Blue Blast.
That's the thing, right? Is that those that bird error, you want to be establishing some of those some of the swordfish, perhaps. You want to be establishing the gladiators. You want to have bodies on the board and start chipping away, because you eventually down the road you want to be buffing these things, right? So yeah, I'm just saying, it's like, it's a situation where you need to be using those credits early. You gotta get established against your opponent, and these two that you've just established right now, you've wasted some opportunity early. And like you said, Admirable, like, this is just better for Blue Blast down the road.
Yeah, I mean, it is still two pairs of swordfish. These are not irrelevant threats, and this is the reason why you end up running this card, is because getting two of these down at once, that's really the key. One threat doesn't matter as much as two. So when you have one card that puts two of them in play, that's a good sign. Blue Blast, no response. And that means Mr. M has their first opportunity to try and take advantage. And so here we go. Close air support, going to buff this up. And suddenly, Blue Blast, I think, is feeling a lot better about this opening keep right now, where you're going to be taking this threat and shutting it down. Now, your opponent's gotten into 4 damage, and you're not getting a huge unit into play, but you're taking out a pretty big one.
Unfortunately, though, the guard means nothing in the face of those bombers. But yeah, I mean, you're buffing something and you're stealing it, but the War Bonds is going to come through, and now you're going to get a lot more latitude if you are Mr. M here, as you're going to have a lot more to play. And with cards like Wrath Lightning, I believe that's a mosquito that's flying around and buzzing. I mean, there's going to be some cards that you can play to make some, to actually start capitalizing on the fact that really Blue Blast didn't establish much. It was more so just some reactionary plays, because Confusion on a 1-drop is not the major game changer that you're necessarily hoping for.
Yeah, there's the mosquito indeed. A little bit of poke. And so now Blue Blast, how do you respond properly? Welsh Guard's not exactly what you're hoping to draw, given the situation here. But I will say, I feel like Blue Blast has some real opportunity to get something happening here. The problem is his hand just feels very clunky to me. Mr. M being able to ramp up those credits and then having a mosquito to tempo this out, like, it feels like you're under some real pressure right now. And if something doesn't happen very quickly, you're just going to fall out.
Stuff also is the fact that, when you're playing a list such as Mr. M here, which is very air-centric, cards like the B-17 Flying Fortress, as big and bad and nasty as they are, they might just go ahead and clip a low-value target. Not to mention, you're dropping in a bomber amidst a flurry of fighters and other air units that can just go ahead and have access to it. So it's tough. You can just go ahead and hide them perhaps behind the guards necessarily, but then again, what are you protecting? You got to keep that HQ in a healthy range, because these air units, especially the bombers, can get buffed and can get nasty. And like I said earlier, just do not give a single F about the guard. They are going to fly right past that and deposit damage straight to face. But man, the Empire Strikes is a beautiful card to see.
That is just so powerful. Like, my gosh, it's just so much damage that ends up getting dealt here. And so now from Blue Blast's side, again, you just don't have a ton that's going on with this hand. Your hand is very clunky. Your hand is not very good responses. How do you fight back against this? Like, you're just going to get chipped away to death. You have to find something to do. And frankly, there's just not really much to do with this hand. This is not the matchup you're looking for. Again, this isn't really like a play opportunity for either player at the moment. This is a metagame choice.
Yeah, that's the tough part is legitimately, like you said, like these are not the droids you're looking for, right? I mean, you have options. You've got 7 credits and a whole bunch of 6 drops, but none of them feel great. None of them feel like answers. It feels like you're just playing catch up. It just feels like you're just feeding the sharks at that point.
This was a setup, I think, from Blue Blast's side, where you're looking at the 83rd Naval for next turn to be able to wipe out this mosquito in the meantime. But for M, you're noticing that this ramp has actually provided quite a bit of extra development that's been going on here. For Mr. M's side, they've been able to draw a lot of cards. They've been able to keep applying a lot of pressure, and part of that is because of the war bonds. So in a matchup like this one, it's actually even stronger for Mr. M in this kind of situation. So Parson's going to get taken here. You're going to be attacking this Mosquito instead. This is a fine setup because your opponent had played that air support. And so now, Blue Blast, they're doing a good job, I think, of fending this off, but I just don't know if this is, inevitably what they need to have get done here. There's just still so much pressure being applied by Mr. M, and every single time that you get an air unit stuck in play, that means there's a threat of, again, more air support here. That's exactly what you're seeing in Blue Blast. They're pretty much on check here. Like this is like checkmate almost. How on earth do you get away from this?
Well, let's take a look. You could drop the Flying Fortress and take the 1 and 4. That answers that 4 damage unit. That is one way to get through this. It's
1 credit off of the confusion making sense. I'm not seeing it again. This is just kind of matchup difference. This is part of the power that metagame can do. Is that if you have a matchup like this, you're just not going to win it very often.
Fact of the matter is, when you can drop a lot of cheap units that scale up and buff up very quickly, that can have that accessibility of being able to fire out of the back line and ignore guards and ignore those defensive tactics. Look, the Blue Blast is considering the Flying Fortress here. It is a 1 and 4. It's a 25% chance. And like we mentioned earlier, it is as narrow as that margin is, as murky as that avenue is, as dark as that alley is, you might have to walk it because that might just be your way through. As we see it here, here comes the 1 in 4 and clips it. There it is. Never fails. Wow, that 1 out that we talked about. Ooh, boy, it worked out.
Well, I think I think that does it anyway. It was a nice opportunity. It was a nice chance. I think Blue Blast recognized their only chance to win this one. Kitty Hawk gets drawn, and Mr. M off to an easy 1-game lead at this point. Again, that's just not the matchup you're looking for if you're in Blue Blast spot.
I put all of my heart and soul into that play. I put everything I had to make it lean towards Blue Blast making that Flying Fortress play. It paid off. That's it. I'm the winner of that game, in my opinion. I know that Mr. M just took that one. Sure. Clean and clear, never in doubt. But man, do I feel like the winner.
All right, here we go. It's running it back for Blue Blast. I think rightfully so. And it's the Japan-Germany deck that's going to be on Mr. M's side. And again, this feels like one of those matchups that's really tough. Your opponent is applying a lot of pressure, and you have to be able to deflect it. Now, I will say that Blue Blast hand A is a little bit better against this, and then B, certainly. I think the matchup is a little bit easier because you're not quite as big under threat of just your opponent, having a single threat in play. They're not really buffing it up as much, but you are under a lot more unit pressure.
You have the initial sickle to just kill that initial threat, and then you come through with the 845ths. That's in itself a great unit to deal with this early game. You have the Cossacks next. You're curving out well. You're answering the threats. You're curving out well. So far, so good here for Blue Blast. Cards like the Hammer. Dealing 6 to a very cheaper unit feels bad, but when it's something like the Signal Regiment, that is a wonderful house for that kind of damage just being dropped on it.
A lot of very powerful cards getting drawn on Mr. M's side, though. This is, I think, great recognition of what needs to be done. They get to take out this 845th before it really, has anything, done with this one. Answer back with the Cuban Cossacks. And, this is a pretty back and forth fight that we've been having so far, but I am looking at that N1K, and that's a tough one, I think, for Blue Blast to handle. And this is just coming down immediately. It doesn't look like the best use of it because it has Blitz and Fury, it has a lot of opportunity later in the game. However, for Blue Blast, this is one of their toughest to handle cards. I think that they are going to see full stop. Like, this is not an easy scenario to deal with. Your opponent is threatening 8 a turn for the rest of the game until you stop this.
The implications of killing that 845th, it was killed just outright, destroyed. No damage was given. So all that health that it could have brought back to the HQ, that card just sitting in the back getting clipped like that is that has some significant ramifications down the line. That card was not able to A, trade with anything, but B, just recover some of that defense for the HQ. Now this is a tough decision to make here. The Cossacks can be played and advanced, and the problem is you have no other way to round out your curve. The hammers, yeah. I mean, you gotta use that 6 damage. You're kind of overpaying to kill a 2 health unit. But what else? Everything on the board that hammer, that 6 damage would want to find is in the air.
I mean, I don't even know if this Cuban Cossacks needs to be answered from Mr. M's side. And I think that, they're recognizing that as well. Like, hey,
No.
you still can't handle this. Take 8. Go. Like, my gosh, Mr. M has had some great recognition of what the threat is in these scenarios. And my hat's off to this. These are not easy situations to recognize. And they're recognizing them very well. Sendai Regiment now in hand. This is the one thing I think that was a little bit tougher, is that it means that your opponent kind of gets a scenario here. But again, look at this turn from Mr. M. The first one that came to mind for me was Sendai Regiment, and then you can use the Desperate Measures to wipe out these little 2 units, and that means you get to push the bicycle forward as well. So you have a bicycle in the front line, you have your opponent's board cleared, you have a Sendai Regiment that wants to be answered, and you have the 4/4 Blitz in play. Like, the 4/4 Fury in play. Like, all of these situations are bad for Blue Blast in some way. I don't know which one's best because they're just all so good from Mr. M's side.
That's the situation. Like, it's literally, it's like caramel, chocolate sauce. Like, why? There's too many good choices to have here. Unfortunately, you got to make a choice. You're on the clock as well. But a lot of these are perfectly fine answers. Going in this case to drop, you drop a few things. We're gonna hit the surprise attack. Why not? Let's kill that. Let's go through it. And why not?
This
Punch
works
face.
too.
Well, Admirable, you're spot on, man. And when it comes down to it, it's a situation where recognizing where the weakness is, if you have them on the back foot, you continue to push pedal to the metal and keep pushing face. That turn where they just spent 6 credits on double attacking and pushing 8 to face. I mean, look at that. That puts them in a situation where they have to start making decisions to preserve their life versus pushing forward. And a wonderful, wonderful, never in doubt win there. The aggression, you'd love to see it. All right, we're going to take a quick look at the brackets here as we're going to move through. The semifinals, Admirable, are set in stone. It's going to be J King versus Vinny on the top half of your screen. And then we have Hoi Hoi versus Mr. M representing the bottom of that of the semifinals there. Wonderful play by both sides in this case, as we see the bottom. Take a look at that. I mean, it's a lot of swift 2-0s here. It's been really, other than the first matchup, J King versus Birdo, there was some very decisive victories.
Yeah, and a lot of this, again, kind of demonstrates like the metagame stuff that's taking place here. For J King versus Birdo's side, I feel like they had a pretty in-depth matchup where you're kind of getting to see the decks really pan out against each other. What you saw in the bottom 2 matches, in my opinion, was mostly just what happens when you guess the metagame a little bit wrong. They pretty much just got steamrolled in this spot. I think, again, the matchups for Blue Blast and for Bubble side, they're much more focused on, fending off against J King specifically. I think against that matchup, they had a much better chance. I think that their decks stood a much better situation against those. But against these aggressive decks that are brought on the bottom here from Mr. M, from Hoi Hoi, they just got absolutely steamrolled. And so we're going to see those 2 matchups go against each other. So that means in the finals here, we're going to be seeing, either J King side of it, it's kind of a prediction from me, because J King has just consistently won freaking everything it seems like he's ever played in, versus one of these aggressive matchups that's taking place here. And I think that's another one, again, that kind of has that little bit of cycle going on, which is like, who's going to win? I think those matchups kind of, they hit their depth, I think.
I definitely agree, and I think what we saw there was, a series between J King and Birdo that was about 50% of the length of the entire quarterfinals, right? Like, everything else was just really blitz heavy and focusing in on getting it done quickly. And J King's going to have a matchup there in the semifinals against a fairly aggressive deck list, so he's going to get some practice on his decks before having to face another aggressive deck list in the finals if he gets that far. So he shouldn't be anything surprising him coming from the lower part of the bracket anyway. But before we move on into the semifinals, we're going to go on to a quick break. We'll be back right after this. Don't go anywhere. In fact, why don't you just message all your friends and tell them to come join us? And when we return, I'm going to do a couple more drawings for some packs and draft tickets. So make sure to join Twitch chat and type "give me stuff" in chat. We'll be right back after this. welcome back to the Cards Officer Club Championship. I truly hope you didn't go anywhere because we are about to jump on into the semi-finals. My name is Oliver Rapsteinarsson. With me, Flake and Admirable. Much easier to pronounce names here. Before we head on into the matches, let's take a quick refresh there on the bracket. J King 7 there taking on Vinny in the upper part of the bracket, and then Hoi Hoi taking on Mr. M, an all Chinese affair there in the bottom half of the bracket. But let's start with J King 7 versus Vinny. What are you guys looking forward to in this one? What do you think we're going to see? Is this going to be a 2-0 like Vinny did to Rita, or is this going to be go the distance, a 2-1?
Well, I mean, the first question is J King going to make another final? J King, as we've discussed, is one of those tried, tested, and true players that has survived the test of time when it comes to relevance and prominence within this game. Constantly, lurking at the top of the ladder of the field marshal rankings, as well as just constantly being a threat in any tournament. So the question is, at what point does the train reach the final station? Is there any end to this reign of terror for J King? It's hard to say that because the dude has like a winning smile and looks like the most, unassuming, unthreatening dude ever, and then he just absolutely dumpsters you in this game. So that, to me, is one of those situations. Will we see another J King final?
I mean, I'm fairly sure, and like chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think J King is the only person that has won a season in 2021. I think he's won all seasons so far. Just to put that, like literally, yeah, it's insane. But
I want to Google it and show them all my typing to show up on the sound right now. So I think that you're right. That was one of the things. I know that's one of the things I looked up was who was winning all these, and I think I just kept seeing the name and be like, yeah. That guy. Makes sense. I kind of want to look at these deck lists though, because I think that the next question is whether or not J King's going to win is what we're looking at on these deck lists right now, because J King has one thing that's very common amongst all these lists, which I think is giving him the edge here in this event. As we go ahead and take a look at him, it's the ramp. It's War Machine and it's in Hour of Need. He's not running the War Bonds, and I think that this is really, really smart recognition from J King's side. This is much more about tempo than it is about value. You draw a card every single turn. All right, let's get that straight right now. That means you need to get your cards active and you need to get them developed. In Hour of Need's giving you 2 credits for 4 instead of giving you 2 credits in a card for 5. Doesn't seem like much, but that extra card for the 1, it's really, I think it might not be worth it. And across J King's entire board, we are seeing that. 4 War Machine, 3 in Hour of Need, and I think it's going to work better.
I think in this case, a lot of it is just the fact that War Machine on 2 and then, an Hour of Need on your next turn. And if you're under pressure, you can always drop a C4 at 4 instead of an Hour of Need if you're under, some heavy pressure. But yeah, I like that. I mean, also just the fact that a 2 into a 4 is the natural progression if you're playing this on curve. And then you're at 7 and life feels great. So, then you can drop, who knows? Bomb. Yeah, and then you carpet bomb the board that has been threatening you into oblivion, and then it's just off to the races. So who knows? But that seems like a natural progression. But good pickup there.
All right, next up for J King, it's his Soviet and USA deck. Again, he's the one who's bringing Soviet value. We've seen this countless times, but highlighting what you're talking about there, Admirable in Hour of Need instead of the War Bonds.
Yeah, I mean, just what do you need it for? This deck has so many high cost cards that, again, your natural draw is very dense. What that means is make your credit pool much more open. You need to unlock that density, and you need a lot of credits to do it, and you need them fast. We've been seeing players get steamrolled when they're not able to really get things done fast, and that's really the one worry I have for J King is the aggressive decks. If this Soviet deck cannot check 2 aggressive decks in a row, or one of the 2 aggressive decks in a row, that's the weak point. And so that's what I'm really looking forward to the most, is how this deck can deflect things. I'm seeing Night Witches, which is a very different card that I don't recall seeing it in the other lists. I could have just been overlooking it. It's very possible, but this feels like a very J King style thing that seems like it's in every single Soviet deck that's ever been played from J King. And again, the War Machine, Hour of Need. If you are not an aggressive deck, you have a real threat here that isn't actually the units that are going to hit play. It's the amount of credits that J King's going to develop. And so again, that's where my head is at for this.
I don't want to pump J King's tires too much here, but when you say a J King thing to do, winning is a J King thing to do, and choosing the cards to get you there seems to be the way to go.
True story.
Yeah, well, the third deck that he is bringing in order to fulfill his mission of winning is USA and Britain deck, another one that focuses on the in-hour of need and War Machine, and then a ton of big boys and high-value units and cards to really take control of that battle.
Yeah, I mean, the 593rd Jasco there, I mean, that's the area code you're looking for, isn't that right, Flake?
Absolutely. Jasco here. That's a great card.
Take one single damage from everything that's being dealt.
Absolutely. I mean, that keeps you in the picture, but I mean, does J King know something we don't? He's just got ramp in every single deck that he's brought to the picture. War Machine and an Hour of Need. I mean, this is just a situation of, all right, cool, let's just get to the situation where my carpet bombing is going to deal with all your shenanigans once we get there, and then it's going to be Pershing and Flying Fortress and Seaborne Invasion. I mean, the cool part about this, man, is like, you know, you're talking earlier about why people are not bringing Italy as an ally because of cards like, you know, big cards like La Decima and Mare Nostrum or whatever. But I mean, if there's one card on the board, what feels better, a Flying Fortress or La Decima? You know, so it's one of those situations where eventually threats are going to be answered by bigger, nastier, tempo-ier threats. And J King wants to get to those situations faster than anyone else, and that's why it's just absolutely pack-loaded with things like War Machine. Every deck here just wants to race to getting those big boys out.
Yeah, J King really loves having enough resources to make the plays, but Vinny on the other side is bringing 3 decks of his own. Let's check them out there. Starting with the Germany-Poland deck, this was banned in the first round here. Heavy control, draw denial, and discard there on the German side, and then token generation on the Polish side. I really, really hope that we get to see this one.
Yeah, I hope so too as well. But, you know, I really have to say from J King's side that this is a deck that can be a real threat. I think that, you know, as we take a look at some of the other threats from Vinny here, there might be a bigger threat because this one is a bit more limited. I would say this one's really reliant on Plan West against what J King has brought here. But Plan West into a lot of intel can be a massive threat potential that takes place. And so that's what I have my eye looking forward to on this deck is, again, kind of like this step back and a lunge forward that it takes. The Reichsbank here, I think, is a great inclusion. I think it's a very interesting thought to this deck as well, where a lot of times it's Plan West on 3 and hope that they live. In this situation, you can Reichsbank on 3 and then you pop them out with the Plan West and 9 credits total to operate with that turn. That's a lot bigger Plan Wests than the previous Plan West I think that was available. So I think this is a pretty brilliant choice.
It's also worth noting to everybody watching here that Germany does have units that are between 6 and 9 cost. It just, we haven't seen them. It seems to be 5, about like 20 parsecs of blank space, and then Leopold. But still, it's just fun to see that absolute chasm of space between Wolfpack and Leopold.
Yeah, it's a great point. The next deck that Vinny is bringing is his US and German deck as well. And again, nothing above 5 credits on the German side there.
Oh, why go further when that's what you need, right? Again, you're going to be dropping in with the 32nd, filling the board up. Panzer 35T can go ahead, add a little bit more pressure, drop them in there. Flampanzer cleans up some of those, like the Jascos and the signal regiments of the world that are just untouchable. For example, strategic bombing. We've seen how that could... I've had people just flat out concede after a strategic bombing, despite how much they have. Stars and Stripes, 101st. There's a lot here, but frankly, I think it's the Sherman that is going to be very telling in terms of this, and triple bolster the ranks on potentially that Sherman to give it a nice little kick in the pants and the agility and the mobility to move forward and do damage. But filling your hand with Sherman, establishing a board early with those 30 seconds in order to go ahead and get that Sherman online and effective is a wonderful card. And I mean, also, the 99th to just make room for damage when a fat boy defender comes through. So owning the front line is going to be key in this with this deck, and just continuous tempoed out pressure, card draw, and punishment.
Yeah, and the final deck Vinny is bringing to the battlefield here is his Japan-German deck, this heavy aggressive list. And as you can see from the curve there, 14 cards that cost 1 and 12 that cost 2. So more than half the deck costs 2 credits or less.
Yeah, and I think that, again, from J King's perspective, this really has to be the threat. I mean, you are trying to ramp in the early game. Your opponent is trying to reverse ramp your life total. in this particular kind of situation. So this is, I think, a very significant threat. Feigned Retreat is a card that is very powerful against what Jake King is doing because his threats don't come till later. And it really disrupts the ability for you to stabilize your position from Jake King's perspective. I believe this is the real threat. However, I do think that there are 3 real threats here from Jake King's perspective.
All right, let's. Sorry, go ahead, Flake.
Oh no, I was just about to say. I mean, Vinny's list is shopping at the 99-cent store, and I mean, let's be fair. Like, Jay King's purely on Wall Street with all that amount of credits that he's going to be playing around with.
He's going for the brand name units, that's for sure. But let's jump on into the first semifinals here between Vinny and Jay King 7. And there we see it, Jay King 7 having his Brit deck banned away, and Vinny having his Japan deck banned away. Like you said, Admirable, Jay King noticing that Japan-German aggro deck being a big threat for him and getting rid of that here in the semifinals.
Yep, it's still some real threats though on the other 2 sides, and so Jay King going to load up with the Soviet US deck first to try to get it done. And if Jay King can win this particular game, I mean, it doesn't matter when he wins it. I mean, my goodness, this feels like the tough matchup to win with. From Jay King's perspective, we're unfortunately not going to have Vinny's per hand perspective from this one. We apologize for that. So, we're going to be seeing Jay King's side and seeing how this gets tackled at the moment. But for right now, Jay King, you'll notice that, in Hour of Need, it's tempted to be thrown away in this particular spot, and I don't blame him. This is a matchup where you need to establish early that you're going to be fighting for these spots. And so 845th rifles, think about the matchup. This is the Germany-Poland deck. When does that card get really active? I'm looking at Bloody Sickle, Parade, and 845th, and I'm thinking to myself, those do not get me to a turn 3 in Hour of Need. I want to be very aggressive with the mulligan, but, Jay King, they're considering everything here. You can tell by how long this is taking.
Well, you know what? Keeping everything there, the mulligan timed out. That's a curious case there. Maybe everything is just great, but again, without your other ramp, without your War Machine, right, to curve out. Oh, never mind.
What do you mean without the War Machine?
I'm saying without it in your hand, so that you could get surprised and praise your lucky stars when you do pick it up. But that's what you're holding on to it, because mulliganing away in Hour of Need is perfectly fine unless you have that War Machines in hand in order to get that going. But never mind. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
One answer to the other.
I will say, though, this is like some major things that are happening here. So Jay King getting the War Machine, Vinny peeling the Hour of Need, and Jay King hitting the Parade on the 83rd Naval Brigade. That means that you now have some real threat potential that's going on here. This can give you tempo as well as give you value as well as give you some defense that's taking place in this spot. So for Jay King here, I feel like this keep. You're noticing this 845th is not coming out for quite a while here. So, I'm still going to disagree with that mulligan decision there. But a second War Machine now, and the option to play 845th chooses not to.
But look at the difference here of what happened. That discard was so important because not only are you leaving 2 credits on the board here, but you're also missing out on a lot of that ramp. But there it is. You saw the Reichsbank comes through, and you know that the next turn is going to be an absolute barn burner.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Jay King's going to take the opportunity here and just play all the Polikarpovs. Yeah, just putting the bombers on the field there, threatening the bomber on the other side from Vinny in case he wants to leave it up or leave any threats on the board. And when each one of those gets killed, there's a From the People that gets put into Jay King's hand. So he's going to get 3 orders that can deal 3 damage for 3 from these bombers as well.
It's it's a nice cleanup. It's a nice consolation prize to losing a bomber, right? Is being able to just come and clap back for 3 damage where necessary. And Vinny's deck here, who with the main nation as Germany, not running Eagle Claws, which would have been nice to just go ahead and crush through. But look at that. We're just gonna chain one into the other, come through again From the People in the hand, but a tank right in your kitchen.
And Jay King is one of the quickest grabs I have ever seen to try to take out a bomber, and I don't disagree. Feels like a very tough one that you need to handle right away. And so now thinking about the Naval Brigade, but again, just taking a step back, going slow down here. These are very important decisions. It's not as easy as it looks. Every single thing that you do is yielding something different. Jay King's deck is not taking a ton of plays at a time. The tempo is the hard part about this deck. So everything that you do needs to be well thought out and make sure that this is what's establishing your strong place with the following as well. You cannot afford to fall too far behind with this deck or you lose.
Yeah, and those Polycarpovs, keeping them alive is actually huge for Draking there with the backup naval brigade in his hand. That Panzer 3H, for instance, that could just get pinged by one of the Polycarpovs and then killed by the deployment effect of another naval brigade. So, um, really a lot of value here in Jaking and keeping them up, and doesn't look like there's a whole lot of answers on the side of Vinny right now, even though we've seen 2 Reichsbanks come out. So he's had an additional 10 credits to work with across the past 2 turns.
Yeah, you are investing 3 in the previous turn when you Reichs, of course, but you'll notice that there's also still 9 cards in Vinny's hand. There's not like a limit of options here, I would say. And so Wolfpack discarding from the people, not a big deal. But no card draw from J King's side. And so, that's another thing that J King constantly has to consider, and why that 5-year plan is looking so beautiful at the moment. When your opponent makes you discard and skip 1, drawing 5 feels fantastic. I mean, at this point, J King, I think if you had to bid how much life you'd pay to draw these 5 cards, it's up to like 12 at this point. You're like, give me the 5. I need them now.
Yeah, you need to refill your hand at that point, and the discard that occurred was so insignificant. It was a card you got for free, right? It's just the free. It's the house money that you got to play with, and in this case, not only that, the intel that was that occurred that revealed a card in J King's hand was so insignificant. It was an 845th, which you're not necessarily thinking it's a card that you need to play around. You're not getting too much information. All you know is that there's a throwaway card that, as you see now, is just going to get chucked onto the board anyway. So the hand is still a big mystery here, as J King is going to go ahead and poke through, deal some damage there to that tank in the background. But the more important part is he is now on the aggressive side of things. He has put that naval brigade right in my goodness.
Kitchen. You're looking for the kitchen, Flake.
Well, we were already in the kitchen. We're in the den now.
We're moving on to dessert.
Yeah, we're doing some brandy by the fire. But yeah, that's been taken away. But it's a little back and forth here, which is really nice to see. A little give and take.
Yep, send a unit to hand while it's full, and that unit disappears. Big difference there from Vinny's side. And so now J King burning up another card. Not a huge one that you're worried about burning away.
It's not a huge one, but you do want to start making some room. I mean, if you're going to be drawing cards that just go poof gone into the ether, that's not necessarily how you want to be using those credits. I mean, those are resources that you might need later. And yeah, it might be an insignificant card, but it's a card nonetheless. You do want to go ahead and start jamming some stuff up there, because you do want to advance. You do want to start tickling that health total for Vinny. You do want to, pose at least a little bit of a threat here, as my goodness, 3 of a kind in the back row there of the 845th.
Yeah, not like a huge way to handle this from Vinny's side either. When you kind of look across the board, it's like Leopold is the thing that handles, across the board. And so I'm looking at this, we can do it. And this is looking like a pretty valuable, we can do it right now. This is a ton of health you're going to be adding to the board here.
But it's not just that. It's you're giving your 845th more body to take damage to give you more health. That's like the return on that we can do it is massive.
Absolutely massive. And I want to point one thing out. All those 845th are golden.
Hey, they are beautiful. Look at them. They're just, you could tell because they're right next to that bomber, and you could tell that's the one I want to get rid of. That's the threat.
2 legions coming in. There's an intel. So a little bit of a buff here.
Intel picking up again. It picked up the naval brigade. That is better information now.
Oh, choosing discard. And J King's been holding on to some stuff for quite a while that I don't think you're too worried about.
I quite like throwing away in the hour of need there. I think you'll get a lot of value out of those Euro factories, but yeah, look at those 2 massive we can do it. Especially if he's able to play that next turn on top of that B-17 bomber as well. That's going to be a 511 heavy armor 1 bomber. That would be absolutely massive for him.
And look at the board that J King's establishing here. He says, I have a pair of we can do it, but I also have this B-17 in play now as well. Like maybe that's the one I want to be buffing here. Don't just buff these little units. How much of the health do I really care about? Vinny's not exactly establishing a real threat, I would say at this point. And so the real threat has been shown. There's a Sky Baron to go ahead and take care of that.
Finding the Sky Barons off the errata draw, really big there for Vinny. You definitely do not want that B-17 to get free reign on the battlefield there.
Oh, sorry, Bob. Underground State. It's another Legion that's hit in play. bouncing back the 845th. But again, J King just with pretty strong responses here. And, you know, it's not really looking like a tough situation here for J King.
Love that we can do it. And 5-year plan as well. But that's just going to burn you some cards. Can't play that one right now. Bomber's going to come through, start dealing some damage, dishing out. Again, just put bodies in the way of accessing that HQ. You know, you do have that Arado in the back row that can do some damage, but I mean, what's the point? I mean, one poke over here and there, you might want to perhaps just work on that bomber that's in the back row. But as it stands now, I mean, it's fairly even, Steven. You're from in terms of defense totals from where you were, you know, 10 turns ago. And there's been a lot of fireworks back and forth, and little to show for it in terms of actually just owning the board, as both players have really utilized their turns very effectively to just stay resilient, create threats, and force the opponent into, you know, trade situations, into response situations.
Yeah, I mean, this very much still is just like a development process that's taking place here. But you notice for Vinny's side, you know, adding these units to play, and we're looking at J King's side. I'm looking at Partisans. And yeah, this is mega huge. I mean, this is where J King's deck really takes this advantage, is when you're not getting you know, under this massive aggressive pressure.
Oh my god, that combo!
Oh, and look what the hit is as well. Something massive to take place there as well. You know, again, this is the deck when it's not under aggressive pressure, it's able to have massive endgame turns constantly.
And there's no draw next turn for Vinny because of the Panther 8, because he moved it into the front line. So the Partisans, Vinny getting no value out of the Panther A moving into the front line because of the Partisans stealing it, moving it into the front line, blocking the draw, then getting it Uraled. What a massive combo there for J King.
Yeah, talk about just using your opponent's stuff against them. That was a wonderful turn of plays there, and
your offensive gets drawn. Oh my gosh,
that is so much value.
Well, you're doing 4 to the entire board. Yeah, your own tank's going to take some hits here, but that's also opening up the window to punch another 4 into the into face. Vinny's going to take some damage here. He's just kind of tickling it there, figuring it out. There it goes, as you can see, punching through. Why not? And there's another 845th golden, the golden boy.
Yeah, I mean, these have truly been golden for J King. They've kept his health total up above the 20 mark throughout this entire battle, but what a huge top deck there for J King.
Well, not some bad situations so far. I mean, those are reasonable. I'm feeling a little bit nervous from Vinny's side. I don't know if this is going to get the job done properly.
The wonderful part here is Bloody Sickle with the Naval Brigade. Talk about a 1-2 punch. That just gets through some of the damage. You do have another We Can Do It. You could double We Can Do It and just give... Okay.
Yeah, this is, I think, the kind of situation you're looking for here is blow up some stuff and blow up some more stuff.
Gets rid of both of the Tarno regiments, which means that they're not going to be spawning more of those Legions units. So Vinny's not going to be able to just flood the board now. If he would have gotten a Reichsbank turn off, that's actually huge.
Boy, oh boy.
That's going to be 17 credits to do this next turn. So he's going to be able to pop the U-boat and use it to discard 2 if he wants.
Yeah, more removal for J King though. I mean, this isn't looking weak.
It's a back and forth here. This has been a very, very good match. All right, pound 6 over there. That's the nail for that hammer. Draw 5, take 5, no problem.
It's looking like it's going to be a hold stuff in hand kind of situation here. I think that War Machine is going to be very much looking forward to being discarded to some situations that take place here. You do want some more health on your headquarters, though. Maybe not. J King just looking, says, you know what? I just want the extra credits. Says, my draw density is still very good. My draws are still very strong. I'm going to have tons of value going here. Give me the credits.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fine choice for him. I mean, just looking at what he has in hand, even just if he gets both of those We Can Do It's on his current board, it's going to be really, really hard for Vinny to claw back. What are the big cards that Vinny is looking for at the moment now to kind of wrestle back control of this game? I mean, surely he's looking for the Leopold, right? He just really wants a Leopold.
I mean, imagine a Leopold with a full hand like that. You're gonna you're not putting the cards back in the hand, right? They just kind of disappear. So perhaps a Leopold on a much fuller hand. But here we go. We're starting to discard and like take a look at this.
Wow.
Everything is just going away.
Well,
Goodbye, sweet prince. But you did hang on to some big cards.
yeah, I mean the B-17 is not looking super good right now, but it is still a B-17. Like the important part of the B-17 right now, I think, is the fact that it's a 5.5 bomber with heavy armor. Not so much the fact that it is taking out a unit right now. So for Vinny's side, the U-boat got used, and now you're staring down a 5.5 bomber. You were hoping that something like this got discarded, and I think they made their best effort in order to maximize that chance. But it didn't get discarded, and so now for J King, if this B-17 survives, we can do it. Plus, this 845th in play right now. You're looking at some pretty heavy defense against any offensive line Vinny can take, as well as some massive threat potential that's taking place here. I think Vinny's in real trouble.
I think so as well. I think he's only packing one Sky Barons and he's already used it. So,
and there we are with We Can Do It, just to give everything else a little bit more robustness and a little bit more difficulty to trade into and kill. It's that's B-17. Like we mentioned, it's not exactly hitting a home run by killing a 1-2 fighter. That was not going to do anything to that bomber. But at the same time, you now have a threat that can just constantly put your opponent in a situation where they have to think about it. They have to address it. They have to get onto it.
Yeah, some real stuff that's going on here. Oh my gosh.
Like, they're knocking back at the door here. Vinny's not giving this one up.
I am not certain what the strongest line here is. Kind of everything is pointing to different scenarios, and nothing looks like a clean play, if that makes sense. And so I'm kind of curious if J King just needs to make the most of this turn and not really worry about how your situation looks as much. And that's exactly what they're doing here. I think that what J King is doing in this spot is saying, you know what, I just need to continue to restrict the decisions from Vinny's side because I have the inevitability. And so J King is saying, I don't need to take these powerful turns. I just need to create as much disruption as possible. This disruption was pretty massive. And I think that, again, Vinny, they tried their hardest to establish a very aggressive position, and it's just not working as they had planned it to work. And so, little tiny things happening here, a little bit of poke, which is fairly irrelevant. Start hammering away at this B-17 a little bit, and it's a little bit indeed. Vinny has got to get something established, and pretty established, strong, and quick here, where things really are going to get out of trouble. I think J King had great recognition disrupting the board.
Like, it comes down to it. We're talking about that B-17 not getting anything big, but man, has it been a thorn in Vinny's side. He has been thinking about it. He's been living rent-free in his mind in the past few turns here. He knows that he has to answer it in some form or fashion, and this means that getting up into the front lines, start pummeling it with some damage, getting something going.
oh,
Wowza!
But again, this Legion's getting handled, for free from this B-17 perspective. And J King being very patient about this We Can Do It. I'm curious if this is because of the size of deck, or if because you really want this to hit something else that's more important. Or perhaps even considering like the discard effect. Like you don't want to spend 5 credits, peel something good in your hand, and have it get discarded. Like there's a lot of little things here I think that are affecting J King's decisions that it's kind of tough to really predict, because everything here is like an internal thought process. Like there's so many little things to account for that I think that, making sure you don't accidentally discard something big is really what J King's thinking about when he holds his 5 credits.
I mean, yeah, at that point, if that card is insignificant from a perspective of like, you don't need it to keep anything alive necessarily, it might just be fodder. Like you said, it might just be another card that can eat a discard if necessary. Because if like you said, if you flip that into something bigger, oh, there you go. See? Well, I mean, you lost that card. I mean, you still have that one in hand, but if that card flipped into something else that's a 50-50, that might have cost you some real big, some real big threats.
Yeah, Reichsbank not looking like nearly as big of a threat right now. Opponent's going to discard a card, and there you go. You notice the U-16 being held there, and look at what gets drawn. J King holding on to that. We Can Do It. And making sure that this 272nd is able to stick to the board. Again, even with the way that this played out, the We Can Do It would have drawn a card. But again, if J King draws a significant threat in that case, one of the significant threats gets discarded. And we're at that stage of the game where this is one of the rare times where discarding a threat is a real is a real discard. You know, a lot of times when it's in the early game and you discard a threat, it's just, you're just not going to see the whole deck that way. We're at this stage of the game where it's possible to see the whole deck, which means the whole line of threats can matter.
Well, here we are. And yeah, it came down to it. You needed to make a decision to discard something. Had you just played that, the card you draw would have been a bomb of a discard. But now it's the opposite. It's like those types of micro decisions of like, why play it just to spend the credits? Like, why should I just jam it in there? There's uh-oh.
Oh, for Vinny, this is a really tough situation to be in. Like, you're giving your opponent a B-17 active. It stops an attack, but it's kind of the same thing. You're getting the 272nd off turn. I mean, I think Vinny's making the right play here. It's just like tempo needs to happen, but I think that Vinny is just out of stuff. I think the threat line has been checked. This Leopold is very late, and 50, you have a 50-50 right now.
It's too late.
Here we go. The B-17 clocks it.
It has, I'm telling you, must have had a nice, he just got its prescription changed because it is dead set accurate every time, hitting what it needs to hit. The B-17 has been an all-star in this tournament with J-King taking this first match.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic play there for J-King. Vinny, his deck just not really having the steam to deal with the control coming out of J-King's Soviet deck, but now we will see an entirely different matchup for that German deck here for Vinny. Vinny sticking to his guns, bringing Germany, Poland, but this time it is against J-King's USA deck.
I like this line of mulliganing here because your War Machine into War Machine brings out your guard, your Grenadier guard, on turn 4, I believe. So that can get you a lot of mileage. And if you do scoop a decent play, I mean, if you pick up a 2-drop or if you pick up a... There's the Pershing, man. The big boys are already showing up.
Yeah, this is not an easy one for J-King here. You know, this is much. I think very much they can kind of think through this and find, you know, absolutely what is the correct thing to discard here. This is one of those spots where you have the time to kind of just think through it and visualize what's the least valuable one here. The War Machine's, I think, extremely valuable. Obviously, all the ramp is valuable. That's why you put it in all your decks. The goal here is to get to the end game credits and then rely on your threat density in your deck to really, you know, do the rest of the work. That's kind of what we're looking at with this opening right now, is that a lot of the threat density is already hit hand. So I think that Vinny's discard stuff can be real valuable here. I think it can have some real big impact. But the question for J-King is, how do you get in that last situation you were last game, where you've limited your opponent's threats completely and gotten them to this spot where there's just not really much they can do. And so for J-King, I think that's where the process is going, is that right now, hey, you know what? Maybe I don't need to ramp that much. I just need to ramp some. But instead, it's going to be the Pershing's gone. Kind of a tough one to discard, but you know, again, this is the early part of the game where you're thinking about, I'm just not going to reach this credit spot. For the rest of it, it's just how do you get to, you know, again, pressuring your opponent right. And I think that discarding Pershing here, if this is later game, no chance. Early in the game, though, what are you going to do with it?
I think we might be seeing a very different tempo here coming out of Vinny. He seems to be finding the cards that he really wants to find here in the early game against J-King, and already forced out that Pershing. I mean, the Pershing not huge, like you say. It's more of a late game card than it. Even then, it just kind of most of the time soaks up damage and just puts something on the board to force your opponent to deal with it. So yeah, interesting spot here for J-King now, having passed 2 turns in a row, not ramped at all. Vinny, what is he going to do with that first Reichsbank?
Yep. Pretty smart recognition here from J-King as well. You notice they would not have been able to answer this position properly. This M18 would have hit face and then sat there. Instead, now that M18 is, it's keeping you from possibly discarding a huge card, which right now, the M18 looks like by far the worst card in hand. We have draw 3, we have 2 5/9 guards, and we have a 9 that you know, really creates a lot of different value and pressure that's taking place. However, the 9 is kind of expensive. The M18 does at least, you know, offer an instantaneous impact at a pretty, you know, reasonable cost. But for J-King here, really the big one is that mobilize, and these 2 Grenadiers, they're sticking in hand.
Yeah, I think maybe, I don't know, he might have been thinking like how he's going to reach across the field and deal with that bomber or other threats without the M18, but I think in the end, makes sense to discard that.
Another Reichsbank here. There's
More intel.
Yeah, this is looking real tough from J-King's side. I think that these legions might overrun.
Oh, that is a nice looking carpet bomb, though. I mean, you got to
Yeah.
make some plays here. Now, ideally, if you had one more credit, you can kind of move up those defenders up a little bit here. But I mean, I think you have to bite on this, otherwise those things might just scale out even further. I mean, you have to take it as it sort of is just presented to you here.
Yeah, you're kind of unchecking. You're still not checking one of the legions though, and your opponent still has this 4/7 hanging out. Like
Yeah.
I
I
feel like
mean,
this is just a tough spot for J King. I just they might have just gotten outscaled.
it's definitely a tough spot. The Tarno Regiment obviously being a big threat there, and being followed up with a ton of the intel cards. But yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I guess there's a case to be made that maybe on turn 9 you could Seaborn invasion something, and the support line is likely to be full still if there's a ton of token generation going on. But I
Yeah.
like this much safer, cleaner play here.
Yeah, Sound the Sirens, one of the best animations in the game. And I love that one right there, the carpet bomb. Got some work done, cleared up 2 units, put 2 in the red. I mean, you're getting closer. You got to do something here if you're J King. And unfortunately, though that carpet bomb wasn't the home run you needed, it was at least a stand-up triple at the very least. You know, you still have someone on deck ready to go home and hit it home. But I mean, you got to make some plays here. As you see here, Vinny is still pushing it. Legions come through.
Oh boy.
Man, that is nasty. You just got rid of 1 and 2 more took its place. Like a nasty Hydra. Never mind, it's 3 took its place.
One more intel card as well, and that's going to shut off even like a draw of bombing being a real thing.
Oh, and the card
even-
draw
Man.
being hit.
Yeah, you're also stopping your opponent from drawing a card.
Oh.
Yeah, no card that costs 5 or less though. Not a second one anyway. Avenger. Oh,
that's
just a yeah. This is just J King again. I think just got outscaled here. You know, this is really the Tarno and what its threat is if you're not taking frontline and threatening this thing, it kind of just starts to really turn and really steamroll you. Like one intel card here that pretty much outscales the rest of what J King's going to be doing for a couple turns.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm just interested in is seeing how that Seaborn invasion is going to play out here. You know, it has the potential of stifling a lot of aggression here from Vinny. Vinny is really advancing his board, pushing everybody up, and the Seaborn is going to open up here in the next couple of turns for J King. I don't think we're going to see it now, but oh, high altitude bombing, great draw there.
Yeah, it's not a bad draw. I mean, you're wiping out quite a bit here. The Tarno's still alive though. Like I feel it's like I don't know. I don't think you attack the Tarno because you can just save health this way. But I'm not sure that you actually use high altitude bombing in this spot either. Like you have just a lot of ways to fight on the board here. But again, Tarno would still be alive if you don't wipe that thing out.
And I mean, these legions and the Tarno, they're so slow across the field, right? Like, just think about the time that J King buys by just playing the Seaborn, for instance, pushing all of this back, effectively negating what 4 credits spent to move into the front line, blocking it with bodies into the front line that these guys can't just ignore. And yeah, it's he can delay while he refills his hand. So interesting to see if he's going to be if Vinny's going to be able to pour out enough pressure from this deck.
I love to see it when new mechanics, new keywords make it to competitive play, like this Intel, Poland as an ally, etc. It's nice to see that it's not just sort of a throw in. It's not a toss in. It's not just there to flex some design, you know, some cool ideas. The fact that they're, you know, having some impact on the competitive scene, it's always cool to see that. But again, I mean, you slay the Hydra, you cut off one head, there's another 3. How many of these are just going to continuously assault J King and just develop like that?
Yeah, J King is fairly unlucky here. I mean, he's been holding that Avenger, and I think Vinny has definitely been playing around it to some extent, not pushing his units above 5 HP, so they go into that Avenger range, and he's probably kind of just fairly happy to see these guys stay under 5 HP. But ooh.
Yeah, I mean, the PZL making sure that you get an intel card is a very real factor for how good these legions can be, and it's a pretty big difference here. I still think that even though J King has managed to fight this back to some degree, that Vinny just has a lot going on. Now, the thing that we saw last game though is that at a certain point, Vinny did just run out of threats. I'm curious if that same line can occur here. You know, J King just really a couple draws away, I think, from being able to even this up fairly well. Catalina gets drawn.
Yeah, it might help him out. Giving him
Yes.
some additional card draw.
Staying out of that Avenger range is massive here. Again, just, you're forcing your opponent to make a play at 8 credits that is not going to get the same kind of tempo swing, the same kind of impact that it might otherwise get. It's now obviously you want to be buffing your board, but you're just feeding a card to that Avenger if that's the case. But you're creating a situation where you're telling J King to do it the old-fashioned way. Make the trades, buddy. You have to, otherwise. Because I'm content at 4-4, and I'm not going to give you a situation where the Avenger is going to come through and just clip one of my units for free.
Especially with that Avenger being revealed through intel. I mean, we know that Vinny knows, so we're in like one of those, I know that you know that I know loops. These guys are playing around at this point, so
It never stops. Because I know that you know that I know that you know.
It's like
I
one
know
of those,
that you know that I know. No.
one of the greatest like 1990s comedy tropes of all time. It's that, but
Yep.
if she knows that I know that she knows, yeah, we get it. It's all good. Like Steve Urkel did it, way back on Family Matters, and that was the pinnacle of that whole exchange. But yeah,
Classic Flake 90s references.
We're bringing it back in 2021. Cards Esports, Flake. I know that you know that I know, man.
yeah. It's the I Know That You Know tournament featuring
meta
Jaleel
report.
White. Yeah, Jaleel White.
Oh,
Look at what this Catalina picked up. Are you
wow! And he can use both the Lend-Lease and the
There,
strategic
oh
bombing.
my goodness. Talk about a wonderful turn of events. Man, that was brilliant. What a top off the deck there to come through. We call them top decks here on the tournament. But I mean, it's not just top deck. How many cards were drawn there to make it happen, including the Lend-Lease to just go ahead and replenish? Damn, that's beautiful.
All of a sudden, I mean, the board looks entirely different. All of a sudden, J King has a fairly full hand. He's got a unit established on board. We've seen a lot of the intel cards coming out of Vinny already. So what he has left is like a lot of discard and draw manipulation, right? So is that going to be enough to close out the game against the high value cards left in J King's deck? I'm just not sure about that.
And then just like the 2 worst ones from J King's hand get discarded.
That's
on this
just
U-boat.
that's some great luck for J King in terms of just dodging some of the nastier stuff.
Yeah, it's time for the Avenger to just hit play and do what its kind of medium intent is, which is be a 4/4 bomber.
Assemble, kind of maybe.
For Vinny, the thing that I really want to highlight here is again the way that J King's decks are built is if you are not pressuring them out, they have the inevitability. Regardless of how strong you feel, regardless of how much card advantage you think you're getting, the draw density in J King's deck is extremely high. So if you cannot shut off their threats, and pressure them, what that means is they're just going to keep having threats. All of this time has given J King time to build up to 13 credits and then have that Catalina draw the Lend-Lease and the strategic bombing in that specific spot. Suddenly, Vinny, I think, is in a really tough position.
Fair trade over here. That Avenger, unfortunately, is going to succumb to the other tank in the back row. Again, J King, wisely keeping those ramp cards, not just, no reason to go up to 14. That is some potential discard fodder that you want to keep in there. It's also a mystery to your opponent. Again, that's a card that they do not know is in there. And, information that you have and they don't is an advantage in itself. But that Avenger, again, there's a target for it finally.
Yeah, and now he really, really wants to see the Avenger hit the Panther A in the backline there. Not the target that he wanted to see it hit, but
in golf we say good line, bad weight, because the line was correct. It just wasn't hit hard enough. Because if those bombs just went a little further, it would have found a hole in the back there. But unfortunately, not the case. And now the B-17, man, you got to really hard roll the dice on this. As you see here, Vinny has really turned the tables here.
Yeah, and I mean, Vinny might just have found the last bit of pressure he needed to get the win there. Oh, and the U-16 coming in, the War Machine expertly having been kept in hand to fight that, and not what J King wanted. The B-17. I don't know if his prescription changed, if he lost his glasses or whatever, but not really finding that same success here.
Yeah, Vinny, that last little bit of pressure that's able to apply, I think this timing was pretty excellent. It could have just been that they didn't find these threats in time, but it could have been that they were holding on to them. We don't see Vinny's hand, so it's a little bit tougher to predict, exactly what the lines of play are. The timing on this really mattered. And so far, J King's good, threats are getting wiped out, and Vinny is massive threat at the moment. J King, that's not it. It does help. It does blow something up, but you're still under a 2-turn threat here. It looks like.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, when you're on top deck like this, you can have 200 credits. It doesn't matter if the only thing you're drawing is one unit to drop on the board. The Lend-Lease was used, right? I believe J King already played the Lend-Lease. They got another one in the deck for J King. That could be a pickup to go ahead and help the case there. That's not what you want to see. Now you're just you're feeding the sharks, right? You're just tossing more chum in the waters, and unfortunately, it seems like, barring a minor Christmas miracle.
Yeah, no draw.
What a nasty, nasty way to play that game. Dear goodness gracious, the way that deck just goes ahead and surgically picks away at your hand and then denies any sort of salvation off the top is a filthy, filthy reality for J King there that ties this matchup 1-1. Vinny, J King, this is the semifinals of the OCC here for KARDS.
Yeah, we are in game number 3. This one is going the distance, and I think it's pretty clear that we have arrived in the semifinals because neither of these guys are giving an inch in this battle. Vinny really taking it to J King. J King having Vinny work for it. I mean, a lot of people would have been down and out and probably forfeit their game before even getting to that point. So kudos to J King. Let's see if he can reclaim what he would probably describe as his spot in the finals here in this game number 3.
Hey, Admirable. Ring, ring. Jasko here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this turn 1 patent from Vinny's side where all of these 30 seconds come out immediately afterwards. And I'm looking at this Jasko that got kept here. And my, oh my, is that such a better card when your opponent is able to play this much on turn 1. I will say from Vinny's side, though, that patent, I think, is one of the harder cards in the game to use. And I pretty strongly disagree with the way this was used. This does thin out the deck to where you can't draw these, but the percentage of you drawing one of these is pretty low, and it's really not that huge of a deal to begin with. I think that Vinny can time that patent a lot stronger and make a much better use of it. I think in this spot it looks really nice, but again, you have to spend credits moving all this stuff, and you have to spend credits like attacking with this stuff too. I very strongly disagree with this, but if they can capitalize on this and take advantage of it, props to them at that point. It's not a bad play. I think it's like a B+ use of patent.
You know what they say, C's get degrees, and I guess B+ in this case might be good enough because, again, J King is on the back foot here, but that Jasko is definitely putting some help through. But the thinning play, I mean, if we're going to go to... Yeah, but Flampanzer just deals with it. Again, like we mentioned earlier, Flampanzers are going to be going ahead and sniping those nasty cards in the back row, those Jaskos, those Signal Regiments. Those are tough to get at, and they are very robust at 4 bodies. So, honestly, Flampanzers are such excellent ways to deal with it. And despite being in an hour of such need, J King going to be ramping up to 8 credits next turn. The board is slowly creeping in on him, and that is one hell of a carpet bomb in terms of salvation. We'll see what Vinny does here, how much more he's going to put on the board.
Not a Sherman.
Not a Sherman, indeed. Sherman would have been nice there, for sure.
J King taking a pretty mild defense here against this as well. It says, just Raft Lightning this back. I want a better use of this carpet bombing.
I wonder if you could have played the 101st to deal 2 damage to that card, to the M4, and then follow up with a carpet bomb to just get clean sweep.
Well, Sherman got drawn, and so from Vinny's side here, is not going to invest the 2 damage into one of these, and that opens up the carpet bombing plus the attack from J King's side, and you get to stick with a 3-1 in play. So this is kind of a very mild spot here, but I think that Vinny, if you take time to think about that, you probably still attack the headquarters instead. But I don't know if Vinny even considered attacking the 3-5 in this particular spot. I'm sorry to be so critical of Vinny versus J King at really any degree here. I just really haven't seen too many things that stick out. When the patrols in hand, you see exactly why they didn't attack that 3-5 in hindsight. I just can't see Vinny's hand, so I'm having to try to find the lines and angles that make sense here from Vinny's side of things. The patrol makes a ton of sense. Oh my gosh, what? That is a
nice.
huge draw from J King.
And again, sometimes you got to make your own luck, right? In that case,
Holy smokes.
when it's a one-sided die, Admirable, it's pretty much you're hitting crit every single time. In that case, the B-17 had one target and dumped a payload right in its kitchen. And there's a card we love. We love that card.
Still some strong stuff happening here, but my gosh, this bomber is unchecked. And that is bad news if you're on Vinny's side. If 101st Airborne comes in, wipes that out, moves forward, it's got to ambush. Real threat on J King's side.
Yeah, the ambush is really going to be a massive, massive nuisance here, given the fact that despite the fact that you do have that PIR in the back row just growing and growing and growing, I mean, it just falls flat against that 101st. And the fact that it was able to just move to the front row like that, what a big turn. Clean up the back row, take out the tank, 101st, front row center, looking real nice. And that bomber is going to continue to just put the time in, put the work in.
Yeah, and look at this turn here from J King as well. More development.
And maybe even we can do it.
Indeed. Start wiping out some threats. Avenger gets drawn as well. Like let's get it done here if you're on J King's side. My goodness, this is a ton.
Now we think about that whole entire the tragedy of Jasco is now a long forgotten myth because this board looks healthy.
Bolster, and this is bad news for Vinny. I mean, it looks like it's great, but that bolster is going to open this up just enough to be able to get wiped out. I mean, you have to do it. You have to have something go right if you're on Vinny's side. These are risks you're going to have to take, but we're looking at that Avenger.
I like that. Get rid of the defense. Now you're basically opening up lethal here.
Very nice.
Wonderful play. Pincer into the Fury. That's a nice way. Just scrub out the guard status, give a little Fury action, and suddenly everything is changed here.
Well, this is also some pretty big, stuff that's happening on J King's side, though. Avenger still just is massive in this spot. We did lose the guard in this position, but now Catalina's getting added to the board, and it's not necessarily being threatened to be wiped here either. These are infantry in the back line for Vinny at the moment, which means that you're looking at two bombers that you are not able to check unless you have something with Blitz or you have a utility card in hand that can handle this. So here we go, trying to draw something. Sherman picking up two.
Now there's a 6-3 in the front row, so that dodges the strategic bombing from the back now, and it presents itself as another scaling threat that becomes nasty. Of course, the Catalina has a clean clip on it if necessary. There's a lot of bombers here. J King's got a nice arsenal of air units that can just go through and just deposit damage without taking any of that clap back.
Yeah, it's still like you're losing your front line here, though. Like, this is not at all what you're hoping for.
Big guard comes through.
Catalina is just so powerful. You'll notice that J King wanted a Seaborn right away, and frankly, I don't blame him. It's looking so powerful here, but again, I'm just looking at these bombers and the value they can possess before you have to use this sort of stuff. But where does Seaborn get more powerful? I think it has some potential to get more powerful, but J King here, really, it's just the beauty of this is that all of J King's plays are looking like they're very strong. There's nothing here that looks weak, and so that's good news.
Seaborn's adios, and the fact that the back row, no real estate for one of those cards, so it gets bounced back to hand. And you're putting some meat on the board, and that's going to be a lot more difficult for them, for Vinny to punch through here. Means that strategic bombing, it's going to feel good because a lot of those cards in the back row are going to trade and reduce that defense total, that health total. Meaning the strategic bombing might come in as a nice clean sweep here. Because you have to make trades. You have one spot to play, right?
Yeah. I was looking at Vinny's side. I'm thinking to myself, is there a way to have this 6-6 instead go on the offense instead of having to have it fight against what's taking place here? And there definitely is. You'll notice that this is the spot for it.
Oh, that was a nice exchange. I like
wiping out that board. I mean, my goodness, those stars and stripes was powerful.
Huge, absolutely huge.
I mean, you wipe out this bomber here, right? The Avenger gets taken out.
I'm curious if the threat is more. You have a tank sitting in the back that can't be accessed by this bomber right now. You know, from Vinny's side,
Yeah, that's
it's looking like
true.
the Sherman's really hard to answer. So 6 damage to face, you know, that threatens lethal.
That's a great point. And there is one unit in J King's hand right now. It is a guard. Nope, safer
Chooses
route.
not to go for it.
That's okay though. That's not. I mean, you're basically creating a situation now where J King needs to reestablish. But
Pincer got shown though as well. If Vinny has a way to really check this this guard, Vinny has a massive threat. Their own Catalina.
yeah, it's the Mofo and Catalina wine mixer back there.
So here we go. Wiping out the guard, getting in 4 damage. And J King stuck with nothing to do this turn. Lots of credits. There's the strategic bombing, and hope you draw the right one next. But this is 7 damage on the board. Vinny's getting a Catalina activation and is way ahead at the moment. This is really bad news for J King.
Definitely bad. Again, you know, 1 credit, 18 credits, 1,800 credits. It doesn't matter. You are drawing 1 card, and it has to have an impact. It has to be a good one. What are you picking up here? A Lend-Lease again is a godsend. Refill the hand, still have 11 credits to play with. That can change the outlook here. But really, you're on the razor's edge here. You are really looking for what cleans up here. Is there another carpet bomb?
Oh my gosh. You're down to 1 and a Sherman hits.
Yeah, you know what? Even a carpet bomb's not going to fix the problem here. Oh, hold on. I mean, that's
3 into 6 into, I mean, 15. You have enough to get to Manhattan, but not to use it. You have enough to draw some stuff, but I don't know how to get it done. I mean, I'm just going to watch. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to stop trying to think about the line and just watch if J King can get something done here. If they can stay alive for another turn, I'll be impressed.
Tough go. This has been back and forth. Slobber knocker, barn burner. Depth charge is your only way to do it, I believe. Smoke screen, right?
There you go.
You buy a turn.
It really hurts to float 15 credits, but you don't really have much of a choice.
Imagine that. The entire research division of your entire nation has
That's
basically...
Oh, smoke screen's not enough.
501st just wipes it out. I'm sorry, 101st. I don't know why I said 501st. I guess because it felt like such a big hit at that point. My gosh.
The 501st, yeah.
Taking down J King here. This is a huge win for Vinny. You know, Vinny is also just Vinny has been very consistently performing with tournament situations that we're seeing here. You know, this is not like a new situation for Vinny to be in here, but J King getting taken down in this top 4. I mean, it feels like it has to be top 4 where he's taken down at this point. He's been making it so far, but Vinny has found themselves in the finals. This is a huge win for Vinny.
And not to be outdone.
Massive.
J King playing to excellent. You know, sometimes it's tough. You're playing against discard, and a lot of your big threats get popped off. You get a good dice roll here or there. The RNG is in your favor in one turn, and the other turn it just it just spits on your shoes, and there's not much you can do. And in this case, J King has a lot of tournament wins under his belt. Not this time though, as Vinny was the one to basically just unseat the champ, and there's going to be a new OCC champ, but who is it going to be? Vinny's waiting on top of the mountain to see if it's going to be Hoi Hoi or Mr. M, as that I believe is the second half of the semis here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Vinny is one of those guys that we've been seeing creeping up in the tournament ranking over the past few months. Started making his appearances, I believe, 3 months ago. Started off in the KARDS Open, but now we've seen him start to make consistently the OCC and his first finals. So I'm super excited to see what comes next. And going into the finals with a win over J King, I mean, you must feel really good about that. That's like, it's like going into the final table of poker having knocked out Daniel Negreanu or something. Like, I don't know, it's like you feel really good, you feel like you're playing really well. So but let's figure out who is going to be his opponent in the finals as we move on to the lower part of the bracket and take a look at the series between Hoi Hoi and Mr. M, our two competitors from China. Starting off with Hoi Hoi's decks here, we're going to take a look at what he's bringing to the table, and it's going to be a Britain, Japan, air deck, and we saw this one decimate bubbles in about 3 turns, I believe.
The one drops there, the Gladfish combo. I mean, those are the heart and soul of early game aggression, getting a lot of buffs on those, trading favorably, and just, put that crosshair directly to the HQ and start pummeling. That's basically how this goes. You have a lot of late game potential as well. If necessary, you have some control elements. We've seen this in action. Not much else to say.
Absolutely. And the next deck being brought here by Hoi Hoi is going to be his Japan and Germany deck. Another hyper aggressive deck. Another one we saw make quick work of one of Bubbles' ramp decks earlier. So again, nothing too deep to go into here. Anything you guys want to highlight?
For me, I want to highlight what a significant difference we've seen with Yamato showing up and not showing up. When Yamato has shown up and you have the lead, Yamato pretty much just closes it out. This has been a pretty significant, substantial threat where tempo really is what matters for this one. You need to get in a little bit of damage, and then that Yamato, that'll square up everything and close it out. But we're not just seeing this by itself. We're facing like pretty similar matchups on both sides, and so really the thing I'm looking for here is something that can separate the way these aggressive matchups are going to look right now. But so far, what we're seeing is just get the board, take it, and start chipping away. There's a lot of tempo that's involved when it comes to these aggressive mirror matches, but I'm not seeing any card that sticks out as a really key factor just yet.
And finally, the deck here for Hoi Hoi is going to be his Japan deck, and shocker, this one is a hyper aggressive one as well. Hoi Hoi, I don't know if he just really wanted to go to bed early, but he just brought all out aggression, pedal to the metal, balls to the walls, let's go, and he wants to get this done quick.
And I mean, it's an effective strategy. Can you really blame him? We've seen a lot of people play, on more towards the top end of their credit curve, whereas some of them just want to fly under that. That's a canopy that you can just kind of sneak under and get through and take the wins. And if you do so in a very aggressive, the all hands on deck, move forward, punch face type of strategy, it's gonna take a lot less time than sort of those long grindier value type matches. This is just let's go. Full throttle.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no lack of weapons being brought to the table by his opponent, Mr. M, either. He is definitely bringing his own aggressive deck list. Let's take a look at those. Mr. M bringing here the first off being a Japan Germany one. Again, just look at the curve there. Pretty much everything is 4 credits or lower, and then you got the Enigma there to refill your hand and the Feigned Retreat so that you never run out of units.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to Enigma in some of these matchups, though, because you're kind of both doing the same thing. I feel like one of the biggest factors that's actually going to be happening here because of, the meta choice that we're seeing from these players is who's going first. That is something I'm really looking forward to, and so I think the mulligan strategies are really going to be a big key factor for this. Like, it's not just going to be about keeping early things sometimes. I think it's going to be like maybe keeping it desperate measures and hoping to time that properly, something like that. I'm trying to find something that really is going to establish a difference between these two matchups because they are very similar in their deck lists. As we can take a look at the next one here and see what's coming up. Again, we're kind of seeing the same thing. The difference here is that with this Brit Air deck, we're seeing some ramp take place as some of the utility cards that are next to this Flake.
No, you're right. Again, you do have the Gladfish combo, which is great, but you do have also some options to go ahead and get to the bigger stuff quicker and make more impactful turns when you have more credits to play with, right? So you can deploy, you could develop and attack when you do have some war bonds under your pockets, for example, war machines as well. So that's a nice little extra spice to this brew, as it were. So I mean, we'll see how this one's shake out. Again, this is going to be the second semifinals here, and I like these. Hoi Hoi's lists are looking good. So are Mr. M's. Fun to see how these shake out. And finally, I guess, hey man, we've seen a Leopold and we've seen a B-17 just clip it right out of existence. So
Well, I mean, let's see what we get in this one. We've seen aggression versus value, but now we're going to see all-out aggression versus all-out aggression. So let's jump straight on into the second semifinals here between Hoi Hoi and Mr. M. Who is going to be facing off against Vinny in the finals? Is going to be Hoi Hoi with his Brit deck band or Mr. M with his German deck band? That is the question. Let's find out right here, right now, in this second semifinals.
I know when it seems like it's aggression versus aggression that the matches are going to be quick, but a lot of times when it's aggression versus aggression, what happens is they both kind of turn into like a really shaky looking control deck. But the cards are very efficient versus each other. And so a lot of times it's just who can grab the right tempo at the right time. And so that's really what I'm looking forward to here is how can players take advantage of their situation? Because when you're playing, again, these aggression decks versus aggression decks, a lot of your tools are very powerful versus what your opponent's doing because they're very similar. And so finding that little tiny window of opportunity where you snag the tempo and your opponent doesn't get it back, a lot of times that's the risk of taking the aggressive line, is that you're leaving yourself vulnerable to the situations. However, leaving yourself vulnerable to the situations usually means your opponent has to have key critical cards. And right now, Flake, we cannot see Hoi Hoi's hand for this one, so we're going to be looking from Mr. M's perspective only.
And that's perfectly fine. I mean, it's a nice little mystery for us to unravel. The excitement builds. The suspense just continues to gestate and grow from turn to turn. And the nice part about this here is, like you mentioned, sometimes when it's aggression versus aggression, it's not like a powder keg that explodes. It's just like two rams that are continuously pounding each other over and over again, and to little effect. Eventually something's got to give, and that is one hell of a thing to give.
Yeah, that smoke screen tank is a very real threat, I'd say, for some of these matchups here. And honestly, the fact that Hoi Hoi had banned the Germany deck from Mr. M, I feel like that is a big difference to this matchup right now, because a lot of these tanks that this German-Japan deck is playing, they're just very powerful when it comes to these kind of little tempo battles that are taking place. You know, we're seeing this little tempo battle occur over and over again, but at the same time, Mr. M taking it back. You know, having that little buff in the back, I think, is one of the most key factors. The Type 93, I feel like the fact that it's giving all of your units +1 attack is such a big difference if you're able to snag the front line.
Yeah, all of them. Like every single one. That's a really nasty thing that you have to address, and it's not like it's an aggressive unit. It sits in the back and it demands some respect.
And Greif coming out as well. Ooh. This is so massive.
Back and forth. Here we go. Look at that. It's like, okay, I saw you in the front line. It's my turn. Here we go. I can do a lot with 4 credits as well.
Golly, I'm not actually sure what you develop in this spot from Mr. M's situation. I think all of these lines are pretty reasonable. I think they all have a lot of utility to them, but Greif is just, that feels like one of those things I'm always worried about when my opponent shows me that. It just makes their turns so much easier when it comes to tempo, because it's just changing operation costs. Something I don't really want to handle ever.
And to your point about the Enigma, I mean, both players are going to be dumping their hands. That Enigma might just be, it might be a situation where it's almost never played. It could be a situation where it's a pay 4 draw 1. So it's potentially, in those matchups where you're playing against ramp or you're playing against those top heavy lists, that card is a godsend. Like we mentioned, it's a card that just replenishes your entire arsenal, where you can go ahead and continuously wave after wave of just dropping units and blitzing them to the forward to create this type of pressure. But unfortunately, Enigma, it feels like if you're not playing it late game for 2 or 3 cards, that's probably the ceiling for that card right now.
Yeah, it's pretty much a not get played sort of situation in this matchup. It's the reason why I think it's a one of in a lot of these cases. I will say that the key to 3, this is like the one card that can enable the Enigma, where it's you're drawing the extra, your opponent's drawing 2. That can be a great timing for Enigma. However, you're under that minor pressure right now from Mr. M's side, and so the question really for this key 83, I think, is how is this affecting the board pressure? I think you're a lot less worried about that Enigma, and I think you're much more worried about how can you get the board established, because that's where your whole deck thrives in. I think when this comes to the end game, the inevitability more lies on Hoi Hoi's side, because we're looking at a bunch of tanks that are hit and play at some point. For Mr. M, I think it's about timing and finding the right pressure at the right moment. And so I think the key 83 here is a great way to get some board established. It's a great way to cause a threat, and it's a great way to make sure you draw a couple extra options next turn and see if you can have even bigger momentum when things settle down.
Oh, that helps the Enigma too. I mean, that's going to help, it's going to draw some cards. But man.
Calm Before the Storm gets played for Hoi Hoi, and that is massive. Looking at this board position here, everything is a real threat.
You do have a free pass on that bomber in the back row, but you're leaving yourself open to that tank just continuously to pummel. You've got 5 credits to float. If you want to take out that bomber in the back, you've got 5 credits to float.
I feel like the bomber is kind of hanging on okay, though. You want to use the bomber because it's just you want to attack the bomber because it's basically just like the most valuable attack that you have. But the rest of this is not the super strongest.
That was tough. That was a 1 in 3 that you just lost there, unfortunately. I mean, it's great to just continuously to pummel face with damage, but any of that damage that could have been done.
Wow. This is just so much value that Hoi Hoi is getting out of this situation.
Yeah, and I mean, he's stabilizing his hand as well. These Panzer 38Ts really coming in big, replacing themselves in the hand. And that was a huge, we didn't see this card played at all when it was a 2-2. It got buffed to a 2-3, and now it's a staple in these German tank decks.
A little insight for you, a little behind the scenes.
I appreciate that, Ollie. I was kind of noticing that card when it up to 2-3, I was like, this does seem a lot better. And it's certainly looking a lot better right now. We see Desperate Measures get drawn, and I think this normally would have been like a wipe out the board kind of situation that's taking place here. Instead, the Desperate Measures it looks pretty desperate. And so instead, the Enigma end up, getting that draw situation unlocked, and that was mostly because of the Key 83 in that situation and a lot of hand refill from Hoi Hoi's side. So, Enigma being able to cash it in here and then moving this forward to try to, block some of this front line from getting developed. I think that we're still open to another battle situation taking place here because both players, they're not under major threat. They're not being just completely overwhelmed in terms of tempo, and they both have a lot of stuff left in hand. So we still got a game going.
Yeah, and I mean, they still got a lot of stuff in their decks as well.
Oh, boy.
Ooh.
I might have lied about the tempo overwhelming.
And see, this is the huge thing when it comes to the buff on the 38T and bring it up to 3 HP is that it'll survive a trade with so many 2-cost units that'll pack 2 attack that they didn't survive before. And that's really why we've seen them grow in popularity this much. And now you're looking at a really dangerous board here from Hoi Hoi, especially with that presence in the front line.
Nausea, but just unlocking so much there, unlocking the Enigma. Both sides of the Enigma has been played for 4 or more cards.
That's surprising to me.
Matchup.
That's more than I thought it was going to be going for. But the what's amazing is a card that decks that like to just go ahead and put a lot of meat on the board in swift fashion. Both are still playing with like 8 or 9 cards in their hand. That's impressive at this stage in turn 8 and 9. To still have a full arsenal of cards at your disposal to continue the push. That's great.
Yeah, it's just strong plays that are coming from both sides as well. Again, it's kind of like when you have these aggressive matchups facing each other, their tools line up really well against each other's also. So it's hard to be the aggressor. You have to find the spot where you're the aggressor instead. And so I think that's what Mr. M's looking for here. We're getting Desperate Measures here, wipes out 5 units or 4 units that are in play, and then you get to develop your own and then move forward a bit. Like, this is such a big difference for the way these last couple of turns have operated here. And you'll notice that Mr. M is also getting away just a bit of chip damage here as well. Do you want to move this other unit forward? And you do not. And I think this is largely because of the Yamato in hand as well as the 1-1 that's sitting on the other side. It just gets to wipe out that 2-1 right away if you push that forward. So here is like a very strong tempo recognition from Mr. M here. No reason to just give that trade away. So from Hoi Hoi's side, what can you do to start evening this up? I mean, you are now under some actual threat. The N1K we're sitting in hand on Mr. M's side. If you get to enough credits, that thing wipes out the game.
Card draw seems to not be an issue in these decks. It has been very efficient at replenishing what it needs to continuously just push pressure. All right, so that turn was a little less impressive in terms of, it seems like on Mr. M's side, every turn that's being played is being pushed for damage and frontline establishment. Whereas on Hoi Hoi's side, it seems that, yeah, you're putting bodies on the board, it's just finding it very difficult to go ahead and actually attain that front line. As, again, we're just pushing forward, pushing forward.
Yep, Yamato is devastating here as well. We're looking at 8 damage that this is going to be.
6 damage. It only hits Japanese units.
Excuse me. Thank you.
But I mean, it's a tough spot here to be in for Hoi Hoi, and I'm looking at that feigned retreat. Oh,
Leopold, we're seeing it do something and actually have an impact. Every time we've seen Leopold, it's done nothing, but here it is huge.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. Well, you know what they say.
Now-
That is one substitute you will not screw with. That is a nasty thing, as it does bounce everything. The problem is the swarm element can kind of fly under that radar to a degree, right?
Exactly. And so the problem here is that the N1K is in hand for Mr. M. It's not a problem for Mr. M. Let me establish that real quick. They need to get through like 2 points of damage in this spot. And honestly, I'm a bit surprised that the bombing raid was not used here, because you can weaken the headquarters to 8 and then threaten the lethal with the N1K, unless I'm just completely misunderstanding N1K, which I think when I think about it, I might completely be doing so. Yeah, it's a 4-4 blitz ambush fury. And so in this spot, if Mr. M weakens the headquarters by 2, the N1K threatens lethal on the following turn with a 5-3-3 investment.
it does. The tricky part for him there was he just was a few credits short to actually make proper use of it. But look at Hoi Hoi and what he is managing to pull off here, and with the tank buffing the British tanks as well, pouring out the pressure. And what is Mr. M going to do here? How is he going to fight back on this? I mean, he has blitz units. He has a way to kind of clear the board, but I feel like every turn in this match, guys, we've just been seeing the guys like empty their hand, playing like 8 units, and then it gets wiped the following turn. This game is insane.
And the surprising factor is they still have healthy hand sizes in each time. So every turn, you're creeping up on the credit count, but you're also you have multiple cards that you can play. It's like every turn, there's like 3 or 4 or 5 cards, but somehow I have more. That is a good card to play over there. At least it's going to make some space. But I mean, you're hovering at 8.
You'll notice that the verbal vind as well from Hoi Hoi's side, that was almost certainly a thought from Mr. M, was if you are able to try to establish this point again, you'll notice that Hoi Hoi kind of waited on the verbal vind well to come out in this spot. That's going to shut off air units when they come into play if that's able to hit the front row. And so Mr. M's able to answer the verbal vind, but you're not able to answer it and get your N1K at the same time. And so what that means is the answer back has to be pushed here. And so now looking at Hoi Hoi's side, they are 3 damage away from lethal, or clear the board and get the 3-3 to the front while also getting 5 from the fighter that we have here. So from Hoi Hoi's side, there's a chance for lethal this turn. I think it's very rare, but if they can get a verbal vind to the front, or if they can establish anything that can stop the N1K from hitting place, that changes a lot of it. 4 credits already used here though, and that's for a card draw, but it does spend a 5th credit and wipe out the first unit. They cannot get the 3 extra damage from that tank that's sitting in place there. And if they don't have a verbal vind here that can move forward, the N1K is threatening lethal.
That's going to be it. I mean, the Shiden is going to come out here, and it's going to be enough. It's going to be enough to secure the win here for Mr. M. Mr. M. Wow.
My
From the
gosh.
jaws of defeat.
Just
Wow.
making it, my gosh. And ultimately, Admirable, your thoughts in terms of lethal were correct. I mean, that was the end game there. That was the win condition. But playing it safe, ultimately, I guess maybe paid off. There could have been lethal hidden in that hand if you did not take out that front line and use that bombing rate earlier in the way that you had mentioned. But ultimately, man, that one was by the skin of their teeth. It seemed like it was just each player every turn was just creeping closer to the edge, and finally something gave, and you find the window and connect. What a game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a crazy game. These aggro versus aggro matchups are just insane. It feels like it's like watching control versus control is like watching a heavyweight match, right? Everything happens like slowly, and if something happens, it's big. But then when you watch like the lower weight classes in combat sport, everything's just like you got limbs flying all over the place, and you don't know what's going on. That's what it felt like. Yeah.
The featherweight matches are very exciting, by the way. I'm sorry that, sports ball, hashtag sports ball. But, plenty of exciting stuff about the very quick and decisive and precision-based matchups that take place here as well. That's kind of what we're moving in here to next as well. From Mr. M's side, this is a Brit Air deck, but they are running some War Machines and some War Bonds in here as well to try to creep forward a little bit in certain spots and then take advantage of the fact that you have those extra credits. Right now, I'm looking at that, and I'm seeing a buff that can take place here. But I'm also seeing an Albacore that can hit plays here and make a difference. But my gosh, just the hand here from Mr. M feels very, very, very good. It's not like explosive. It's just very strong. And it's kind of unusual that you see, I would say in cards, just the hands are strong. It's usually like they're very good. They're working together. They're doing this, they're doing that. It's very rare that you just see strong, good cards.
It certainly comes back to, sometimes when a hand is too good, it's not, it gets kind of counterproductive, because if there's when turns are pretty much mapped out where it's like, well, the obvious play is this because this is either the only card I can play, or it's the obvious choice because it makes the most sense. The other, there's no, like in this case, there were multiple avenues, and that can be a good thing and a bad thing because you have multiple avenues. You have cards that you can play that'll affect the game in different ways, but then it creates a situation where perhaps the wrong decision could be problematic, because in that case, playing the Albacore to pin that tank would have meant that other tank did not show up to the front line, right? So different situations, different strokes for different folks. It's not always easy, but in this case, an Albacore pinning the 2-1 or the 2-2 and then just cleaning up the other tank in the front line seems like the way to go.
Seems good to me. I'd say Flame Panzer is really the only worry you have about this situation. You don't have a way to fight against that, except for continuing to try to get some development going. That's exactly what's happening.
Now, if there's for Hoi Hoi here, Hoi Hoi does have the ability to really be very mobile with his tanks. So accessing the back line and doing damage to those fighters in the back and the bombers in the back row are not going to be completely bad. But boy, oh boy, that's already a threat. Keeping it alive and forcing some scary situations.
That's a beautiful use of that quick catch up. I mean, my goodness, like it's tempo. And I think this is a great demonstration of how these matchups can really take place. Like, again, gaining that window of opportunity to be aggressive. This is one of those windows of opportunity. You're wiping out your opponent's threats here, and that's a massive deal. So when you look at this, look at the differences being made here. Now we're using a card that can wipe out entire boards of stuff because the opponent is going to snag too much tempo from this. This is two very unorthodox plays that I think are two very smart plays, and they have forced the hand from the other players in order to kind of recreate these situations. Both of them, they're trying to maximize their chance to have a window of opportunity to completely take advantage of the game.
I think you absolutely nailed it there, and that was a very interesting fast Heinz play. Normally, you look for more value on that one, but I feel like this is something we see consistently in the Chinese meta, and it is that value of tempo. And I just really interested in seeing how this plays out. It's also so much value that he got out of that honorable death, using that to get rid of that 3/5 bomber.
Oh, Mosquito gets drawn.
That is one hell of a skeeter if I've ever seen one. That just talk about just value. Opening up, not only just establishing the 4/4 fighter, taking out the Sendai regiment, and you know what? Hey, just for S's and G's, I'm going to get back my 3/4 artillery. Sure, no problem.
My goodness, that is so bad for Hoi Hoi here. That is not good.
I mean, definition of a top deck. I mean, saving grace. It's not like you're going to lose the game otherwise, but it seems like they're just coming back and forth. Look at that.
Gosh, these plays are massive.
Oh, and the shelling off the top.
Huge shelling.
Oh my god.
Is this where you use the shelling though? I mean, this is a very real question here because you have the Alliance here. Like you're able to play another bomber, buff your whole board, and take out this 4/2 in the front. I don't know if this is a shelling process.
What is Hoi Hoi bringing that would make you like not just shelling close air support here and then go for alliance plus attack next turn?
He's thinking about it. Look at that, just hovering it over.
They all make
there are
sense.
options. There are so many options here because you're right. Because you can, you want to get rid of that threat in the front row. That is your major situation here. And the one way to do is you shelling, freeze the back row, and take it out with the remainder. I guess. At the same time, you are also just freezing those threats in the back row, right? Those are nasty in themselves.
The major benefit I'm seeing here is that the shelling is stopping your bombers from getting attacked before they actually do anything. So the shelling here is delaying your opponent's turn. You now get the alliance to wipe out what your opponent develops in this spot, and then your opponent answers back on your units that have been buffed. And so that gives you opportunity to have things happen. And this opportunity is not slowing down. Right now, this Mosquito, I think, has an opportunity to move forward and get your board buffed to block those tanks from wiping out your bombers as well. There's just so much that's happening here that all makes sense. This is like unreal how much that like tempo dictation has changed the leverage of this game and who's end up leading, because it feels like every single turn another player's taking the lead.
He could even if he wanted to threaten lethal here. With the close air support on the Mosquito, it would make it a 9/9, and he could basically go face, forcing Hoi Hoi to spend his entire turn trading into that to basically just claw back any semblance of control on the board. But I wonder, is Hoi Hoi running Sky Barons?
Not this one, no.
No.
Yeah, then there's definitely I think
boy.
some merit to just pushing face, but oof.
Yeah.
This is what I say. It's just like it's limbs flying all over the place, man. These are like big plays, big moves every single time.
Goodness gracious.
The animations are just struggling to keep up with the amount of nonsense and just fireworks occurring over here. And we've seen some fantastic top decks. The Mosquito into the shelling, into the Alliance helps out over here as well. The Bombers, unfortunately, they're vulnerable, and now they're struggling to keep up. And really, the saving grace here is, frankly, that the smoke screen is really tough to navigate here. But, hey, who cares about smoke screen? Yeah, exactly. When I've got, what do we got next turn? 8 coming up?
Your 1/3's checked here? Like, this is no big deal.
He's got 8/3s coming up, and like on top of that, he has another alliance in his deck. He has another close air support in his deck. He has some card draw in hand with the mobilization, and the operation cost on these bombers is so low.
Sendai helps something. Oh
boy.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that could be the end.
Hello, Top Deck City. Dear goodness gracious. Somebody ate their Wheaties this morning. My gosh.
I don't know what Hoi Hoi needs here, but it's not a card draw, and that's going to do it. Mr. M just completely taking advantage of the situation here. Does not ban the Germany-Japan deck and fully takes advantage of it. 2-0 against the same deck. And to me, that tells me that perhaps there was a bit of matchup understanding here. That was really the difference. It's pretty unusual that you see players with very, very similar, archetypes in their meta ban 2 different decks. And so what that tells me is that there's some level of thinking that's taking place here, as well as the same fact that there's probably some matchup differential that's being differently opinionated here as well. So I would really love to hear some thought on that. But my gosh, it's just so rare to see a different ban, and then one player just takes so much advantage in a mirror matchup like this.
Just absolutely fantastic play there from Mr. M against an experienced veteran in Hoi Hoi, probably the most active Chinese competitor for the past 6 months, and with the best results. And absolutely fantastic to see the newcomer here pretty much on both sides, right? Vinny having worked his way up here over the past couple of months, and Mr. M making his first appearance, and they're facing off in the finals, both having taken out, the matchup that we've seen, I think, like 3 times in the finals before, which is Hoi Hoi versus J King. So, I mean, now we're going to be seeing them taking it out in terms of the 3rd place, and Vinny and Mr. M going to be battling it out for that 1st place. We cannot wait. But before we jump on into that, we're going to take a quick break just so that we get a little bit of a breather. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we were getting pretty damn excited around the final games there. I was just like starting to really sit up in my seat and hyperventilate. So I am beyond excited for the 3rd place match and then the finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Give me stuff in chat if you want to have a chance to win in the giveaway. Welcome back to the last leg of this Officer Club Championship broadcast. My name is Olikrummi, and with me are Flake and Admirable, and we are approaching the finishing line rapidly. What we have left is the third place match between JKing7 and Hoi Hoi, before we then go into the grand finals between Vinny and Mr. M. So starting off with the third place finals, guys, what are you looking forward to in this one? And we're not going to do like profiles or deck reviews because we just went through all of this. We're just going to get your takes, and then we're going to jump straight on into the action.
On my side, man, it's just more action. It's more high-level cards play. There's nothing particularly that I'm picking out of this one. We had one hell of a series just previous to this, some really great gameplay. I want to see more of that. I want to see more close games, intriguing, and, you know, out of left field types of lines of play. And sometimes, I mean, these third place games, you see a little bit more risk being taken. When you know you're not going to win the tournament, maybe you play a little bit loosey-goosey. Maybe you take a little bit more of the flamboyant lines of play, but still, just high-level cards play. That's what I want to see.
Look at
What
it.
about
No
you,
bands.
Admirable?
No bands.
No
Best
bands?
of 5.
Yeah.
We're going to see all these matchups now. JK, you know, this was the kind of matchup I was worried about for JKing's lineup, but he lost previous one to Vinny. Vinny's matchup, I think, was similar to what I was thinking about, but not quite the same. I really have my eye on this Soviet US deck that he is bringing here. I think it's weak versus aggressive decks, and I think this might be the weak point of JKing's lineup. So we're going to see if we can get through here. It's facing 3 aggressive decks from Hoi Hoi, and I'm just curious to see if he can get it done.
Well, I mean, I think it's there's no reason to wait any longer. Let's just jump straight on into the action and let's see how these guys battle it out and who stands up victorious here. Is it going to be a 3-0 lopsided victory, or is this going to be a hard-fought 5-game series? Let's find out here. Hoi Hoi versus JKing for the third place, and their place on the podium and within the cash prize. So whoever wins this wins $200. Whoever loses walks away with nothing.
All right, on delay. Let's go, baby. JKing bottom side representing Canada. You got Hoi Hoi on top representing China.
Quick mulligan as well. I feel like Flake has perhaps opened up some insight into what happens when you get to the third place matchup. Sometimes players, they go, well, I can't win the tournament, but, you know, I still can win this matchup. Let's get it going. Just like us.
So, well, you know what I find a lot of the times is that when like that quick play and hit the pass button is one of those situations where if you don't give your opponent room to breathe, especially against a deck like this, you're not giving them much more space to think out and plan out. And decks that are really under the gun, if you're under Hoi Hoi's thumb like you are right now as JKing, as this deck just continues to establish. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no time to breathe here. So just drop, pass, see you later. That's kind of how it goes.
Tempo. Air power is trying to get something done. I will say that JKing, they do have a C4th Highlander in play, but, you know, you're kind of hoping your opponent doesn't have an answer to that. Like, you know, hashtag Sendai Regiment, and you are still taking 5 damage plus the 1 that the first Signal Regiment is providing here for each unit that hits the grave. And so this is really tough for JKing here. Enigma for 4
man.
Oh my god.
And with 5 damage coming across.
With an entire board of 0 operation cost on the front line. Like, that is just filthy. Hey, there's a guard.
Yeah, when your opponent has drawn 4 extra cards, though, I will say this guard does not feel safe.
No, it does not.
Talk about one hell of an Enigma. You just punched JKing for 75% of their defense.
Oh, the Sendai.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, loosey-goosey, the way to go, baby. Drop and push.
Now,
why not?
There's nothing loose about that one. I mean, you got blown out of the water. For Hoi Hoi, that was, you drew the nuts. It's time for game 2. But, you know, that's part of the way that these decks are built. I think that's a very strong way to build decks. If your deck can draw so powerfully that your opponent cannot win, that is something that I do want in my deck.
Yeah, just want to remind people again that due to some recording issues on Hoi Hoi's side, there is it's a mystery in terms of what their hand was. But I mean, in the previous game, when they play everything in their hand, what mystery is there really? Yes, every card that he drew was immediately deposited on the board. But yeah, we do suspect that in the final we will be able to see all the information. But for now, that's not the case. And even before the credit was registered on J King's side, he had the War Machine ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, he has a pretty interesting opening salvo here, being able to play an Hour of Need immediately afterwards and possibly responding to some early damage with research following that.
Yeah,
that's the one too we're talking about, right? In terms of an Hour of Need over War Bonds, Admirable.
Yeah, indeed it is. So, this is available in all of J King's decks. It is turn 2 War Machine, turn 3 Hour of Need. And I think that really it's kind of demonstrating why it's so powerful is if your opponent is not immediately pressuring you when that happens, you immediately are taking advantage of things. However, this is a tank that's moving to the front line here, and this is a fast time. J King does not have any way to answer this at the moment, but does have a Sexton to slow this down. Now, the issue here is that your opponent's board is massive. That Fast Hines was just 6-3 worth of stats that got added to play, and you took damage as well. This is very difficult to handle.
And Wrath Lightning feels better when you're bouncing something in a hand. When you're bouncing a tank that can move and attack, it is not as big of a tempo situation, and as you may think, is look at that. Cheerio. Oh, boy.
Wow. Ooh, air power.
Something.
That can get rid of a tank. Takes a little bit of damage off the table.
Yeah, is it taking enough damage off the table, though? It looks like you're going to 2.
Like, this is the problem, right? The Wrath Lightning is going to go ahead and bounce that back, but the retreat isn't back to hand, right? It's not a back to hand mechanic, it's retreat mechanic. So you put it back to the support line, and even with the 5, I mean, take a look. It's just, okay, hello, I'm back. A little, kind of like your annoying cousin that you kick out of your room, and 2 minutes later he's back in there messing with your Legos. That's essentially what happened here.
Here we go. Royal Research. It's going to have to get something done.
That's not it. That's not it. I mean, still alive, but just barely.
Yeah, I mean, it's rinse repeat from previous turn. So we'll see if Hoi Hoi has what it takes to get the game done this turn. They did not get it done last turn. Looks like it's not going to happen again this turn, but they do get to draw some cards.
Well, advance. Let's go. There's lethal for you. There, you got lethal in the back row. You got lethal in the front row.
Ooh, okay. Some very real draw here from J King. Germany doesn't really answer these threats that much. There is still, again, the Sendai Regiment that's in the deck for Hoi Hoi's side, and they have drawn a lot of cards, but that guard right now...
the Jag Bomber.
Okay. Yeah, Jag Bomber will get it done too. So that's a 2 of and a 1 of for Sendai Regiment in the Jag Bomber there. So J King quickly falling 2 games here, and again, this was kind of the idea here, was this is a heavy metagame call that I think is really making a difference. For Hoi Hoi, they've brought the aggression. For J King, they have brought the mid-range. The mid-range is able to take on the control decks very handedly. The aggressive decks are able to take on the mid-range, typically very handedly, and that's what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to highlight one thing here on the mulligan. I think it would be good for J King to just not get rid of that carpet bombing. Mulligan everything else, but even if it's a 7 credit one, if he does find his war bonds into Hour of Need, he could play that potentially pretty early to win back the board against this Brit Air.
That's a lot of dominoes that need to fall in the right way, though, right? And I mean, it's hard to play to that avenue before the first turn has even occurred. If you're already thinking about the worst case scenarios, I mean, look at that hand. When you're passing like that against that Brit Air list, you gotta feel bad. Even though there was no follow-up, look at that. There's nothing you can do.
Well, no. I mean, this is a very different kind of matchup, though, and I think that J King was wise to keep the RAF Lightning in hand. We're seeing the real threat against J King right now. It's that 3/3 Fury. For J King, sticking buffed units back in hand is a massive difference that can take place here. And so now with shelling it with 2 RAF Lightnings in hand, I do feel like J King has some real potential here. Hoi Hoi, I think, very likely to just cash in on the damage that's available in the spot. I think that wiping out the honey is pretty wise here as well, but that opens up the shelling here for J King. So J King now, I think, in a pretty big spot. I think the Raft Lightning is really one of the big keys to look at, and I think Mosquito is kind of just highlighting the emphasis of that unit plus tempo is equals good.
That is some solid math if I've ever heard it. That is card boy math for you right there. Looking nice though. And like you said, the benefit of Wrath Lightning on any kind of buffed unit means that the card goes back to hand and all the buffs are basically a thing of the past. There is the Mosquito, again, buzzing around, pestering, getting rid of a bomber, and now represents a 4/4 fighter that is going to also pump the brakes on any of those bombers going through, because the fighter is essentially just stopping those bombers from getting a free ride.
Yeah, the real thing that J King needs to be worried about here is the ability for Hoi Hoi to have big turns for like combo things. So I'm thinking like putting a bunch of units in play and then blowing up the whole board, putting a bunch of units in play, using close air support and wiping out a unit. Those are the things I think that you're mostly worried about here. Carpet bombing, it's very strong draw. You're not worried about it, but you got to worry about the earlier turns first, because carpet bombing, it can show up after a while, and it took a bit of a while here. They're playing very quickly, so it doesn't seem like it took a while, but this is turn 7 we're on.
Yeah. And I mean, like, he ended up having to play it on curve, right? Which is kind of, I feel like that's a recurring theme when you're playing against Brit Air, is you really want that carpet bomb in your hand when you hit turn 7.
Couple more air units here, but not a big worry.
Yeah, I know you're right about that, Ollie, is the fact that, I mean, the amount of times where you're just begging to top deck that card on curve so you can just clean up the mess that Brit Air has essentially set up there, because the Raft Lightning's one way to just slow it down, no problem, absolutely. The Mosquito was a big help as well for J King, but curving that out and just getting rid of those threats there in the back line was massive. Those were buffed units, there were bombers in the back row. It was going to be a major problem eventually, but it just squares away the board again. It creates a situation where it's like, all right, we're all set to go, and it's on you again. And again, killing another unit in the back row. The Black Watch is not going to put up a big fight against these planes in the back row.
Let's buy some time and limit your opponent's options, though. And again, limiting your opponent's options always a big deal. But you'll notice certainly here that Hoi Hoi they're not really investing in the board that much. They're developing stuff and then saying, all right, you handle it. So J King is being put in these situations where if they don't handle something, they get punished by a buff. But if they don't get buffed, then they're not going to get punished. But eventually you run out of answers for situations like that, and the RAF isn't looking super good at the moment. So I think the turn here for J King is quite literally just how on earth do you get out of a situation like this and turn it into something favorable? Those options are not really in hand. All the favorable things are responses, not proactive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, he kind of wants to keep those hour of needs a little bit longer so that he can use that to push past 12. There's nothing the Avenger's going to hit. It's interesting. I feel like you probably, don't you want to keep that Raft Lightning until you have something buffed to bounce, or is it just a matter of getting it out, getting that presence on the board, knowing that it can trade with that 1/3 bomber for free on following turns, and that just puts the pressure over on Hoi Hoi?
The presence is a threat. I am a little bit surprised by the hour need, because do you need to go above 12 that much? Like, you could have gone to 11 and then gone to 14 if you really wanted to. It seems a little bit odd to me that hour need wasn't played there. But the thing that I'm really looking at here is that J King has a way to take advantage of the fact that a RAF got answered back. Whenever you're kind of bouncing RAFs back and forth, it's whoever's the aggressor really has the advantage in a situation like that. So J King being able to offset that with this TBF, I think, is a really big deal. And it's starting to provide now a major threat on Hoi Hoi's side, where you're kind of seeing why the buffs are not necessarily a weakness for J King's side. The responses are very powerful, and thus it gives him time to yield like tempo plays like this.
One thing I want to just touch upon is that, mentioning the, do you want to save that Raft Lightning to bounce something that's buffed? Oftentimes the buff occurs and then the attack with the buff immediately happens. So the damage is usually already done. And I understand what you're talking about, where you're going to negate the buffs, but oftentimes being able to bounce something and have the body on the board that can start being more aggressive might put your opponent in a situation where they'll be using those buffs for trades that they're not necessarily comfortable making right away. Plus, there was the TBF Avenger in hand as well, which could have answered if necessary. But
yeah, I mean, those are all definitely good points. dangerous board, though, that J King is staring down right now with 3 British planes on the battlefield, and he knows there's another one in hand, so we could be seeing possibly a 4-4 close air support here from Hoi Hoi.
I'm also thinking of the board wipes that can take place. You know, Kitty Hawk's going to damage some of this board if you have the board wipe in play. I think that seeing this position means that the board wipe is almost certainly not there, so it is close air support. Bomber trades, and suddenly this guard unit is looking fairly isolated.
Yeah, and a good move to just go ahead and take the front line, preventing that 5-9 from actually advancing. The limitation of an infantry unit, you can't attack and move. So by just feeding a plane there, you're buying more time, and you're forcing that 5-9 to make the attack, but no longer move forward to threaten and be able to pick and choose what it wants to attack, or even furthermore to start threatening damage to the HQ.
Yeah, and you're kind of taking a look at this. Normally when I refer to things that are similar to things, I call them bootleg. This is not a bootleg ambush that's on the bowfighter here. It's just any unit that attacks this takes 3 damage first. It's like super ambush that's taking place on this. I feel like Hoi Hoi is going to have some pretty tremendous trouble trying to fight back against this particular bomber at the moment. Calm Before the Storm takes place, and suddenly J King has to get something done. Ultra is not the time you want to draw it, and all of this ramp kind of stuck in hand at the moment. It's time to probably start using some of it to try to unlock some future turns. But right now, this is looking like it's going to be a trade. I think wisely so.
He's going for the attack on the bomber there instead of taking out the 4-2 fighter, because his HQ is protected from that fighter. And if he were to go for the trade, that bomber could really easily take out that RAF Lightning on his side. So
Hoi Hoi, full hand.
that Ultra could come in big here.
Where the Emperor gets ultra'd. And not a good draw for J King.
And when you see these cards that are so critical early and so punchless late, it feels terribly bad. And again, that unit pinned in the back row, but now you're staring down a 7-1 fighter. What's the top deck here? Oh, God. Oh,
all the credits in the world, but nothing to use it on.
All right, it's time to use all of this, draw Lend-Lease, and hope you can get there. What?
Well, I think he's looking for concede under here. That is a tough one. I guess, you know what? If there's nothing to do, you might as well use your time to educate yourself on all the wonderful keywords of KARDS CCG. So we see them here.
I can practically guarantee that at least 10 people that are watching this broadcast right now had no idea that an encyclopedia existed. So thank you, J King, for that PSA of letting us all know that if we are confused, the encyclopedia is up in that right corner.
Well, you could make a big Chad move and just go up to 20 credits and say, let's rock and roll.
I think that's the play. I mean, you draw Lend-Lease and hope that something can happen after that.
Imagine
You're not dead yet, and these cards are not going to do anything sitting in your hand.
Imagine top decking Lend-Lease and still having 13 credits to play. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Well, we've seen crazier top decks. I mean, a Lend-Lease into, a carpet bomb?
2 Lend-Leases in the deck. It can still happen here, but boy, is this going to hurt. Actually, it might just be it. That's 13, 15 right now.
That's close. That's very close.
That's 2 more cards. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be done this turn.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many cards in the deck there for Hoi Hoi that will end this. He's got the Empire Strikes, I believe, in there as well. So this is going to be it. This is going to be all she wrote for J King, and Hoi Hoi winning 3-0 here in the 3rd place matchup against J King 7, earning himself a spot on the podium and $200 to his name, continuing to rack up those tournament winnings. Excellent tournament here from Hoi Hoi.
Yeah, and again, this kind of highlights the metagame choice that's taking place in a situation like this. You know, like when you come to this level of competition, the metagame I think is going to be one of the biggest ones that you can choose. When you're playing against players who are not quite at your level, that's a weaker opponent you're playing against, and then player agency has a much bigger degree of choice in that one. In this one, the agency is done outside of the game. What decks did you decide to bring here? It's not like anyone chose to bring bad decks. It's just that sometimes you run into the wrong matchup, and so you're having to, predict what most of your opponents are going to play, and then you also have to get the right matchups. In this case, J King brought decks that are meant to beat control decks, and he did not face control decks when it came to this third, fourth place matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely felt like he needed some additional stuff in his decks to be able to deal with the matchups that he got dealt. But I am more than sure that we will see J King here next month, repairing his reputation here and going for the victory, as we have seen him pretty much constantly. And like I said, I mean, he's won 12 out of the last 13 seasons in the game. So, I mean, if you want to cement yourself at the top, you don't. It doesn't get much clearer than that. So J King, obviously a top level player, and not quite enough this time around. However, congratulations to Hoi Hoi. But now it's time for us to take a look at the finals. Before we jump into that matchup, let's see what the bracket looks like and the direction and the paths that these players have taken to get to where they are. Starting off with Vinny there taking out Rita 2-0, then winning against J King 2-1 to make it into the finals. Mr. M starting off against the veteran Blue Blast, 2-0ing them, then 2-0ing Hoi Hoi, our third place player this time around, and then making it into the finals, having not dropped a game. So Vinny versus Mr. M, what do you guys think? Who is going to take it and why? Starting with you, Admirable.
I'm looking at Mr. M on this one. I think these decks are very strong. I think they look super clean. And I think that the way that it's being answered on the other side from Vinny's is a bit more of a mid-range matchup. I think it's a little bit more tuned to handle aggressive decks, and they do have an aggressive deck of their own. But this is a best-of-5 matchup. No one's deck is getting banned, and so what I'm looking at is it feels like the Intel deck, the Germany-Poland Intel deck, might be struggling quite a bit against a lot of the aggression that's being brought to the table here. Again, I could be wrong, but it just feels like Intel is a little bit weak to aggro, and to me, that feels like about it. I feel like it's pretty strong versus a lot of other decks, but again, I don't have like a ton of experience on Intel. I haven't played it nearly as much as I've played just any deck that has the card Commonwealth in it. I play the deck way too much. It didn't show up here this weekend, so I'm favoring the aggro for this.
All right, I'm gonna say it's gonna be Vinny, and purely off the fact that, well, Admirable has a beard, I don't. I have glasses, he doesn't, and I am gonna be the absolute opposite and antithesis to whatever he's saying. So I'm gonna say Vinny. Okay, it is Vinny. Because Vinny also beat up both Canadians, got through that side of the bracket, got through the Canadian sector of the bracket. So I guess I gotta say that if I will feel better for my Canadian brethren, if the person who was responsible for taking out the Canadians, well, if they win, it's a slight little bit. This is me saying it from a purely selfish perspective. That's it. That's all. That's what I got for you.
Well, if the glasses are a prerequisite for voting Vinny, I just put my glasses on because I'm going to go for Vinny as well. I think it's going to be a hard-fought series. I think we're going to go to 5 games, and I think the last game, the 5th game, is going to be Vinny's Germany-Poland deck versus an aggro deck, and I think he's going to take it. But there's only one way to find out. Let's jump on into the finals. Vinny versus Mr. M in a best out of 5, no bans. Winner will become the Officer Club champion and take home $500. All right.
I have my glasses.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
The tie-breaking vote came down to spectacles. Ultimately, there you have it. Vinny of the USA versus Mr. M of China. That is a lovely looking hand over there. Unfortunately, that Panzer is not necessarily going to get it's not really going to find an infantry to pair with. So we're going to have to do some pruning. But boy, oh boy, aggression
hands that are taking place here. I would say that Mr. M's hand not nearly as clean. These both are a Japan-Germany deck that are taking place here, and really there's a number of differences, but they're not, I'd say, huge differences. One of the big ones I'm looking at is that Mr. M's has included a copy of Enigma, where Vinny's has not. So Vinny's, it does look like it's a little bit more aggressive, very, very slightly. I'd say at its grandest state. It does not have any copies of the Befelswagen, though, and that has been one of the most aggressive cards that we have seen. And as we've noticed as well, these matchups tend to be, almost a weird style of control that's taking place. And so this is where this ambush unit, I think, really comes into effect in this spot. This is not a control unit. This is a very aggressive unit, and I think it's a little bit tough for this mirror matchup to handle.
Well, right out of the gate, yeah, Vinny's been just straight away, drop and go. I mean, no time for games. We got to rush through it. Bicycle Regiment, we've got a 2-1 pummeling face as well.
It's a pretty big turn here for Mr. M, though, with 35T operating for 0. He's able to clear the front line. He's also able to basically target that 35T onto the Bicycle Regiment, keep that in play. So I don't know. I quite like Mr. M's spot here, even though he's it seems to have gotten off on the back foot, but I actually quite like the spot that he's in.
Well, we'll see about it. This is definitely a major difference that took place here with this making it to the front. I think that this this is just such a powerful unit in this matchup. The Kagoshima is just like, what do you do?
Well, the problem here is that the ambush is gonna just nullify the first attack for the most part, and then you're gonna have to probably dump 1 or 2 into it in order to just clear it out.
Second surprise.
Yeah, second surprise attack there.
That's a big difference. I mean, that's how you deal with it, I think.
I mean, he's got that, and he's got the Sendai there. So if he really needs to get rid of it, he's able to take that out. But that getting that second surprise attack was a huge heaven sent there for Mr. M.
Big draw. Oh boy.
Yeah,
that's a big draw. Holy smokes.
Again, another situation of, all right, here's another one. This one flies.
Yeah, and everything kind of like a little bit off curve here for Mr. M's side. That is enough to at least clear this out. The Sendai Regiment is only holding in place this Shiden at the moment, though. You know, that's gonna be escaped from the board. However, as soon as that Sendai is gone, that is back. However, Vinny doesn't have a way that immediately answers this, and does not draw one either. You know, a surprise attack would have done the same thing here on Vinny's side, and so now suddenly it looks like Mr. M may have been able to overcome this situation, and is going to be able to fight back with their own Shiden at this point if they choose to do so.
Oh, this is the breathing room you need, right? This is the situation where you finally had a turn where you've kind of been able to answer and you haven't been eating damage. Now you're into a situation where, okay, 6 credits. I have some stuff to play. It's not clean and clear. I've got a 2 and a 4 I can drop. I've got a 5 I can drop. You know, the math is going to check out to a degree, but it's not as clean and clear as you may think. But man, that trop feels good at 6.
A lot of stuff here from Vinny's side, though. Going to use the surprise attack as a tempo play. Don't mind to see it at all.
Yeah, the issue there is
more damage.
If you're using that, if you are using that surprise attack to pin the plane, you've basically given up on the fact of drawing the second one to clear out that Sendai to open up your own plane. But I mean, a 6/6 is basically going to run the table if you cannot check it. It's a race now, and I think Vinny's hoping to top deck something good to actually clean this out.
Interesting plays that are taking place here from Mr. M's side. None of it is clean in its credit cost, I think, is the unfortunate portion of this. My gosh, this is a really, really heavy leveraged position from Vinny. Vinny's out of cards, but Vinny has applied a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to continue to apply that pressure with the death effects of these cards.
It compounded by that signal regiment, right? I
mean, you can't answer this with the Sendai regiment. You'll take more.
Yeah, and I mean, I think what he's debating is if he should actually sack the signal regiment into the Mito here.
I think you would. I think you don't have the credits for it. It costs 4 to attack with that.
Yeah.
So card draw getting drawn for Vinny as well.
And you really don't want Vinny to chip any more away at your HQ total.
Oh my gosh.
But at the same time, on the back line.
But But there's 7 damage there.
That's a big deal because Vinny's getting checked.
And he's able to clear the front line.
And I think that with Vinny getting checked here and having the 7 answered on the other side, that's where things really get disastrous here on Vinny's side. Vinny needs 4 damage to open this up.
2.
Oh my gosh! He could stay alive though, but he can't because of the Shiden in hand. Wow, this is about as close as a game could possibly get. This is unreal.
This is impressive. What a top deck. The surprise assault. I mean, one more death on the board.
I mean, it's done. The Shiden is in hand for Mr. M. That's game.
But it was gonna be it. How close was that?
It was really close. I mean, if that signal regiment comes out 3 turns earlier, that could be game. Wow. But Mr. M coming out of the gate here, securing himself a 1-0 lead, and Vinny now finding himself on the back foot, having to claw back that first defeat. Now, if you're Vinny, do you stick to your guns or do you bring something else?
You got to win with all of them. What difference?
Yeah, that's true.
They all got to win. Take the one you're most comfortable with.
He goes for the German-Polish deck here.
Oh boy, you need a time machine for that Leopold to kick in. Oh boy.
Oh wait, that's actually huge. It's huge that he has 2 Arados here early on, because that means Mr. M is bringing Brit Air into this one. So the early pressure from those bombers can really be negated from those Arados.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different one for Mr. M here. They brought Brit Air and they brought a bit of ramp with it as well. 3 War Machines, 2 War Bonds. It's still one of the things that I feel like I have most highlighted in this particular deck, because it's such a different approach, I think, when you're playing against some of these control decks where your goal isn't to just be aggressive, it's to time your aggression. And so for Vinny here, there's a lot of discard that can kind of, rip this apart. And you're seeing now Lend-Lease is in hand. So I think for a lot of this, Vinny, it's really about like, how do you apply pressure at the right moment to try and enforce Mr. M's hand here. This seems like a very tough one. Sky Baron's a very good draw, I will say, though.
Yeah, I mean, Sky Baron is just going to be that card that he needs to use at the right moment, though. I mean, use it too early on a target that you can get rid of another way where you don't need to get rid of. That might just be, he only has 1 of those, so that might just be spelling your doom here. But I would say very interesting, both the fact that Mr. M is just playing his first unit now in a Brit Air deck on turn 5, where you normally have like a massive board established at this point. And Vinny is not finding any of his Polish legions or Plan West or anything that he needs on that side. So,
nice card to get rid of.
I feel like it's such an overemphasized point for Brit Air is you don't need to, again, your stuff doesn't need to be on early. It needs to be timed. In some matchups, that means early. But I think in most matchups, it just means make sure you're not dying.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point.
Now, finally, finding some actual use for those Arados. That was the one other thing, is that those Arados were just sitting in there waiting for some actual bodies on the board to actually take advantage of the card draw effect. They were sitting there, finally coming through. And
what's the draw here for Mr. M? I mean, those Tarno regiments could become really sticky and really annoying here for Mr. M. I mean, they do pack 7 defense. And currently, he's only threatening 1 damage, 2 damage on the board right now.
All close air support to be able to chip away at some stuff. For Vinny, the timing is getting close. This Leopold being in hand, I think, is looking a lot better than it was a few turns ago. And I'll notice that a lot of this discard is, well, it's helping, but it's not really doing too much. It doesn't feel like that Mr. M's getting punished by this stuff too much. So that's kind of where my curiosity lies, is what do you actually do to fight against this and win? So Plan West, I think, coming out through here, it means that your opponent now has a threat that they're facing. You have a fighter to defend against these.
But you're just feeding one of those legions into that bomber.
No, the bomber's protected by the fighter.
Oh no, yeah.
Good Desperado in the back row, just playing Gatekeeper on that Lend-Lease for 4. Again, filling up the cards. Like the amount of discard that's occurring here. I mean, you're forcing your opponent to discard some cards, but they're just filling it up real nice.
Yeah, now we're seeing some of those units start appearing in the hand here for Mr. M. These small units that carry these buffs extremely well.
And these both of these legions live, and I think that Vinny is now looking at a turn where they can go, hey, wait a second, maybe this is it.
Yeah, is this the opening? Is this that kind of avenue, the crack in the door that you can kind of kick open?
Okay, hear me out. This is a little bit crazy, but he could basically throw both cards back into Mr. M's hand, double buff the legions, and have him overdraw. I don't know if that actually does something, but it's a cool play to think about.
I want these legions to get moved up. That's what I want.
Yeah, throw the swordfish back, and then move up. 3-3.
A little tease there. Beautiful. And now we've got some threats.
Yeah, intel
Credits
as well.
to play with. Yeah,
You see that alliance is there. You're very much benefiting from the idea of kind of shutting down your opponent, of using this alliance before they, stomp you with a bunch of planes and blow up the board, and then, your Leopold doesn't have time to interact. And I guarantee what the things you're thinking about there is how your opponent can capitalize on that situation. I'm thinking the Empire Strikes as exactly the thing that's going through the mind of Vinny, and saying, you know what, I can stop that and unlock the Leopold.
We're so close. It's been pretty good here. I mean, both players finally, again, establishing that board.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a big pickup. I mean, small cost to buff that board.
Yeah, and the Tarno would, I think it really has a pretty reasonable chance of living in a situation like this, but at the very least, I feel like it's forcing your opponent's hand. If they have the answers in their hand to this. So if you can force your opponent's hand, that means they use their buffs, it means they use their board sweeps, and then Leopold hits, and Leopold kind of, helps dominate the situation if your opponent responds to this in such a big way. And so for Vinny here, I feel like this is massive difference that's taking place at the moment. Again, shut down the buff. Keep your stuff big. What does Mr. M do in a situation that really looks profitable here? Nothing's looking super good.
Just the snowball effect of all of that intel, the bounce, and suddenly you have a robust board.
Yeah, I mean, it is really robust, and it's only going to get bigger before Mr. M is able to properly deal with it. Even if he played the Albacore, he played the Alliance, and attacked with both of them, he would only be able to clear out 2 of the units on board.
There's the Alliance. Not a surprise.
Oh my.
Is he just going to go double close air support and take out the Tarno regiment? Or
I feel like this is a heavy commitment. They're going face.
That's right. Look at that.
Oh. Honestly, this is a pretty wise choice here, I would say, from Mr. M's side as well, because the back of this board is full, and you don't have a credit to move up and Leopold.
Wow, the timing on that, like you said, Admirable, that is huge. You're right, because you can't move, make space, and the Leopold. And frankly, this would be a brilliant Leopold turn.
It would be a perfect Leopold turn.
Oh my gosh, I mean, was the Tarno actually a bait?
If Mr. M finds any type of buff here,
oh my gosh, the Tarno was filled up the board and it was a bait.
That was counterproductive in this case. You've got 12 damage that just doesn't care about cards.
He's gonna win. He doesn't even need a buff. Wow. Just ignore the, what is that? 7, 11, 14. It's 17 HP of guard units. It's 24 HP of guard units, and he just ignores it for the win. Mr. M, 2-0 up against Vinny here.
Just solid recognition.
I mean, the amount of board development that card was, able to create. You've just basically filled up your entire support line, and you're like, I'm gonna get this Leopold on curve. I'm gonna bounce all these cheap units back to hand. All those buffs are gonna be an absolute butt kiss to me. But no, I have no room. Real estate is so important in that case. That is so tough to digest when you have the absolute nuts of an answer, but you don't have the square to pop it on. You don't have that space to just slide it through.
I'm in shock. I mean, Mr. M, I mean, this is his first OCC. He had, what, 4,000 games. I mean, that's not that's not a low amount of games, but I mean, he's playing against a field that has like 10,000 plus games. He's in his first finals. When this is played, it's the middle of the night in China, and he has the presence of mind to like triple buff something and go face with with like 7 units on board.
Well,
just because it's crazy.
That's also where we need to give a lot of credit, is the fact that you're like, I could just take a nice clean kill here of a pretty big unit that can, develop more and more threats, or I can go face and say it's on you, bucko. Like, that's the whole situation here. Knowing that you're going on to turn the Leopold turn, which will absolutely crush you. You got to go face, and recognizing that, pushing the damage, wonderful.
I mean, yeah, and it may have been like, in his mind, he may have been like, oh, that's my only way to win. I just have to go for it, right? Like, I mean, I definitely think it could have looked like that, but man,
let's not ignore this one right here. I mean, this is not good for Vinny. Now, Vinny does have at least some responses to this, because they used the Reichsbank on the previous turn, so they have a lot going on here. But this was not like a simple small turn that took place on Mr. M's side here either. We're talking, this was 10-8 that got put in play on 4. And you don't want to put the Flampanzer back in hand if you're on Vinny's side, and so you don't. And so here you go. Is this enough?
Well, now we're starting to develop some board. We can start moving forward. The problem is that with tanks versus infantry, tanks can just continuously move forward, deploy, move forward. These infantry, if they're going to be trading just to clear the front line, they're rarely going to be able to actually occupy that front line. But this might be an opening. The problem is that turn where you had 9 credits and you felt amazing. Well, that was the last turn. Now you got 5. So how you gonna figure this out?
Well, Jagged Bomber putting stuff back in hand is a big deal. Getting to see exactly why that unit is so extremely powerful, is it forces your opponent to have some nonsense going on. One Enigma gets discarded, but you wanted them both to be gone.
I want to highlight something here. I mean, I think a big difference between the decks that are being brought here, between last game and this game, is the fact that in this deck, Mr. M doesn't have, a good way to just leapfrog all those guards. I mean, Vinny died last game with 21 HP on the board protecting his HQ. If these tanks and fighters have to chew through that to get to the HQ, I think Vinny might very well be able to stave off the aggression here.
Well, it's a different story, right? It's a story of accessibility to the HQ. Bombers don't give a flying bomber about guards, and that's when you could be aggressive like that, and you could have every guard in the world. It's not going to matter. However, tanks, they have a little bit more of a treacherous terrain to get to that promised land. So establishing more and more of these guards that are just scaling with every intel, that's a little bit tougher to digest. However, it could be a situation where, that Leopold now is going to just, again, it negates all the buffs on these units.
Yeah, Vinny knows that's in hand, though. So I'll be kind of curious to see how they're, tackling that situation when it starts to arrive. But for now, the thing I'm worried about is on Mr. M's side is just this Legion continuing to grow. Like, you need to take this thing out, but it's just so costly to handle that at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, you have Wolfpack, and that's going to slow down the credit gain a little bit on the side of Mr. M. So I would expect that to be played before Leopold time comes around.
And he gets their own Jag Bomber as well.
Is it time to move forward?
I'm not convinced that the Legions necessarily want to in this position. This is a really tough case that's taking place here, because it feels like this pretty massive attrition matchup that's happening here. The reason that I like the 190 here is that it's a threat, and it's a pretty tough to deal with threat. I think if you're on M's side in this situation, like this is a 4-turn clock that hits play if it hits play.
And bouncing that Flampanzer knows. Oh, there he goes.
Makes sense. Some more
Adios
intel in hand as well. Yeah, this other thing too is this can't be answered at the back. Like, my gosh, this thing's a pretty significant threat too. The PZL, it's just starting to crank.
Well, that's it. Now you've got a situation where you can start railing on that HQ, right?
It's
Oh
the
boy.
Sendai.
Well, you also got a lane now on that bomber.
Yeah.
Free and clear.
I mean, he could play the Naship.
Yeah. I mean, the Naship here with the Sendai. I mean, the Sendai is, I feel like we didn't really highlight how important of a card that was. But my gosh, was that important. There's just so much going on here. Like, it's kind of like a tough situation to really highlight here because I feel like it's the follow-up plays that are really making such a big difference. The follow-up play possibility is kind of forcing each player's hand as well. So that is going to be a fast Hines here. And that's directly to face.
Yeah, because I think what Mr. M is looking at here is the fact that he can basically drop 2 tanks and then naval supply run next turn and really pour on the pressure.
Interesting. So the fact that that was good recognition from M there, that this was a forced trade from their side. I did not realize that.
They're such a great card. Just flat out, no retreat, back to hand.
Give me some stuff.
But I mean, the possibility still remains. And now he gets the Stug F. So he gets more buffs for his German tanks. Finding another 38T if he wants to continue to replenish his hand. Opts to go for the just buffing a single, buffing and blitzing the 38T.
Yes, it's a big setup situation here that Mr. M has. This is, again, one turn before Leopold is even active here. So how does Vinny really take place of this? And again, the back line is full at the moment, but if you're able to trade with the Naship in play, that can give you the credits you need in order to move, trade Leopold in a situation like this. So for Vinny, this is not a create board tension kind of situation I think that they're facing at the moment. It may be where they have to land because they just don't have another option. But it's certainly not the play that you're wanting to really have to go for at this point.
There's one thing that Vinny knows, though. He knows there's a Leopold in hand, and he knows that more than likely, Mr. M is not able to use it. What Vinny could do here, on accident, is actually give Mr. M a way to use the Leopold next turn. If he were to play, Plan West, and that Legion's being traded by the 3018 in the front line, that's going to give back 2 credits.
If you don't do enough, it just doesn't work, though. I mean, you have to do something. Like, if you don't do anything, you're just taking a bunch of damage. So, pretty tough spot for Vinny here.
Yeah, this stuff is going to be really nasty.
I mean, my God, there's just so much stuff that Mr. M can do. It's just like, it feels like the options for Vinny have been nothing but try to build board tension. It feels like the options for Mr. M have been, how do I take advantage?
And this goes back to, the actual significance and the power of the intel ability of knowing what's in your opponent's hand. Because you might know what's in there, but what is that doing for you if you have no answer for any of it? You basically have this kind of precognition of, okay, this is how I'm going to die, or this is how this is going to be a problem for me. So if you have you could play around things for sure, but in a power of weakness, you're still getting pressured by these cards no matter what they are. Whether you know what they are or not, they're still going to give you a tough time. I think at this
point, if you
point,
don't need a Leopold, you don't need a Leopold. Like, there's just so much to do. Leopold's like the good last card to play.
Yeah, I think in this case, maybe you're just always leaving yourself some space in the back row to jam it.
Oh,
Wow.
that huge naval supply run along with that bomber blitzing out and drawing you a card. That is a massive combo.
Yeah, Nashub, I think, is really proving why this card is so powerful right now. It's just giving you access to take so much advantage of the fact that your opponent's trying to respond to your board by building their own board. You absolutely punish that. And I don't think I just don't think that Vinny's got a way to stop this. They do not.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. M has won 3-0 clean sweep over Vinny of the United States as China takes this one. Mr. M is your OCC champion, 3-0 over Vinny. By goodness, I mean, there was some fantastic matches there. There was some one-sided ones as well. I mean, we got a little bit of everything in this tournament.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, there is a new challenger in town, and he is called Mr. M. And Mr. M, it even sounds like a new supervillain on the scene, right? It's like, call me Mr. M. I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna destroy everything. I'm really excited to see what he does following this up.
Well, when you go clean sweep your way through to a championship, let's go 2-0 over Blue Blast, 2-0 over Hoi Hoi, and 3 over Vinny. Why not? For good measure, let's take that one to 5 and say, hey, I'll give you an extra shot to beat me once, and it did not happen. Mr. M just literally just moonwalking his way to the championship.
Yes,
Yeah, absolutely nuts.
The thing that I'm looking at here too is it really demonstrates a lot of what aggression means and how you utilize it properly. You know, with a metagame developed, aggression isn't just as fast as it can in trying to, you know, sneak under your opponent. Timing is really the pressure of all of this. And that's what we saw from Mr. M in every single one of these games, was really just critical understanding of timing of aggression, and as well as their own defense, like when they are being attacked. How you respond to that and deflect it properly. Granted, they had the right tools at all these situations, but they also demonstrated that they had tremendous understanding of when to utilize these tools and how to set them up as well. There's so many plays here where it felt like you could have just developed more to the board, you could have attacked for more, you could have impacted your opponent's board more, but they didn't worry about that. What they worried about was timing, and the timing of everything looked super clean. It looked super good. And it really demonstrated a lot of how the matchup understanding really affects how you're approaching this game. You know, there's so many different little things that you have to account for when you're playing cards. The game cards, not just cards in general. Cards, it is, but, you know, I'm going to keep repeating myself if I keep mentioning this. So we're talking about cards, the game. You have to manage so many different piles of resources, and they just did everything so cleanly in this one. The timing of aggression is what's super important, not just the speed of it as well. The precision really makes a lot of sense, and Mr. M, I think, very cleanly demonstrated that in this top 8.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you, and this makes me so excited for the remainder of the year. We just last week announced the World Championship, so for anybody that hasn't seen those news, go check out the Steam news section around cards. You'll see the high-level information on the 2021 World Championship, but the kind of, to summarize, there's going to be open qualifiers that everybody can participate in. If you complete 3 qualification sessions, you're going to be earning yourself the World Championship card back. Then it's going to move over into a 128-person group stage, into a 32-person double elimination bracket before the top 4 players will be flown out, all expenses paid, to Iceland to face off in the finals for their share of the $10,000 prize pool. We're also going to be announcing shortly what's going to be happening with the Opens and the OCCs for the remainder of the year, but I can give you a little bit of a sneak peek. We're going to be slowing down the Opens, so instead of doing them monthly, they're going to be every other month, but they're going to have a $1,500 prize pool instead of a $1,000 prize pool, and they're going to have 2 separate and open qualifiers to give everybody plenty of chance to get their toes wet in the competitive pool before having to play for higher stakes. So after I've given my promotional spiel here, guys, Admirable, Flake, what an amazing day of action we've had so far. Any last words before we sign off and wrap up this show?
Just congratulations, obviously, to Mr. M and to all the competitors who were phenomenal in this. It was very exciting to cast, as it always is, but this one was extra special. I'm very excited for the future of the esports scene for Card CCG in general. You know, what you're saying over there makes me even more, eager to continue to just be a part of the growth of the game and such. And all in all, man, just a great time. And as it's just always a blast to be able to cast with both of you.
Likewise. And you, Admirable?
And just thanks everyone for watching on this one. I think that we have seen so much happen in the competitive scene of this one. It's not only just the growth of it that's been taking place, but also just the level of competition. Like, this is, I think, by far the cleanest OCC that I have seen from a top 8. There was very little of anything that I think you could even remotely discuss and really disagree with. There's some stuff there, but it's very subtle little things. This isn't like huge differences that are taking place. I think everything we're seeing in terms of deck lists and in terms of play has been very clean, and this is rare for any card game. And to be seeing it quite this early, I think, in cards, this is something that's very exciting for me, is that, again, there's just so many different resources to manage this one, and we're seeing such fantastic play. I can't wait to see how this pans out and to see this first World Championship.
Yeah, I can't wait either. Well, this is going to be it for us here today. My name is Ólafur Hrafn and with me were Flake and Admirable. Thank you so much for your casting today, guys. It was great as always. We will be back with the next OCC or Cards Open, so make sure to stay up to date on with Cards on all socials and, of course, on Steam. And we'll see you on the battlefield.